Thanks, sir.
Thank you. The House will come to order. Please join Representative Woog in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Mobile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez. Representative Benavidez is excused. Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caravale, Carver, Catlin, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Representative Duran. Representative Duran is excused. Escar, Exum, Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Hanks, Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Jackson, Judah, Kennedy, Kipp, Larson, Lontine, Representative Lontine is excused. Luck, Representative Luck is excused. Lynch, Representative Lynch. Representative Lynch is excused. McCluskey, McCormick, McKean, McLaughlin,
Good morning.
Michael Sinjane, Mullica, Neville, Ortiz, Pelton, Pico, Ransom, Rich, Ricks, Roberts, Representative Roberts. Representative Roberts is excused. Sandridge, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Representative Soper. Representative Soper is excused. Sullivan, Tipper, Representative Tipper. Representative Tipper is excused. Tatone, Valdez A, Valdez D, Van Beber, Van Winkle, Weissman, Will, Williams, Woodrow, Representative Woodrow. Representative Woodrow is excused. Woog, Young, and Mr. Speaker.
That's okay.
With 59 present, 6 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of Thursday, June 3rd, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Thank you, Representative Woog. Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. That's pretty good. All those opposed, no. One day we will figure out what happens when the noes actually have it, but I heard a clear aye over here, and the ayes have it. The motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Majority Leader Escar.
Members, if I could have your attention, you may have seen these on your seats. Please take time today to read through these for our lovely nonpartisan staff who are getting ready to finish their work for this session as well. Read through all of these. Make sure you understand them. If you have questions, ask. You are signable. And make sure you take care of this today. Thanks.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first Friday of June was established as Gun Violence Awareness Day in 2015. We wear orange to honor those impacted by this violence. Today in America, over 100 people will die from gun violence. Another 200 will be injured. Those include 8 children under the age of 12. 22 veterans will take their own lives today. 3 women will be murdered or shot by an intimate partner. Today and continuing this weekend across the state, events will be going on to highlight awareness and support for those victims and survivors. On the 463rd Friday, since my son Alex was murdered in the theater massacre, please take a moment to think about the public health crisis that we are living in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Representative Byrd.
So, members love to talk about finance, of course. This is, it's hard to follow Representative Sullivan. So, friends and fans of finance, we will be meeting at 9:15 to hear Senate Bill 273 in House Committee Room 112 in the basement. I look forward to seeing you there.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much. I feel like that's missing something because it would be friends, fans, and foes. Sometimes there are foes. It's just a fact of life. I think we should embrace it. Friends, fans, and foes of finance.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Appropriations Committee, we will meet immediately upon adjournment of Finance. The bills are printed in your calendar, and we will see you there. They're not printed in your calendar. You will be hearing. And some of these bills may be laid over, just so you know. So if you have a bill that you've let me know needs to be laid over, don't freak out about it. It'll be laid over to the afternoon. And let's see, we've got 1320, 1327, 232, 233. I think I'm reading the wrong list. Okay. Sorry.
Do you want to maybe come back in a minute?
Yes, I will come back in a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Thank you, Representative Herod. Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have a tribute, and Mr. Grigori, I'd like to have you read the tribute, please.
State of Colorado, the House of Representatives, convened in the 73rd General Assembly, hereby recognizes June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month. Colorado strives to promote the principles of equality and justice and the inalienable rights of all people to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people come from all walks of life, and Colorado's diversity is one of its greatest strengths. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people have made important and lasting contributions to our great state and nation in every field or endeavor, including, but not limited to, business, medicine, law, humanities, science, literature, politics, education, music, philanthropy, sports and athletics, arts, and culture, and that enrich our national life. Friends and allies of the LGBTQ community have shown considerable support and commitment to the struggles of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people at home and abroad. To build a stronger and better state and nation, we must continue to help advance the cause of equality for all people. Each year, June marks the anniversary of the Stonewall Rebellion, which was started by trans women of color that gave birth to the modern lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender civil rights movement. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans, their families and friends, and all those committed to justice and equality celebrate during the month of June the rich culture and notable achievements and outstanding services that lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender Americans make to our great state and nation. The House of Representatives joins in celebrating the culture and accomplishments and contributions of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people, and encourages the people of Colorado to work to help advance the cause of equality for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people and their families. On request of Representatives Brianna Titone, Danae Escar, Leslie Herod, Alex Valdez, and David Ortiz, given this 4th day of June, 2021, State Capitol, Denver.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please sit down, members. June is Pride Month, and we're just wanted to make sure we recognize it here. I mean, it's not very often we're here in June to be able to do this, so this is an interesting way we can actually do this in public and get this out there. But Pride is really about people being their authentic selves. And that's what Pride has always been back in the beginning. It's about people being forced to not be themselves, and that rebellion of Stonewall coming out, being themselves, and that's what we're about, is being visible and being here and being out and proud about who we are. And thank you very much. And anyone else want to speak?
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know we have a lot of work to get to today, but thank you for taking the time to help us really honor this month and what it truly means to not only our community, but our community. We are your brothers, we are your sisters, we are your neighbors, your friends, and your family. And I remember being pretty young in the start of the LGBT movement and really looking up to, I think there was 4 at the time, openly LGBT state legislators that made up the LGBT caucus at the time, and thinking, wow, I really would love to be able to be that person and be that person, that driver of change someday. And to stand here with 5 in the House, and we have 3 other members of our LGBT caucus in the Senate, that makes 8 total. It shows the way we've been moving, and just that we are reflective of what Colorado really truly is as well. So thanks for taking the time today to help us recognize this month, and we appreciate your support.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great day to be gay. I love saying that. Pride, June is Pride Month, and it's a month that I have always really appreciated and celebrated here in Denver, and definitely one of the most impactful prides that I've had is the first time my mom joined me at the parade down in Cheeseman Park, which is in my district, and really decided to accept and appreciate me for all of who I am, and showed up as a surprise. And that has happened to so many people every single year. Pride has traditionally been celebrated here in Colorado during Juneteenth, but also on Father's Day. And to see so many families come together and celebrate their children, their families, their partners, their spouses, has just been something that's really inspiring to see. This year we have moved Pride, though, and the center has moved forward in its fight for equality and recognizing that there are Black LGBTQ people, and to have to divide ourselves during that weekend between Juneteenth, the day the slaves were emancipated, and Pride Pride has been something that has been quite a struggle for many of us. And so I stand here before you as the first openly LGBTQ elected official in Colorado, and no longer the last, and proud to say that we continue to make sure that Pride is as diverse as our communities. This is a beautiful thing to celebrate. It's all about love, loving who you love, and that's what we're here to do. And I'll remind folks that Pride was a riot. It was a rebellion, and it was started by Black trans women, by trans men and women who stood up and said they will not be harassed by law enforcement. They will not hide in the shadows any longer. And so while we celebrate and we protest, we have to also acknowledge that where our roots are. And I'm proud to be a part of this diverse community that continues to fight for our rights every single day. So thank you for allowing us to celebrate. Thank you for your support and your allyship. So many of you all on both sides of the aisle are allies to the LGBT community. This is not just a left issue or a Democratic issue, and we appreciate you standing with us. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any further announcements? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, what I have in front of me here is an Iron Skillet Award, and it belongs to the Honorable Matt Gray. Now, I won't notify you on how my caucus came in possession of this item, but suffice it to say, I was selected to be the chief negotiator with Representative Gray here. It is, if you're not aware of it, Representative Gray has been has come into possession of many different items, especially from the Republican side. He has sticky fingers. A nickname has been floating around. So in any event, I won't belabor this. The point is, I have been selected to basically convince Representative Gray, who has sticky fingers, that if he would like his iron skillet back, then perhaps we can engage in some sort of prisoner exchange. He can give us some sort of meaningful item in return for his Iron Skillet Award. So, don't know if we want to handle that offline, Representative Gray, or not, but that's where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Representative Williams. Mr. Gregorio, let's do reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends fine. Senate Bill 172 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends fine. Senate Bill 272 be referred favorably to the committee on Appropriations. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends fine. Senate Bill 88 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 271 be referred favorably to the committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 273 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred favorably to the committee on Finance. Senate Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following HCR 21-10002 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 87 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Let's do printing report.
The Chief
Printing
Clerk
report
reports.
will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker
Signing
has
of
signed.
bills, resolutions, and memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Message from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the revisor.
we herewith
Message from the
transmit.
revisor will be printed in the journal. The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. We are going to shuffle things just a little bit. So with that, maybe let's go to Representative Byrd first and then Representative Herod. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was not enough for me to talk to you about finance only once this morning. I'm coming back. We're doing a bit of a shuffle. We will hear Senate Bill 273, but at a later time to be determined. And as soon as it's determined, you will hear me back up here again. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Appropriations Committee, we will meet now. We will hear House Bill 1320, House Bill 1327, 233, 246, 261, 271, 272, 292, 87, 273, 76, 232, and 257. We will have canary packets on our desks. If the bills are not ready, they will be laid over to another point to be determined today. And your ranking member does have the list as well.
Very good. And Representative Exum will replace Representative Tipper on appropriations for today only. All right. With that, Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the House is going to stand in a brief recess, but please don't go very far. Appropriations shouldn't take that long. We'll come back and we'll start floor work. So with that, I move that the House stand in a brief recess.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1327 be amended as follows. Be so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 76 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 232 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 233 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 257 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 261 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 271 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 246 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 272 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 292 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation.
Great. Majority Leader Escar. I have one quick announcement. The Conference Committee on House Bill 1301 will meet at 12:30 p.m. in HCR 107. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of special orders.
Okay, I think we're there.
Great. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 10:46 a.m. Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 57, Senate Bill 76, Senate Bill 232, Senate Bill 292, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 175, and Senate Bill 272. Members, this is what we're going to try to get through this morning. There will be more bills to come later this afternoon.
Seeing no objection, those bills laid out by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 10:46 a.m. The Conference Committee on House Bill 1251 will meet at 2 o'clock with a room to be determined. With that, Representative Exum. Seeing no objection, members, you have heard the motion. Representative Exum will take the chair. And the last bill is 272 on the special orders calendar.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request to read in the bill at length.
Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on your screen or on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the majority or upon the motion of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Ms. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 103. Senate Bill 103 by Senators Fenberg and Winter, also Representative Escar, concerning the continuation of the Office of Consumer Counsel and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2020 Census Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies regarding the Office of Consumer Counsel and the Utility Consumers Board. Thank you, sir. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 103 and the Energy Environment Committee report. And appropriations as well.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated the funds necessary to continue this office.
Thank you. Is there any other further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 103. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Energy and Environment Report, we ran 3 different amendments. However, with continued stakeholdering, those amendments have changed a bit. I have 2 separate amendments I need to run now to kind of talk about and fix them. So I will start with, I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has properly been moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So originally in the Energy and Environment Committee report, we gave the OCC ability to be able to lobby legislature, and we have since changed our mind on that. It strikes that language. We also are incorporating feedback from DORA to talk more about the discovery amendment that we put in during energy and environment, and then we are also making technical changes that adds telecom to the fixed utility fund. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, the question before is the adoption of Amendment L016 to Senate Bill, or to the committee. Is this the committee report?
Committee
to the
report.
committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L017 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does, you heard me say that originally in this committee, we gave the OCC abilities to lobby. When further discussion happened, we realized that possibly we don't need a lobbyist for the OCC to be able to come and talk to legislators, but we need a mechanism in place for the Office of Consumer Counsel, whose name will be changed in this bill, to actually be able to talk to us, the legislators, the policymakers, because when there's bills that are being ran or there's things happening at the Public Utilities Commission that are going to increase costs for our consumers, are going to impact our consumers, this is the organization that looks out for consumers, for our constituents. We wanted to make sure that they had an avenue available to be able to come and speak with legislators or contact us in some way to make sure there was an open communication. This is language that has been worked out with DORA. This is language that's also been worked out with the governor's office. I'd ask for your support on Amendment L017.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L017? Seeing none, the question before is the adoption of Amendment L017 to the Energy Environment Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Back to the Energy Environment Report. Madam Majority Leader. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L013 to the Energy Environment Report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, sir. That amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This strikes page 2 of the report. which was an amendment that was added. It was Amendment L010 in committee. It was page 9 of the actual bill, which gave the Public Utilities Commission subpoena power over our utilities to be able to inspect any documents or records that they deemed fit. I believe that this already exists if they believe that they need to challenge our utility companies and bring them to court, and would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment. What we originally were trying to do is make sure that the OCC has the ability to conduct inquiry and investigation. We want to make sure that, again, this is the watchdog group for our consumers. There's public utilities, not public utilities, there's investor-owned utility companies that go through the PUC all the time. This is information that I believe we all would benefit from. The OCC would like to be able to access some of this information to see exactly how decisions we make, decisions the PUC makes, is actually going to impact our ratepayers. I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I once again renew my effort for a yes vote, just because, to have the government come into a private company, or at least semi-private, given the fact that it's a public utility company, and to ask for all the internal working documents to actually see what's happening under the hood whenever they deem fit, to me that's just going way above and beyond what we should ever ask for, and the fact that they're using the subpoena power to be able to do that using the full force of law of our state is just going one step too far. So I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before is the adoption of Amendment L013 to the Energy Environment Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Back to the Energy Environment Report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy Environment Report to Senate Bill 103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The Energy Environment Report is adopted. To the bill, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, again, the OCC represents the public interest, and is consistent with that is the specific interest of residential, agricultural, and small business consumers before the Public Utilities Commission. The OCC is the only statutory entity tasked with representing the public interest before the PUC. All other statutory interveners represent a specific interest, whether it's the CEO or the governor, or are tasked to balance the interests of a wide variety of parties. Focus this legislative session is to ensure that the office has the resources it needs to do its job. This, again, let me remind you, is a sunset bill. This is to make sure that the Office of Consumer Counsel can continue on and has the resources it needs to do its job in a changing energy landscape. How many bills alone have we passed this year that have to do with energy? How many times have we heard that investor-owned utility companies are heading to the PUC with a new docket? This is all information that the OCC tries to comb through and make sure that they are looking out for the consumer, our constituents. We want to make sure that the office has the ability to strengthen the office's capabilities to inform legislators and the public on consumer impacts that will focus on transparency, public participation, and accountability. OCC is the voice for the consumer, which foots the bill. Let me remind you all that foots the bill for all of the regulatory activities, the cost of utilities lawyers. Did y'all know that? Consumers pay for the utilities lawyers at the Public Utilities Commission. Technical expertise and in-house support, all the staff of the PUC, the utilities operational costs, and all legislative activities by both the utility and policy makers. Consumer advocates must have the financial ability, policy tools, and independence to meaningfully and robustly advocate for the consumer's interest in decision-making platforms. We normally don't have that. You can't just go to the PUC as an own individual consumer during a PUC hearing. The OCC is who represents you there. This is a very important office we have. This is their sunset. All we are trying to do within this sunset, the changes that we have made, is to make sure that the consumer's voice is absolutely heard, and that voice can be heard not only at the PUC, but here at the legislature as well. I'd ask for your support on this important bill.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L014 and ask that it be displayed.
Committee report.
Okay. No, then I withdraw that motion.
Talk about it. You can make a point, but
Sure.
it's
Are you withdrawing that amendment? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I do want to thank Majority Leader Escar for certainly allowing me to continue to talk about the point. Obviously, I'm going to talk about the point. I'm just not going to run an amendment to talk about the point.
So we are to the bill?
That's correct. Over
Okay.
to the bill.
Please-
So one amendment.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One amendment that was added in committee, which I briefly talked about on the committee report, and was that the PUC could subpoena the different utilities to go ahead and ask for their internal working documents. What this amendment would have done, if I hadn't have had it drafted to the committee report and had offered it sooner, would have been to provide what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to allow utility companies to be able to actually subpoena the PUC, because that's something that already exists in law. And the fact that if an organization is going to be asked for certain things, that in return, if we're now creating a quasi-legal issue, that the company should be able to ask for that back. That was just kind of my main issue. Was I really did want to treat both parties similarly. I didn't want to just necessarily give a unilateral power to the PUC, and that's why this was of concern. So I'll be a no vote on the bill, but certainly I'm glad you've really worked this issue.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this, but the issue is not necessarily that there be a Office of Consumer Counsel. It's the issue here is this is a significant expansion of the size and scope of what is there, and duplicates to a great deal what is already within the purview of the Public Utilities Commission. They exist to balance the authority or the interests of the utilities that come before them involved in the rate-making process, as well as balancing that impact on the consumers. That's what the PUC exists for. The utilities across the board are one of the most heavily regulated industries in the world, bar none. They have to go before the PUC, make their case, and the PUC is balancing that from the costs that are presented to them against the impact on the consumer. That's what the PUC does. The Office of Consumer Counsel exists to provide more of an advocacy, but this is a significant expansion of that. It turns the office into a quasi-regulatory agency. This is a significant expansion of the scope of what that office is to do, and it duplicates what the PUC already is charged to do. And I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 103? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 103 is adopted. Mr. Negorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 57.
Senate Bill 57 by Senators Winter and Gonzalez, also Representatives Gray and Gonzalez-Gutierrez, concerning requirements for private education lenders.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My co-prime sponsor, Representative Gray, might be wanting to come and join me on our Senate Bill 57. I move Senate Bill 57.
That's a great idea.
To the bill. Thank you for joining us, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 57 requires companies to tell borrowers about all of the available repayment options, including all qualifying requirements. It requires a more robust disclosures, allowing cosigner release if certain conditions are met, and ensures that cosigners have access to all documentation and records. It prohibits lenders from placing an account in default or accelerating payment for any other reason than payment default.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the classes of folks, everybody's been struggling through this pandemic, but college students have been suffering as much as about anybody else because the costs that they've been incurring for their education have stayed just the same, if not had to go up. But the experience that they've had and the opportunities that they've been able to count on when they get into the workforce have gone down. And this is a way for us to provide relief for them and to make sure that they're being treated fairly with respect to any money that they have to borrow in order to access higher education. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 57? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 57. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 57 is adopted. Ms. Gregorio, please read the title to... Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 76 and Senate Bill 232 till after Senate Bill 261.
Thank you. Seeing no objection, those two bills will be laid over. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 292.
Senate Bill 292 by Senators Winter and Rankin, also Representative Duran, concerning the allocation of $15 million from the Economic Relief and Recovery Cash Fund under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for the purpose of funding victim services programs to assist persons disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you, Ms. Gregorio. As we're waiting for Representative Duran to join us.
Okay. Go ahead.
Representative Duran. I'm sorry, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move SB 21-292 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We got money. Ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 292. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So over the past year, there's been some strain by elevated demands and lots of need for our domestic violence community with help with rental assistance, utility assistance, grocery store gift cards, and transportation. And this bill is really going to offer the immediate funding that's needed to take care of not only our DV community, but also many others that are in need. And I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Specifically, this is going to provide additional money for the Victims' Compensation Fund and the strangulation forensic exams that was authorized by this body earlier in the year. So it flows money to that, and that is called out because strangulation is about 25% to 30% of domestic violence victims and sexual assault.
Stand by, Representative Carver. Members, we are on second reading. Please pay attention to the well and take your conversations off to the side. Thank you very much. Representative Carver, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the focus of 292 is recognizing that we had a significant increase in domestic violence incidents, both in quantity and severity. And so because of that, this additional funding is going to be distributed to the various community groups that provide assistance to victims and focused on victims of domestic violence, sexual assault. And we ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 292? Yes. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is vitally important that we have money like this that's coming in to assist people from domestic violence, and just to highlight that. When we had the mass shooting up in Colorado Springs recently, that was a domestic violence incident there, and it was 10 days after the Boulder shooting. They had GoFundMe programs out there, and Healing Colorado was collecting money. They have collected over $4 million for the people in Boulder. The people that were affected by the domestic violence problem in Colorado Springs, that fund has amassed just over $8,000. Okay, there's a big difference there between what happened in Boulder, where they got over $4 million came in from the public and from organizations, whereas 6 people die from a domestic violence problem in Colorado Springs, and the public has only ponied up $8,000. It's imperative that we have programs like this to help those people through this, because they're going to be dealing with this for the rest of their lives. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 292? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 292. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 292 is adopted. Ms. Negorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 233.
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Rodriguez and Hansen, also Representatives Benavides and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning functions of the Division of Unemployment Insurance in connection therewith, requiring a feasibility study concerning a wage replacement program and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 233 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is money that's being received in order to fund this study. We also pushed out the date so that they have time to actually complete the study. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill.
Did you move the bill?
Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a good bill. It's a study because, as we went through COVID this year, we found that people throughout the state were suffering and weren't able to, they lost their jobs and other things with no fault of their own. So this is to ensure that everyone that has some possibility of receiving some funds to get them through that if they've been working people. So it'll allow a study of the various ways we can do that. So I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 233? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Thank you. Senate Bill 233 is adopted. Now we are back to Senate Bill 76. Ms. Negorio, please read the... No? Okay. Ms. Negorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 261.
Senate Bill 261 by Senators Fenberg and Priola, also Representatives Valdez and Amabile, concerning measures to increase the deployment of renewable energy generation facilities to meet Colorado's energy needs and in connection therewith raising the allowable capacity of customer-side renewable energy generation facilities and giving customers additional options for increasing the scale and flexibility of new installations.
Thank you. Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Senate Bill 261 and the Energy and Environment and Appropriations Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Report, Representative Valdez A. I'm sorry, Representative Mobley.
Yes, in appropriations, we made an appropriation and got the funding for this bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment report, Representative Mobley.
Yes, I have an amendment to the Energy and Environment report, and it is L034.
Please move it
And I would like to move Amendment L034
and ask that it be displayed.
and ask that it be displayed.
There you go. Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Representative Mobley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment that defines what biomass energy as a renewable is. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I kind of lean in general support of it, I question why a 10 megawatt limit is put on that.
Representative Alex Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not exactly sure why it was done through the course of our stakeholding. There are caps on other types of generation. I think it's to prevent very large-scale projects would be my guess. I really don't know, but I'll get back to you with that.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask for a no vote as long as there's a cap on any kind of particular generation that could be used under this category. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in this committee, and while I am generally in support and understand the intent of this particular offering of other energy alternatives, when we look at this particular bill, it's for my constituency, it's another green energy bill that really has.
Representative Van Bever, we are on the Amendment 034. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L034? Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I basically am in support of this amendment as far as the biomass, but I don't support it because of the 10 megawatt. So I heard this also in committee. I like biomass generation. I just don't like the limitation of 10 megawatts, so I'd ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L034 is this to the committee report? To the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. To the committee report, Representative Alex Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for an aye vote on the Energy and Environment Committee report.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Thank you. The Energy and Environment report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Alex Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll get into discussion about what the bill is in just a second. We just have a few cleanup amendments that we need to get on there, and so we ask that L28 be moved and displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and now displayed. To the amendment, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment provides the PUC with some flexibility in being able to design rates that advance public interest policies like the adoption of renewables. Our original language would unintentionally have prohibited that, so this change would just allow a separate rate class for net metering customers. We'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L028 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one more amendment. I'd like to move Amendment 31 to Senate Bill 261 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and now before us. To the amendment, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment comes after stakeholding with the labor community to ensure that we put some caps in place on the size of off-site metered systems. So what this bill does, and we'll talk about in a second, is it enables folks that otherwise wouldn't be able to generate renewable energy to procure a parcel that is not connected to the place where the building is, generate power there. We worked very hard with our friends over at IBEW to get to a place where everyone was comfortable with setting caps on this, and I would ask for an aye vote on L31.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure and thank the sponsors for really hearing the issues that were brought forward and sitting down and having those conversations and coming to a point where we could all agree on. So thank you for your work on that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L031 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that brings to an end our amendments, and so what I'd like to do is talk about what this bill is able to do. This is a great bill for renewables. One of the things that is a challenge here in the state of Colorado is that where you have commercial and industrial operations, oftentimes there's just not enough space to do a significant amount of renewable energy. So this creates what we call virtual net metering, so that off-site power production can be done, and we can bring some new players to the renewable energy game, as if you will. The other cool piece about this bill is that it allows folks, right now there's a cap of 120%. You may have heard about this from your constituents on a solar install. This raises that cap from 120% of actual usage to 200% of estimated usage. And why this is important is you have a lot of folks who get solar, they decide later on, I want to get an electric car because, you know, everyone loves electric cars, and they want to be able to generate the power for that car from renewable sources. So this fixes that issue that's been going on. It also encourages and has utilities give folks proper credit for renewable energy generation that may roll over if you get a credit, so ensures that that doesn't just disappear on customers. This is a great consumer-friendly bill. This is a business-friendly bill. This is going to be great for Colorado in our quest to adopt more renewable energy and to bring our commercial and industrial friends along for the ride. I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Mobley.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit more background. One of the starting points for this bill was a deal that the city of Boulder made with Xcel Energy for the extension of our franchise agreement. And part of that was that Xcel would be open to an expansion of private solar. And so this bill started with that expansion in mind and went a little bit further, so it's not just residential solar, but that got expanded, but also commercial. And this is a great bill for anybody who cares about personal property rights, anybody who cares about business, and anybody who cares about people being able to do what they want to do with their property. And it really expands the use of the economic viability of installing solar. And it allows you to plan for the future instead of having to be reacting to the past in terms of how much solar you decide to install on your private property. So I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an interesting bill and in concept to the extent that it is opening up for a variety of alternative energy possibilities. I actually like that idea. However, there's a lot of issues that are within this bill. What you heard in here, that it starts with the idea that what was good for Boulder might be good for the rest of Colorado, and I disagree with that. But another key part of this thing is it puts caps on all these different types of renewable energy types. So I have several amendments, which I'd like to run. And to start the festivities off, I move L030 and ask it to be displayed. I think you've seen one. One of the issues that is in here is
Hold on just a second, Representative Pico. That amendment has been properly moved now before us to the amendment. Representative Pico. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the key issues that I have throughout this bill is that it puts caps on the different types of alternative energy. And if your intent of the bill is to provide an incentive to build alternative forms of renewable energy, come up with different ideas, come up with different things, putting a cap on how large those facilities are is counterproductive. It's counter to the intent of the bill, at least the stated intent of the bill. One of those key ones is hydro. And I'll touch this on 2 points. It has 2 restrictions on hydro. One is it limits to 10 megawatts or less hydroelectricity in existence on January 1st, 2005 with a nameplate rating of 30 megawatts or less. And It restricts the ability to add renewable to new dams, new reservoirs, and so forth. And one of the key issues that we have across Colorado is expansion of water resources. The Colorado Water Plan looks to build more reservoirs, more resources to be able to capture our water resources. And adding hydro to these new resources is a tremendous opportunity that we have. Colorado Springs Utilities added hydropower to our line that comes off of the existing dam, so it would kind of qualify under this. But if you had a new dam constructed, or if you have build a new reservoir, you're prohibited from adding hydropower to that and having it count under this, and that's counterproductive to the stated intent of the bill. So this amendment strikes both those provisions. It strikes the size cap on it and strikes new. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Van Bibber. Thanks for your patience.
I was jumping the gun. I rise in support of this amendment. I was on this committee, and an amendment such as this that would eliminate those caps would seem to purposefully allow for these other energy options. And if we're going to be diligent and committed to the conversation of what kind of energy options are available to us here in Colorado as we expand those things, then removing those caps does seem to have that fit that intent. And so I rise in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L0330. Yes, Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
And I stand in strong support of this amendment. We had that discussion in committee, and the restricting, with the nameplate of what is it, 30 megawatts, 10 megawatts or less for hydro. There's a lot of new dams going into Colorado. Some of them are for residential use. I know up here in the Front Range there's two planned right here north, and there's no reason that we cannot be using hydroelectricity on that. So I'm in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, when you see something in a bill that guts what you did in an earlier bill, it tends to make you stand up and take a look at it. I'm in strong support of this amendment, because what this amendment does is make sure that what we did with making absolute positive sure that we could use recycled energy and pump hydro at a nameplate rating of 15 megawatts or less, that we'd be able to do that. This would make that impossible. This amendment strikes the language that would gut the provisions of my bill. And when we do that in this building and in this room, then we ought to be sitting here going, hold on, what does this do to the bill we passed just a little bit ago? We are making progress in all of the areas that we can on ensuring that we have clean, renewable, and recycled energy in this state in the most practical fashion we possibly can. This amendment does a good job of making sure that we do not limit what we have already done as a body. What we have done as a body, what we voted unanimously to do, what we sent to the Senate, what got voted out of there and signed by the governor. We did that this year. You did that this year. Let's make sure that we don't undo what we did. I support this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. To Amendment L030.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. Members, I'm down here to support this amendment. Part of the future is falling water. In western Colorado, one of the things we've been blessed with is we've been blessed with water. We've been blessed with fall, in other words, falling water. We can generate electricity on the western slope at a much lower rate than most of the other places that are trying to generate electricity. To limit a source of power for the future of Colorado seems to be short-sighted. It seems to me we should be trying to expand all forms of alternative energy. Out on the prairie, you're blessed with wind, with bright sunshine for numbers of days of the year. We're blessed with a lot of water and a lot of fall. Why are we trying to limit one of our natural resources that makes a difference for the future of this state? We are going to be a massive electricity consumer in the state of Colorado as time goes forward. Let's not limit where we're going to be getting that power to simple one or two industries. When I'm down here, I talk an awful lot about agriculture. I talk about the future of ag. Part of the future of agriculture could be this alternative energy providers. You've already made allowances for us to make solar power, wind power before it gets to the river that runs through my valley, the Uncompahgre Valley. The generating capacity of that fall with that amount of water is something like 45 or 50 megawatts at the power head. And folks, it's free. It's as free as the wind, it's as free as the sun, and it's a resource that Colorado has. This is a pretty simple bill, a simple amendment to say yes to, because it puts another alternative source of power in our inventory list. We've done a good job of expanding alternative energies. Granted, we should take credit for that. But don't leave parts of the state out. Don't leave a natural resource that we have, and we have ample supply of. Don't leave it out of the future of Colorado. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Catlin. Representative Valdez-A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to everybody who came up and spoke on behalf of this amendment. We're going to ask for a no, and here's why. We're obviously not anti-hydropower. That is a clean energy source. We did add pumped hydro to our definition of energy resources this year. This is just for the program that allows customers to essentially site their renewable generation off-site. So what we don't want is, because this program is a very small fraction of the total generation that a utility does, we don't want the program to become completely subscribed with one project. That's the reason for the cap. But this does not prevent utility scale, pumped hydro. It doesn't prevent hydro. Just that most hydro is not operated by private entities or private people. So we capped it to ensure that there was enough room in this program to ensure that we could get multiple commercial enterprises subscribed. It doesn't really prevent anything other than capping the size for if I own a factory and I want to build a hydro plant somewhere. The utilities can still do whatever size. They can do pumped hydro. They can do whatever they want. So I'm going to ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Yes, Representative Mobley.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, it doesn't stop new hydro from being developed, but for the purposes of this bill, it limits individual projects that are privately owned from developing big hydro projects and taking away from what other projects can be developed. And to the question of whether it's good or not good for rural Colorado, I do want to just go back to the biomass, and that was at the behest of the co-ops in rural Colorado, because they wanted to make sure that they could continue to do what they've been doing as your utility provider and developing these biomass projects. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate those comments, but it still has a limitation that it isn't going to count if it's a new dam and you want to add your hydro to it. That is in the bill, and that does restrict it. And hydro is a significant part of the hydro electricity that goes across the state. Colorado Springs Utilities takes almost 7% of our power is hydropower. And we had to keep our generation capacity below the 30 megawatts today because of the existing limitation. That's why I have a problem with this. I'm not against any form of energy. I am pro-energy across the board. Biomass is a great idea. I think it's a real gas. But we can't be putting caps on any of these things if our intent is to incentivize greater production of a variety of alternative means. This one issue gets me halfway to support of this bill. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L030? Yes, Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors for clarifying that up. But when you put a cap on limitation, that not only hurts the usage moving forward. So with that, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L030? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L030 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Pico. And Representative Pico, the bad jokes, fines, in the Local Government and Transportation Committee, they are applied to the Committee of the Whole, too.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is a
I'll-
safety
I'll
tip.
point out that those aren't fines. Those are entertainment fees for the end of the...
Okay. Gotcha. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other issue that I have in here, and this is a little bit more technical, and it does come to the heart of what this bill is, and that is the size of how much someone can put on their home, on their private businesses, and how much they're going to be able to take advantage of that through the issue of selling their power back to the utility. This bill, as it is, removes the cap of 120%, increases it to 200%. And that is an issue that has bedeviled every utility across the country, is just how to address that. And what someone does is they sell their power back to the utility, essentially at a wholesale rate. The utility turns around and sells that out at retail, so there's kind of a little bit of a benefit there. But the cap issue comes in because if an individual homeowner or a business or anyone goes way above that, as in this bill to 200%, they are essentially turning themselves into an independent power producer. They're turning themselves into a commercial operation that, quite frankly, if you're going to do that, you ought to come under the Public Utilities Commission and have a little bit of rate regulation. So net metering is an issue that is, as I said, has bedeviled everybody. No one has really come up with the right way to do it, but this is not the right way to do it to increase this thing at whole. And the reason is, and bear with me here as I step through this, when someone sells a whole lot of that power back, they're getting a financial credit against utility, against their bill. And if they have enough of that, they drive their bill not just to zero, but they end up producing a net profit. They're turning themselves into a business. But what that business fails to do then is help pay for that infrastructure that ties all of this together, that ties all of those, their ability to sell their power back, the ability of their neighbors to use it within the local area, and it fundamentally undermines the ability of the utility itself to produce the electric power and distribution system that is critical to making solar actually work. Because solar doesn't work by itself. It only works when the sun's shining, and it peaks in the late afternoon. It doesn't provide power even through the entire day. And the amount of effort that goes into this generates far less power than people realize, and it generates it at a higher cost than people realize it. But it's hidden because we're showing a plus in there. So there's a reason for that cap, and that reason undermines the ability of the power company, as I said, to meet the demands of the customers across their area. Anytime the sun goes down, they have to cover that. And what that does is that shifts the cost of that to everybody else who doesn't have solar. It's a shift of cost, which is significant, and it goes on the backs of the people who don't have the financial means to put solar on their window, on their homes. Essentially, it is charging those who are the most disadvantaged the cost of subsidizing those who put it on there so that those who have the ability to put the solar panels on their roof are able to turn a profit. And that's a significant cost. Every utility has this problem. We've all been struggling and trying to find the right way to balance the fairness, the equity of being able to generate your power, sell it back, as well as the ability and the need for the utility to backfill that solar. That's a significant cost. And when market penetration gets above about 15 to 20% of solar, rooftop solar, utilities start having a significant problem in maintaining the grid, maintaining reliability, and able to meet the demands that come across. The cost shift across just Xcel's area, which we heard in committee, is $70 million across Xcel's footprint in Colorado. That's $70 million that the people who don't have solar on the roof are paying extra into Xcel so that the privileged who can put solar on their roofs have the ability to turn themselves into a competing power supply to the utilities and sell their stuff. That's just not right. It isn't equity. It is not equitable. It isn't fair. It's a cost that impacts everyone who doesn't have that solar. And to that, I move Amendment L033 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and now before us to the amendment. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment does is it deletes the deletion of 120%, removes the 200%, and puts it back, maintains the current cap as it is at 120%. This is an issue that we do need to work on. We do need to come and figure out a way to make this work, and I will pledge to the sponsors that I will work with them on the interim to come up with something that works, that helps support everybody across the grid, whether they have solar on their rooftop or not. It is a difficult situation. One of the issues that people raised is, hey, if you're going to charge me 120% and I go out and buy an electric car or I electrify my house, I'm picking up my load. So what the other thing that this amendment does is it gives the option to use a rolling average based on the most recent available continuous 12-month period for which monthly consumption information is available. So in other words, it allows you to reset this. It allows you to reset and take into account the increased load of electric vehicles, electrification of homes, and so forth. So I think it's a very balanced thing. This gets me the other halfway to supporting this. But again, I'll pledge to work with you, regardless of where we go with this one today, through the interim, to come up with something that works. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L033. Yes, Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just wanted to respond to a few things in there. The way that, so the business case for going above 120% of somebody's actual usage is really not there unless the person has the intention of adding some additional electric thing. As somebody who's, very familiar with these things, we would not probably recommend that unless somebody already had an electric car on order or they were committed to getting one. But we definitely think that folks should have the choice. Now, what the utility does is they essentially give the customer a credit, or they give them a wholesale rate and then sell that power to their neighbors at a retail rate. So the utility profits from the generation of distributed solar by taking the power from a customer who's paid for their own generation asset and selling it to their neighbor at a very marked up rate. So this is good for resiliency. The other thing is, the other way to look at solar is by distributing it throughout the grid, you create resiliency. It doesn't hurt resiliency, it creates resiliency. Because on a hot day like today, it's going to be 87 degrees today. People's air conditioners will be cranking. The central generation facility, the power plant, the further you get from it, the more problems you may have with rolling brownout issues. The more solar systems that are in your neighborhood, the more resiliency you have. So this creates resiliency on our grid, which is antiquated. This also is a good move for the utilities because they do get this distributed generation angle with the free real estate of a customer's roof or a customer's land. And it's also really good because it allows the neighbors of folks who get solar to benefit from knowing that their power is not going to go out when there's a surge in demand on a hot day like today. So the business case for going above 120 is not there for a consumer unless they have something that they already know they're going to bring to the table. What we think is that somebody should be able to factor what those things may be, and they may not be electric vehicles because, like I said, this is about commercial and industrial customers. So you may be a factory and you want to expand. That's what this is for. You want to build on to your operation and you want to generate from renewable sources so you can tell your customers that you're part of the solution and not part of the problem. We are moving very quickly towards an era where we will have advanced storage. We've passed multiple bills this year dealing with advanced storage that will deal with the fact the sun doesn't come up at night. But the other thing is the resiliency factors that are created during the daytime hour where you have the hottest temperatures, the most air conditioners running, they're really undeniable. So I would just ask for a no vote on this amendment. I appreciate the sponsor of the amendment's work on this, but we can continue to have a dialogue, but I don't think this is the way we get there for what we're trying to achieve, and I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I still push that this thing, as it is, already accounts for that issue of expanding your load, because I wrote into this amendment to take a look at that rolling average. So as people add that in there, it picks it up. It picks up and enables them to count that load and reset what that 120% is. Whatever it is, whatever that load is, whether it's expansion of industrial capacity, whether it's electric vehicles or home and so forth. But I want to stress again, what a 200% bump does is it does turn someone into a independent power producer. It does make them a competitor in the electric market, and fundamentally it does undermine the ability of the utility to maintain the infrastructure, to pay for that infrastructure, because now you have someone who, instead of paying into the cost of maintaining all this, now is instead taking that off. To the extent that you take care of your local areas, to extent that's true, except that opens up the whole issue of microgrids, which is a whole other issue that we need to address during the interim. This is, as it's written, is a microgrid without the backup. And that's the key part, is that the ability of the utility to back up the solar is critical to maintaining reliability across the network. And this bill, as it's written, tends to undermine it. Someone wants to increase their load, and someone wants to put additional solar on their roof. At the risk of picking up another entertainment fee, I'd say more power to them. But this amendment addresses those issues. But what was not addressed by the sponsors of the bill is the fact that this does cost shift to those people who are least capable of doing it. It hits to, in Xcel's footprint alone, $70 million bill that everyone else is having to pay to maintain that grid. And again, solar doesn't work unless you've got that grid in place, unless the additional power resources are behind it to keep it powered. Solar doesn't work overnight. It works great today. There's probably a lot of excess power on the network that people are giving away or buying it really cheap. But when the sun goes down, those power plants are what's keeping that grid going. The power plants are what's going to keep someone who has solar on their roof, whether it's in commercial, whether it's industrial, whether it's a home. So people who think they're 100% renewable because they got 120% solar are kidding themselves. They're not. And they're taking money out of the pocket of everyone who can't afford to put solar on their roof. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Thank you. That is another entertainment fee. Representative Wu, join us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And I also urge an aye vote on this amendment. Members, we talk a lot about helping those that need help the most, and that goes across the board here. But what Representative Pico said really struck me. If we're pushing forward on this green agenda and on this particular piece of legislation and not considering the financial effects on everyone in the state, that greatly concerns me. And I think that's a real problem. A lot of us have mentioned we appreciate all of these avenues for energy in our great state, and we know that there are many that we can support and appreciate, but when we consider this and see that people will be financially hurt by this, it just doesn't work for me. The fact is, we talk about health with this green energy. Well, guess what? There's financial health. There's stress caused. And when people are in danger of not being able to pay their bills, they're facing a lot of stress. I don't know if any of us have experienced that. I know I have. And I just can't support the bill, but I will support this amendment. Thank you, Representative Pico. I urge a yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L033 to House Bill or Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the issues that I've got here, as I've said before, I'm all in favor of looking for new forms of energy, whatever they may be. I think this bill has a number of good ideas in it, but one of the things it does is it limits certain technologies. And to that, I move Amendment L029 and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and now before us to the amendment. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of bringing something which is maybe positively radioactive, I'm going to...
Another fee. Please continue.
Pretty good. Okay, what's in the bill specifically exempts nuclear and says you cannot use nuclear as a form of alternative energy. And this is something which is really intriguing. If the whole idea is to expand the alternative sources of energy, particularly that don't involve carbon dioxide, whatever you may think about that, nuclear is something which is, by definition, carbon-free, it's solid, and it keeps going. But there's a lot of new technology. This is a field that is moving all the time, okay? There are new technologies in there. The small modular reactor is something which is a new technology. It provides a much greater degree of safety. And we have taken a look at it. Will it work in Colorado? I kind of have my doubts on that, but it is something that should not be precluded. Up in Wyoming, a new project has just started. It is nuclear. Bill Gates, not exactly a raging conservative, is financing construction of a sodium reactor that uses salt for storage. You know, these technologies are getting there. It is not something necessarily that one of the utilities here may pursue, or certainly not someone putting it in their basement, but it is something that shouldn't be precluded. As I said, as the technologies come together, this is something which is, pardon the expression, approaching critical mass, and I think we ought to take a look at these opportunities, and therefore I ask for an aye vote merely to open up the possibilities.
Thank you. Representative Mobley.
So I'd just like to remind everybody that this is a bill about consumers and customers being able to build their own renewable energy. I do not think that we want individual citizens or businesses to build their own nuclear plants, and I urge an aye vote, a no vote.
Another entertainment fee. Representative Pico, you're starting to rub off. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, there are some pretty interesting new technologies coming up in this field. And while I don't think any of them are ready for prime time today, there is certainly the possibility that this is in the future. And if we're going to look at some major industrial compound, they may well have the ability to use something along this line, either the sodium reactor, which is radioactive free, or some other spin-off of this kind of technology. So if the intent, as stated in this bill, is to encourage alternative forms of energy by consumers, by businesses, by industrial plants. This is not something we should preclude, and I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Baisley to Amendment L029.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm coming by to support this amendment, and specifically because it removes that exclusion of nuclear. And I understand that is not the part of the current bill, but rather this is legacy language in statute. But this would be a great opportunity to remove that language for a couple of reasons. One is the big brother on the block, Xcel Energy, they, of course, are kind of the champions in moving away from fossil fuels, but they say quite openly that we cannot achieve everything that we need in supply of energy unless we harness nuclear energy, nuclear power in the state of Colorado. They must, in order for us to move forward. Second thing to talk about is, I said this probably a year or two ago, but I'll repeat it because I think it bears repeating, that 1 pound of uranium, the power potential in there that can be harnessed in 1 pound of uranium exceeds the entire amount of coal that is stored in the states of Wyoming and Colorado. We could replace all of the energy that we would take from burning coal from all of the coal in the state of Wyoming and the state of Colorado with 1 pound of uranium. That's an amazing thought of harnessing that kind of energy. Further, uranium, which can be weaponized, of course, is not required, not anymore. There are other elements that are safer that cannot be weaponized. So we ought to be encouraging new advances in technology and in building in Colorado to supply our energy needs. So I think it's just removing that word nuclear out of the statute right now as a limitation for recognizing renewable energy it would be a really smart move. So I think it's a genius move on part of Representative Pico, and so I would encourage us to vote yes on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L029. Representative Hortorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues. I know you're surprised to see me up here so early. Years ago, I had the privilege as a college student up at Fort Collins, Colorado State University, great institution of higher learning, of taking a nuclear physics class. I know, what would some cowpoke be doing taking a nuclear physics class? Well, that's back when I was studying mechanical engineering. And my advisor suggested, because I'd been ahead of my curriculum, trying to be an overachiever, that I should take some graduate classes. Not understanding the importance of free time and enjoying your college experience, I jumped right in. Well, I will tell you, what I learned about nuclear energy in that class was fascinating. Shortly after that, I was offered an opportunity to go to the Navy and become a nuclear engineer. An opportunity that I passed on, but would have changed my trajectory in life. It made me join the service ranks of my colleague here who was offered this amendment in the Navy. I will tell you, nuclear engineering in the last 20 or 30 years has moved in a very positive trajectory. As a matter of fact, right now as I speak, and I've actually seen these, I've been in the South Pacific. I think the island is Guam, and it is a place where nuclear submarines go in to refuel and refurbish and resupply. Now, they don't do it without a great deal of secrecy and security. But I've had the privilege of seeing one of those nuclear submarines so close I could reach out and touch it like my colleagues in the back row as it slipped in. In fact, I don't even think we were supposed to be there. In fact, I know we weren't. But so goes the story of my life, places I'm not supposed to be. But my point I'm trying to make is nuclear energy. The capabilities of nuclear energy in our society, in our world, to meet the future energy needs are enormous. And we continue to overlook the value of nuclear energy. We continue to overlook the investment and the technological advancements in nuclear energy. Now, if you think about all those submarines that have been traveling the high seas all over the world on their 72-day deployments, correct me if I'm wrong, how many days? I mean, one time before they get to sea air. Way more than that, says my naval veteran. In the safety of that technology in our nuclear submarine fleet, if you want to know the truth, that technology can be exported. It's one that has not been exported for many archaic and aging political reasons, in my humble opinion. But this particular amendment, getting back to the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I know you want me to go there. Talks about nuclear and substituting that energy source into this type of legislation. It actually has a place in our world and has a place in our society, and maybe this is a start. So I'm encouraged by the amendment that's presented here. I'm excited about the discussion. I think it should not be. We should not turn away from this discussion because it does have a place in our future in the next several decades that can meet the energy needs of the future. So I encourage support and ask for support on this amendment and support for my good colleague here from the Navy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L029? Yes, Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to wrap this little bit up. I've been on a lot of those ships, and I've been underway on nuclear power, including a couple of those small boats. Some of those plants were pretty small. You know, it powered a vessel that only had 150 people on it. So these are not necessarily big, and the power plants that are used aboard the submarines form the core of what is currently called small modular reactor. New versions, new ideas that are being put out there, small ones that would fit in industrial application. So let's not sink this option. Let's keep it open.
Another fee. Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L029? Seeing none, the question before us, adoption of Amendment L029 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Thank you. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Didn't like that explosive issue. We do have one more that I'd like to talk about. One of the issues that comes up repeatedly is the social cost of carbon, which is charged to the PUC to factor in, and I think it applies in here because one of the issues that you've got in here is whether or not any of this stuff is actually cost effective. They keep talking about the social cost of carbon, and that is an artificial construct based on a couple of studies that are of questionable validity, and they range a very large range, from very little to very lot. And Colorado picked the $41 per ton of carbon That escalated within the previous legislation of 46, and in legislation passed this year, which I did not vote for, kicked that up to 82. What that doesn't account for is the social cost of renewables, and that's a pretty significant cost because green energy isn't very green, it isn't free, it isn't low cost. There are significant costs associated with it. And to that, I move Amendment L035 and ask that it be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved and now before us to the amendment. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Social cost of renewables is considerable. And it's a subject that people really kind of avoid. They want to cost out what a carbon is, and that's highly questionable is exactly if they got those numbers right. But they totally ignore the other side of that equation. And in any decision, in any sort of investment, whatever it is, you need to have a cost benefit and you need to count the costs of both sides of the equation. And this opens the door to doing that. We're going to talk about the social cost of renewable, inclusive costs of the extraction and mining of rare earth metals. And rare earth metals are toxic and they're found in very few places and a very significant cost in the mining, the extraction, the processing, and the transportation. The manufacture of renewable energy components, the manufacture of solar panels, manufacture of the components for wind turbines that take the rare earth metals. And let me emphasize that the term rare in rare earth metals, it's a very limited supply. They're not unlimited, and the supply chain for supplying all the different so-called renewable energy sources that are dependent upon that are limited. They're already hitting the max already. There's no way they're going to be able to hit the target that are laid out in the Colorado's plan, much less the countries or much less the world. The transportation of those components and equipment, much of which uses fossil fuel to transport that and uses fossil fuel energy to manufacture the components. But we don't count that. We don't count any of that. What these costs are assumed to be is zero, and they're not. They're significant. Here's a big one. The dispatchable energy needed to manufacture and transport components and to back up renewable energy resources when the wind is not blowing and the sun is not shining. And that is a huge factor that people do not count. An awful lot of companies that think they've gone 100% renewable when they, per the earlier discussion, when they generate 120% of their load, they think they're 100% renewable. They're not. They're heavily dependent upon the generation of conventional power from whatever source that is, which today includes oil, gas, coal, hydropower, and nuclear. They're dependent upon the grid to keep the power on and the lights on. And we don't count any of that for renewables, and we absolutely should. If you're going to count social cost of carbon for generation of power, you need to count the social cost of carbon that backs up the renewable power. Because that's not free. It's there. It is the recycling and disposal requirements for the replacement of wind farm and solar farm facilities. These turbines wear out after about 30 years. That's the life expectancy of the average solar panel, the average wind farm. You put in 2 natural gas powered turbines and they'll last for 60 years with the appropriate maintenance. 2. In order to replace those power with wind farms and solar panels, you're putting thousands of turbines out there that will last 30 years. And they have to be then recycled, and those costs are not counted before. So here, hey, we need to take that. We need to take what that is. And the impact on our landfills is pretty significant because, again, a lot of these components aren't recyclable. They're toxic to the environment, so they're not exactly green at all. Count in here the loss of the United States and Colorado energy independence. Right now, Colorado is energy independent. We are a net producer of energy in Colorado. And yet, under the so-called renewable issue, we are destroying that industry. We're destroying the oil and gas industry. Mr. Chair, can I have a little bit of silence?
Sure. Members, please take your conversation off to the side. We're still on debate in the well on second reading. Thank you very much. Representative Peacock.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chair.
continue.
So we are, with a stroke of a couple of pens, eliminating the loss of energy independence by the United States and by Colorado. So Colorado is turning from a net producer of energy to an importer. An awful lot of that is off the coast, off overseas. The low-wage labor used in other countries to manufacture renewable energy components. When you get down around some of those countries, they're actually employing slave labor to generate some of the components. Let me go back to the net power, the amount of power produced by renewables versus the power that is required to back them up. There's a difference between nameplate power, which is the power that sits on the plate on the side of the component that says, hey, this unit generates so much megawatt of power, so many kilowatts, as opposed to how much it will actually produce. A solar panel only produces when the sun's shining, and even then only produces during a few hours of the day, in the late afternoon and early evening, and the generation of a solar panel does not match the load requirements of people coming home and turning on air conditioning. And you certainly won't charge your electric vehicle overnight. What does that? Well, wind power. Wind power only works when the wind's blowing, and that's primarily at night and not all the night. So what fills the gap? Batteries will never do it. They simply don't have the manufacturing capacity to build that many batteries and put that out there. One study took a look at what Xcel Energy would have to produce just to cover one state within Xcel's footprint. And that would exceed more than 3 times the expected battery capacity in 2030 for the entire country. You simply can't do it. It can't get there. Batteries installation will hold a charge for 4 hours on discharge, so you got to have a whole bank of them. If you're going to put a 100 megawatt load, well, we'll put it down, 100 kilowatts. You put 100 kilowatts and say, I have to meet that load. And I gave this task to our utility planners. We put out an RFP for renewable energy. We got the bids back, so we got some real numbers about what they could do and what that cost was. And I gave our planning staff the task, take these and figure out how you would maintain a 100 kilowatt load for 24 hours and maintain that for a 3-day period. And they couldn't do it. They flat couldn't do it unless you got to about $1,000 per kilowatt hour. And that's pretty significant cost. It's $22 per megawatt hour for our average fossil fuel powered plants, $1,000 per megawatt hour for renewable energy. And that's because you have to have multiple installations. You can't just put out, if you're going to meet a 100 kilowatt load, you can't put out a field of 100 kilowatts. You have to put out multiple fields, widely dispersed, and you have to build the transmission to get that power from where it is generated to where it's going to be used. Wind farms, same thing. So by the time you figure that out, and by the time you put those renewable assets in place, you are overbuilding the grid by more than a factor of 8, plus the transmission lines, in order to be able to meet your minimal load. That's real. This is real engineering. This is not fantasy. This is real engineering. So I propose that we take that all into account. And when you're doing a cost-benefit analysis between alternative forms of energy, that you take into account all these costs and start doing something that is fair, equitable, that will give you an actual number. Because make no mistake, we are seeing skyrocketing energy prices the more people go down that renewable path and decrease reliability. California's rates are approaching double ours in Colorado. and they have rolling blackouts, and we are generating the power in Colorado to backfill the gaps in California. And this bill, and this amendment sets that cost at $82 per megawatt hour, which is somewhat arbitrary, but it's a start. So I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Mobley? No? Okay. Yes. Representative Hotorf to Amendment L035.
Well, thank you to the bill sponsors for their generosity and courteousness and allowing me to go before them, although I offered. For the record, I want to just highlight how my colleague from El Paso County is extremely knowledgeable and well studied on the engineering aspects of renewable energy. And the amendments that he brings forth are very well thought out. And they take into account some things that we continue to overlook as we march towards the renewable energy goals and dreams of some of the leaders in this state who are promoting this at a hyper-accelerated rate. This particular amendment brings up some very important things. As we know and have read in recent reports, many of these rare earth metals are mined all over the world. In fact, some of them come from Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. They are mined, and the individuals that mine these rare earth metals have some of the worst working conditions in the world. I know that's something we don't want to talk about as we work on renewable energy. But it's true. Now, those particular rare earth metals have to be transferred across the world to a place most of you have heard called China. Wait a minute, that's on the other side of the world. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am. And they are used there to build and manufacture much of the equipment that we use to recover these renewable energies and actually put them into use, as this bill talks about. And as one of the prime co-sponsors said, that Boulder wants this. This came from Boulder. The genesis of this is Boulder working with Xcel to try to get this energy on their rooftops. So what is the cost of mining the rare earth metals and then transfer them to another part of the world to have them manufactured? And then, wait, there's more, Colorado. There's more, colleagues. Then we have to transfer that across the world yet again to the point of sale, POS, point of sale. And all that is done by traditional energy. I would almost bet that the cost to get that in your home, Boulder, Colorado, that the carbon footprint that creates for those of us that promote net carbon zero and reducing carbon emissions, even though we fly our jets across the world and blow carbon into the air as we do that, at exceptionally high rates, which is all discounted because we don't want to talk about that, really needs to be considered. And I think this amendment actually does exactly what I say. You've got to think about what it costs to get that where you want it to do what you think you want to do. And oftentimes people don't want to talk about the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. They just want to just look at it and be proud of what they see right out their window. So I will tell you, I really like, there's about 4 points I want to highlight on this amendment. And I really like the forethought that my colleague from El Paso County brings today. He is so well studied and well versed, much more so than myself. That might have something to do with him serving in the Navy and me serving in the Army. I don't know. But extraction. What's the cost of extraction? I talked a little bit about that, and nobody can refute what I've said. And if you can, I welcome the conversation. The manufacture of removable components and where that happens. I don't think I misrepresented that either. Not in all cases, but the majority of it comes from that place. In fact, they're leading the world right now. And how do they build them? With traditional energy. And they're building more traditional energy than any country in the world right now. So they can provide us with our renewable energy and make a lot of money doing it, by the way. I talked about the transportation. Worldwide transportation, hardly net carbon zero. And there's just a couple more points here. And the last part of that. So, you know, I have people out in eastern Colorado that actually work in the wind energy business. And they tell me a lot of times they have a rating of 20, 25 years on these wind towers. Well, guess what? They don't last that long. Here's the dirty little secret that most people don't want to talk about. Sometimes those blades have to be replaced after 8 to 10 years. They're inspected, and they just don't last near as long as they were advertised to last, and then they have to be replaced. And those big old blades, where do they go? Well, they go into landfills, and they'll last for 1 million years. Hundreds and thousands of these blades as we move towards our idealistic renewable energy dream has a part of that dream that will become a nightmare. And I'm going to talk about the nightmare in a minute. I haven't even got to that yet. We are going to bury, perhaps recycle if we can, but I don't know if the technology is even there or cost effective. We are going to, let me talk in proper English, even though I want to go back home and talk my cowboy talk. Told I can't do that up here, gets me in trouble. So, we are going to bury, as we try to reclaim the reclamation side of the green energy movement, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of blades somewhere in this country. Currently. So if you think you're going to get 25 or 30 years out of that stuff, well, guess what? The warranty isn't near as good as advertised. I bet you've never seen that in your life. Here's another problem. Batteries. We talk about this extended storage technology. How many of you all drove here in a car that had a battery? How many of you all had to replace that battery after about 3 to 5 years because it just didn't last that long? You know, some of you might not go to some of the places I go to buy batteries. But I'll tell you, batteries don't last forever. They're full of chemicals, electrodes, even rare earth metals. Not sure where they were mined from, but they were mined somewhere. For those of you who don't like mining, want to get rid of mining, well, it's a little hypocritical when we talk about mining and mining being bad, but then we're going to have to mine rare earth metals for renewable energy. So we're still in the mining enterprise, just in a different way for a different particular rare earth metal or energy source. Now, the real problem is these batteries. How do you dispose of these batteries? Where do they go? Are they toxic? Are they hazardous to the environment? And I'm not saying this to be mean-spirited. I'm just saying this because this is a reality we got to face, ladies and gentlemen. We want to travel down this highway. We want to run as fast as we can to get to the finish line. We better talk about what happens when we get across that finish line and then look around and see what's there. And the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. What are we doing with all these batteries? Where do they go? Do they get refurbished? Do they get reconditioned? What's the reclamation process? And what are the hazards to the environment? Or do we do like some people do and load them up on some containers and put them on a ship and head to a third world country to contaminate their backyard? Because that's happened before too. In fact, some of us know stories about how we'll take something, bring it over here from the continent of Africa, but then it'll go right back over there after we're done with it. Won't talk about the computer chip and the computer about 5-10 years ago, the computer situation that happened. Many of you might remember that. That was a sad story that I read in the Wall Street Journal. So, my point is this. This particular amendment is important. The conversation is important. The realities of the renewable industry are important. Now, this might not be the right place. Nothing against the bill sponsors. This might not be the right place for that amendment. But I'll tell you, the conversation is so important. And we cannot turn our heads away from it. I've got friends of mine that work out in wind energy. They're saying they're pulling blades off after about 8 or 10 years. I'd have to go through entire farms, pull motors, pull blades, retrofit towers to get them up to capacity and to quality standards. And that is a huge expense and a huge effort and a cost that nobody, oh, thank you, ma'am. I do lose track from time to time, Madam Majority Leader. So I'm going to have to leave you. I didn't get the yellow slip from my leadership, but I got another signal from the majority leadership. So thank you for your time. Thank you, bill sponsors, and I welcome this conversation later.
Thank you, Representative Mobley.
I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L035? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L035 to Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 261? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I agree with a lot of the intent that's behind this bill, I think those issues were pretty important, and I ask for an all vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment or of Senate Bill 261. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 261 is adopted. Now, Mr. Negorio, we're going to go back to Senate Bill 76.
Senate Bill 76 by Senators Scott and Bridges, also Representatives Valdez A. and Larson, concerning the funding of a system for electronic transactions made by third-party providers related to the regulation of vehicles and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 76 in the committee reports.
There are no committee reports to the bill.
How about that? It's a great bill. It essentially will allow dealers voluntarily to adopt a system where they can do your license plates electronically as opposed to having to go to the DMV. It'll save people time. It'll ensure the state collects more revenue quicker. It's very simple and would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my illustrious co-prime. So, exactly, this is actually a bill, the underlying legislation was passed in 2017, I believe, but essentially this will allow you to skip the step of going to the DMV now. If a auto dealer that you purchased a car from chooses to participate in the program and you choose to as well, you can go in, handle your registration right there at the point of sale, pay your fees up front, indeed even get financing for it, and then you will get your license plate mailed to you rather than having to go to your DMV. So it is a great bill, and I encourage a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 76? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 76. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Senate Bill 76 is adopted. Ms. Ngoro, please read the title to Senate Bill 232.
Senate Bill 232 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Kipp and Byrd, concerning an appropriation to the Department of Higher Education for the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship Initiative's Displaced Workers Grant.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. I am looking for my co-prime, who I'm sure is very close by. But at any rate, we are bringing to you today a bill which is one
Please
of our...
move the bill and the committee report first.
Oh, I am so sorry. Thank you.
That's okay.
I move 230, SB 21-232 and the committee report, and I do have an amendment to the committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you.
Hold on just a second. Okay. Okay. Please move the amendment, Representative Kipp.
Thank you. I move L004 to the Appropriations Committee report.
The amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Representative Kipp.
So basically what happened is there was an incorrect date in the committee report because things have been moving so quickly through the legislature, and we thought it would be best to get it fixed now rather than have it wrong. Yeah, don't move it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Kipp.
Yes, so what we did in the Appropriations Committee is we basically have been working on figuring out how the money would be moving around, and we put in a legislative declaration and some other amendments so that the money will be coming more from the federal stimulus than the state money.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 232. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I am so proud to offer Senate Bill 232 for your consideration and support. The bill makes a $15 million appropriation to the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship Initiative to the Displaced Workers Grant per the Colorado Recovery Plan. The purpose of the grant is to provide scholarships and wraparound support to individuals who lost employment or who had a significant reduction in hours due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The grant will allow them to finish their degree or reskill and upskill and get back to work. The investment will also include infrastructure dollars to scale high-impact programs. I hope you can support it.
Thank you. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know what? This is an excellent bill because what this bill is really doing is that it will be upskilling our workforce so that we can put people back to work in a better and stronger way. Let me tell you a little bit about COSI, which the Displaced Workers Grant is under. COSI stands for the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship Initiative, and that initiative leverages public and private dollars in order to make the best investments to help kids and young people and, well, really anybody get through school. So what we are trying to do here is leverage the existing Displaced Workers Grant that they've already started using during the pandemic to get people back to work. The COSI is an incredibly efficient program in that it tends to have I believe it's an 86% effectiveness rate, and I might be actually lowballing that now that I think about it, an 86, but it might be like 97%. Anyway, it's a really excellent effectiveness rate, so I really encourage you to support this program.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just say, really, members, there is no better investment than an investment in the people and their skills in our state, so I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Further discussion. Yes, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question has to do with how will 232 interact with 1330? we heard that bill the other night in committee, and it's a big, cozy bill also.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Representative Pelton. That's a great question. So COSI is sort of an umbrella, and then this is one of the programs under COSI. So they're actually trying to target different people. This bill is more targeting people who are basically within 2 years of getting a degree or some kind of certification to get them back to work. Whereas I believe the other bill was the McCluskey bill, as I recall, and that one is more targeted more generally to ensuring kids can continue their education, right? Some kids might have had to drop out during the pandemic, et cetera, and so getting kids back into school and through their degrees that way. So there are two different ways of going at it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 232? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 232. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 232 is adopted. Ms. Nagoro, we are back now to Senate Bill 175.
Senate Bill 175 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Gonzalez, also Representatives Caraveo and Kennedy, concerning the Colorado Prescription Drug Affordability Review Board and in connection therewith directing the board to review the affordability of certain drugs and establish upper payment limits for certain drugs, prohibiting certain entities from purchasing or reimbursing for any drug or disbursement in the state at an amount that exceeds the upper payment limit established for the prescription drug, establishing penalties for violations and making appropriation.
Well done. Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 175 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we appropriated $731,000 to the Division of Insurance for the purpose of administering the board. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 175. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, my co-prime sponsor, who is unfortunately at the moment in a conference committee, has authorized me to get started on this bill without her, but we're both very excited to bring this bill forward today. I think we've all heard from our constituents about how challenging it is to afford prescription drugs, particularly some of the high-cost drugs that are the rarer, more unique conditions that people deal with, but also day-to-day drugs, where we hear stories about people struggling to decide whether they're going to pay for their drugs versus pay their rent versus pay for their groceries. Representative Caraveo and I believe that this bill is an incredibly important step to try to bring down that high cost by expecting more transparency, establishing a board that will be able to review the data, and this is a board that will be comprised of experts who really know what they're talking about in both prescription drug, clinical practice, as well as pricing, and will be able to assess whether these drugs are affordable or not. And if they find that those drugs are not affordable, this bill authorizes these boards to set an upper payment limit on the drug, meaning that no purchaser in Colorado will have to pay higher than a certain amount for these prescription drugs. And we will make sure that all these savings get passed along to our constituents who've been expressing their concerns about this. There are a lot of details in the bill. The minority leader and I have had many, many conversations and have negotiated some amendments that I'm excited to let him come up and offer.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, very much. Folks, if you take the time to kind of distill down all the conversations that we have had this year, we have talked about a lot of governmental control of our lives. Whether or not you think that's a good idea or not, I can tell you that my perspective is that I'm here as the watchdog of the people of Colorado. I'm here to watch over a government and a system that we ought to keep close tabs on. And when I first looked at this, I first said, no, it's an upper payment limit. What does an upper payment limit mean? When we're talking about people who need drugs, it means price setting. How many people in here know what the term price setting means? I think you all do. It means that government is going to say, this is all we do. But most of us in here, and of course we have different days in the chamber. A couple years ago we had the nonprofit day, and I remember welcoming them from the for-profit side of the chamber. But we all know that what we really need to do is work within the rational market that says this is what it costs to produce a lot of these drugs. This is what it costs to a patient or an insurance company or on a plan, at a negotiated rate to get the medication that people need. And to be very honest, I think that that's my biggest ethic here, is to make sure that whatever we do not have patients forego the treatment that they need because of a bureaucratic hurdle. And that's, of course, the concern anytime that you have government inserting itself into the market, is that what you are creating is a potential bureaucratic hurdle to patients or people getting what they need. So I appreciate the fact that Rep. Kennedy has been willing to talk about the things that really, when we get down to it, start to bring in some of that discussion about how do you arrive at a decision with the best information possible, the best information you can have to try to construct the conversation about how do we make sure no one forgoes the medicine they need, and we have a conversation about what the actual cost is. So with that in mind, I would offer and move Amendment L158 to Senate Bill 175 and ask that it be displayed. You have your copy? Okay.
L158 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Folks, what this does, and if you read it, what it says is you will not make a decision until you have received input, and there's a whole list of the input that we expect to receive. This input, I think, is the most important thing to include in considerations here. It says you will get input from patients and caregivers affected by the condition or disease that is treated by the prescription drug that is under review by the board. And you will also get input from individuals who possess scientific or medical training with respect to a condition or disease treated by the prescription drug that's under review by the board. Folks, what you want to do is hear from the patients. You want to hear from them to say, what is it that you need? What is it about this drug that gives you better quality of life, that gives you more longevity, gives you a better chance at beating whatever it is that you're fighting? And you want to hear from the doctors. You want to hear from the hospitals. You want to hear from the people who are there to save your life. So, folks, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment as well. I think it was our intention all along that the board have all the information at their disposal before making these decisions. What Representative McKean is proposing makes that more explicit and ensures that this critical information from patients, caregivers, and other medical experts is included in the conversation. So I hope you all support this amendment.
Any further discussion on L158? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L158. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. You know what? The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve here with you.
And with you.
Folks, this also gets to the second piece of what I was talking about, which is the practicality of what we do. The practicality of what we do here in talking about the process by which an agency, a Title I board, goes through to figure this out. You know, when I first looked at this bill, my biggest concern truly was that what we're doing is price setting, and we're doing it in a vacuum. And so the First Amendment was to say, don't do it in a vacuum. There was a lot of input, but at the same time, it's a Title I board. So therefore, it's going to be meetings. It's going to be a lot of authority put there. And so how much authority you put there, and how much does that authority control the output? What I was concerned about was that it was all input, all information coming in. And I didn't see where there was information being sought going out, which means, can we meet the price? Can there be any negotiation about what the price is from the manufacturer or the supplier back to the people who need it? And is the upper payment limit reasonable? And that requires a conversation. Folks, I move Amendment L170 to Senate Bill 175 and ask it be displayed.
Shit, that's the wrong one.
Oh.
That's the one I gave you.
Stand by. I withdraw that amendment.
Which one is it? 170 was the one that had my name on it that still had to take reasonable steps. Oh, yeah, I'm terribly sorry.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Just kidding, we're going to move it?
So just kidding. So I do move Amendment L170 and ask for it to be displayed.
L170 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Folks, let's just walk through this because, again, this is to get information to this board and require that the board actually inquire out from its deliberations about that upper payment limit back out to the manufacturers. This says, for any upper payment limit established by the board pursuant to this section, the board shall A, inquire of manufacturers of the prescription drug as to whether each such manufacturer is able to make the prescription drug available for sale in the state and request the rationale for the manufacturer's response. B, it says submit annually to the Health and Human Services Committee of the Senate and the Health Insurance Committees of the House of Representatives or to any successor committee the response of each manufacturer to the inquiry described in subsection 10A. So folks, this gives us skin in the game. It does more than just the SMART Act hearings. What it does is it says they're going to tell us the result of their inquiry. That gives us the ability to say, look, we see transparently what's going on. We see what this process was meant to engage in, and we have the ability to have that assurance as the watchdogs that it's going well.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also ask for an aye vote on this amendment. I really appreciate the Minority Leader working with me on crafting this. I think that this is not exactly my ideal version of what we would put in the bill, but I think that I can live with it and appreciate that the Minority Leader operated in good faith in working with me on crafting this amendment. So please vote yes.
Any further discussion on L170? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L170. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L170 is adopted. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I think part of where we come on this bill and kind of on the process is this has been an item of a lot of discussion. And in recent days, there's been more discussion than we've heard before. Out of the state of Oregon, which established upper payment limits for drugs in Oregon, they've had to go back and say this isn't really working. We're going to have to figure this out in a better way. And I won't go into all the details because I think that one of the things it says is this has to be carefully crafted. And often it's not going to work well if it comes as the heavy hand of saying this is the payment limit we establish and that's what you've got to meet. Folks, Canada right now is having a difficult time getting COVID vaccine because they set an upper payment limit that was so low that vaccine manufacturers think that, this is just not going to possibly let us stay in business if we have to supply a whole nation at vaccines at this price. It sounds like that should be something that we're outraged by, but really that's the case. If what we want is the innovation that we just saw in developing a COVID vaccine in record time, in record availability, in record numbers, and being able to do this, it takes partners in that system. Partners in that system cannot do it on a song and a prayer. Partners in that system have to do it so they can pay their overhead, their employees, all of their research costs, all of the billions of dollars usually for the amount of drugs they have in their system to come to market. And we think about that in terms of, well, gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could just get it cheaper? Yes, of course it would. But it really doesn't work like that every time. And so a lot of the concern, a lot of the, I don't know if you'd say guardrails around this to me are how do we do it best so that we honor the commitments and the investments of all the people in this game. And to that point, I'd like to read a letter because one of the things that we all get are our constituent emails and letters. And this one came actually from to Representative Caraveo and Representative Kennedy, but it said, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on Senate Bill 21-175. On behalf of Colorado seniors and patients, particularly those in Aurora, I'm asking you to vote no. It's safe to say the pandemic has impacted all of our lives. For over a year now, most of us have not seen loved ones, eaten at our favorite restaurants, or even left the house at all, afraid of contracting a deadly virus. But the last couple of weeks has given me hope. After only a year, pharmaceutical researchers and scientists were able to develop multiple COVID-19 vaccines that have helped put us on the road to recovery. I recently drove over 80 miles to get my shots, and I would do it again, as there is no more important thing that one can do today to protect themselves and others from the virus. I feel fortunate to now be fully vaccinated, as you all should, considering members of the legislature were among the first in Colorado to have access to the vaccine. In order to be prepared to combat the next pandemic, we have to remember that this incredible medical feat was made possible because the framework and resources were already in place. Our biopharmaceutical companies were successful because our market-based system has incentivized significant investment in research and new technology over decades. A bill like Senate Bill 21-175 would create a prescription drug affordability review board, is exactly the type of action that would slow medical advancement and investment. At this time, when cures and treatments are more important than ever, we can't afford any more roadblocks. And we certainly shouldn't be regulating the very industry that has afforded us all a chance at normalcy. On behalf of millions of patients and seniors in Colorado, I ask you to vote against Senate Bill 21-175. Folks, what we're talking about here is the fact that truly we have people who know the value of what this medicine brings them. They know the value of what it takes to produce this miracle that we have all watched in the last few months. What I would suggest is that as we consider this, we consider what that investment looks like, we consider what it is that we're trying to do. Are we trying to make sure that drugs are more affordable and more available? Then that requires compromise. If we're trying to make sure that they are ultimately at a cost that is what we set and we don't worry about availability, we'll lose some access. And if we want to make sure that we honor everything we can do to make sure that we get every single drug in this state, then likelihood is we get fewer of those. Representative Mulliken, can you hand me that little packet of papers right there? Aren't you the best? Thank you very much. So here is one of the things that I think is kind of fascinating when we talk about this, because what we're really talking about is the market as a whole. And when we talk about the market as a whole, I think that we lose sight that we have very, very different medical delivery in the state. And because we have that very different medical delivery, I move Amendment L111 to Senate Bill 175 and ask for it to be displayed. Oh, here, you can both have it.
L111 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So folks, this goes to that point, that if what we're going to do is we're going to say we're going to try this path out, then maybe what we should do, as you see in the amendment, is limit it to state agencies. Limit this plan, limit this affordability board to only the state agencies so that we can maintain control over this process at the state level. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I appreciate the concerns that are being expressed here, we believe that all of our constituents deserve to benefit from these cost savings, not just those who are publicly employed or on Medicaid.
Minority, nope. Okay, any further discussion on L111? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L111. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes clearly have it. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was some question to me, is it volume or number that we're going by here? There you go, whatever it might be. So I would care to read another letter from a constituent, this time right here around the Capitol. The letter says, I understand that the Health and Insurance Committee is reviewing Senate Bill 21-175, a bill establishing a prescription drug affordability review board. I write to you and members of your committee today to vote against this proposal. I have been in remission for 6 years after a hard-fought battle with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. During my fight, I had access to both great doctors and cutting-edge medications, which is what ultimately saved my life. I am concerned that the establishment of a prescription drug affordability review board could mean politicians, not doctors, are deciding what medication or treatment options should be offered to patients. Cancer is a terrifying time in anyone's life, but having a quality team of medical professionals lay out a customized treatment plan for you can ease some of the anxiety. The last thing I want is for anyone battling cancer to not have access to the same medications I did, and it is up to leaders like you to make sure that doesn't happen. On behalf of cancer patients and survivors everywhere, I urge you to vote against Senate Bill 21-175. And they thank us for our time. Folks, this is one of the concerns, right? We're talking about a relatively small group of drugs, a small group of drugs that cost a lot, partly because of the amount of research. And we all know that right now the amount of research in lymphoma and cancer is sort of at the peak of what we've seen in recent years. And that's actually really important, because what we need is that level of research. We need that level of field trials and patient trials. We need all of that to make sure that the pipeline of life-saving drugs never shuts down. To that end, I move Amendment L134 to Senate Bill 175, and I ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, L134 has been moved and displayed. Before you proceed, members, can you please take your conversations? Members, it's a little loud. If you could please take your conversations off to the side. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Lundin, this means you. Folks, a letter to this effect as you view this particular amendment. And it's from the Rocky Mountain Oncology Society. And it says, on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Oncology Society and the undersigned organizations, we ask you to exempt all medications used to treat cancer, including side effects caused by cancer, from the Drug Affordability Review Board's ability to establish an upper payment limit for particular drugs. While we share the overall goal of lowering the cost of prescription medications in our state, we are quite concerned that as the bill is currently written, an unintended consequence would be to limit cancer patients' access to life-saving, life-prolonging cancer medications. As you know, most cancer treatments currently in use are extremely effective, but also extremely expensive. Furthermore, there are typically no low-cost generic equivalents that exist for most cancer medications. Setting an upper payment limit for prescription medications will effectively make them unavailable to patients. We urge you to amend the bill to exempt cancer drugs from the board's authority to set an upper payment limit. With the removal of this provision, the legislation will still allow for an analysis of high-cost drugs and allow for the identification of data to support prescribing and coverage decisions within Colorado's health system. Folks, I won't read the rest of the letter. This is the goal, as I think we all should have, of creating a system by which we recognize where the pieces that don't really fit are, where the things are that we really need to take a better look at, and maybe exempt them and still do the research, do the things that we need to do, but exempt them from an upper payment limit that may make them unavailable here in the state. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative McKean, and I apologize for my absence during a conference committee. As you said so well, these medications that treat cancer are extremely effective, but also extremely expensive. And in committee, we heard from several patients who talked about how these medications had saved their lives, but they were bankrupt as a result. And so we think that when you're undergoing cancer treatment, you should be able to survive financially as well. So we ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L134? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L134. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. More noes than ayes. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I could barely hear the testimony and the comments by one of the bill sponsors. Could we quiet things down?
I will make another attempt. Okay, thanks. That was at the request of the Majority Leader. If everyone could please take the conversations off to the side. It's hard to hear things in the well. Thanks, everyone. Minority Leader McKean, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that very much. As we go through this, you know, we're kind of working through what it is that can make a bill like this work in an intended way rather than an unintended way. The unintended consequence here, I believe, is that what we do is we create a sort of a donut hole in the United States. And Colorado becomes the middle of that donut that they say, you know what? If this upper payment limit just does not compensate for all of the research costs and all of the FDA costs and everything else, we might not be able to sell our drug there. And that does bad things for us, right? Because then we cannot get cutting edge treatment for ourselves. I asked before if we could just exempt everyone but state agencies and just rely on them. And if we can't do that in toto, then how about we do that in part? So I move Amendment L110 to Senate Bill 175 and ask for it to be displayed. It's just a 3-year. Kansas.
Okay, L110 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
So again, we're back to state agencies, partly because we've been talking about this all year with the public option, with the number of Medicaid claims that we have in the state. Why not start there? Start there where we already have a system where the payment process is here. And so this would actually just make it a 3-year prescription for state agencies, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we think that this bill should really apply to all consumers of prescription drugs in Colorado. We ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L110? Seeing none, the question Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote.
Now, is there any further discussion on L110?
Energetic.
Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L110. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So again, one of the things that we stand here and talk about is how is it that we go about this process? How is it that we take a look at what we can possibly, what is it that we can possibly do? And what can we do, especially when we talk about organizations in the state that have very, very specific doctors, very specific patients. And I think that's what I heard in testimony in committee, was how absolutely necessary it is to consider the first-class medical care we get here in the state, and to be very honest, what it takes to keep first-class medical care in the state. Folks, I'm going to tell you a little story because you've heard a little bit of this, but there's a lot around this story. My first daughter was born with hypoplastic left heart syndrome. You know this. During the time that she was in the hospital, in the 5 days she was alive, we operated in shifts to go see her, and sometimes those shifts were late at night. And late at night, while she is sleeping and I'm listening to all the machines in the NICU, and if you guys have never been in a neonatal ICU, number one, I hope you never have to go there. But I can tell you that I hope you do go there. I hope you get to see the littlest kids who are just fighting to grow their kidneys and their livers, fighting to stay alive. Because that's where the most amazing medical care in the world is centered, right there. And I'm sitting in the waiting room one night, and there's a couple there from Alabama, and we were in Michigan, in Ann Arbor. The couple that came and were sitting there next to me sort of showed up about 1:30 in the morning. And as we sat there and we started talking, I said, "What are you here for?" And they said, "We don't know." They said, "We gave birth to our son about 10 hours ago. And they said something happened. They said what it was, but we don't know what that is. And they said, we need to get you to Ann Arbor." So they chartered them a Learjet, and they flew them from Alabama to Ann Arbor. They didn't know why they were there. They knew that they had to get there to save the life of their child. They did not know what it was they were there to do yet. They had just given birth to their baby. And in the matter of hours, they were put on a Learjet and they were flown to Michigan, because that's where the best care was for their kid. Folks, we have the best care for kids in Colorado. We have the best care for some of the most specific and rare diseases you've ever seen. We have it right here. We have it right here because physicians are here to do the job that they know they can do, who have the therapeutic treatments here to do the job they know they need to do. And the danger, and I offer this to the sponsors, and we've talked about it in committee, and we'll wrestle with it, and I don't mind wrestling with it. The thing that we're wrestling with is if we create an upper payment limit for some of these drugs, and it requires or states that we're not going to pay more than this, and therefore we say, well, you either give it to us at that price or we don't want it, then some of those therapeutic medicines may not come to this state. And that means those doctors will leave because they are dedicated to treating their patients. You have doctors here at Children's Hospital who literally are here because there are patients here who need to see them. And they have people coming from Utah, and they have people coming from Wyoming and Nebraska and Kansas and Texas because they're coming here. But our job is not to be legislators in Utah and Wyoming and Nebraska and Kansas. Our job is to be legislators for the people of Colorado. And if a bill makes it hard for that doctor to provide care for the people in my district, I'm going to be mad. Because that means they, like that couple from Alabama who had to be flown in the middle of the night to Ann Arbor, Michigan, are going to have to go somewhere else to get the care and treatment for their baby. They're going to have to take their son or daughter to another state to get what they otherwise could have had here. And that may sound hyperbolic, but it is not. This is the reality. I have sat in the waiting room and I've talked to people who did not have that option where they lived. And I will not put up with not having that option here. So I want to read you just a little bit of testimony we were given. Madam Chair, can we have a gavel again to quiet people down?
Yes, Minority Leader McKean, there seems to be some corrupting influences in the chamber. Members, please keep it down so we can hear what's happening in the well. We are doing work here. Go ahead.
This testimony was from Zach Zaslow from Children's Hospital. And he was really just asking for some amendments to this bill. He said, this is a bold policy approach. It's one we've heard the sponsor acknowledge is untested. We want this bill to succeed. I want to be abundantly clear about that. We want prescription drug prices to come down, and we hope they will. We also have good reason to fear they may not. As the committee has already heard and discussed today, this bill effectively puts providers in a middleman role because it regulates the purchasers of prescription drugs rather than the actual prices of the drugs themselves. We understand the reasons for that approach, but I want to share with you the experiences of my organization, Children's Hospital of Colorado. Over the last 4 years, I think it might be instructive. Since 2017, several innovative hospital-administered specialty drugs have been introduced and are now the last best clinical options for certain very rare conditions, things like spinal muscular atrophy or pediatric cancer. These remarkable drugs and therapies are often life-saving, but their costs are dramatic. They can range up to $2 million for a dose or a course of treatment, and very few providers worldwide are qualified to administer them. When these drugs are clinically indicated, we first buy the drug, we administer it, and only then do we go and submit for reimbursement. Colorado Medicaid initially decided to hold Children's Hospital harmless for the purchase of one of these drugs, Spinraza. Then they abruptly reversed course, and now they pay today only 72% of our actual invoice costs on a fee-for-services basis for high-cost drugs. I won't go into the rest of that decision, but what they say is, applying a UPL to rare specialty drugs administered in a hospital setting is very different from establishing a UPL for an ordinary drug dispensed by a pharmacy. This bill needs safeguards to ensure that children and providers don't become stuck in between the board and a drug maker when a UPL is set. Though I thank Rep. Kennedy and Rep. Caraveo, if we're trying to do what's right, we fervently hope this approach will work, but we ask you to consider the unintended consequences if it doesn't. Thank you. And with that, and I need to get a copy made, I offer Amendment L106 to Senate Bill 175 and ask it be displayed. I withdraw that amendment.
Withdrawn.
Well, then I'll offer this amendment because I think it does the same thing. So I offer Amendment L171 and ask for it to be displayed. Folks, what this would do is it would just remove the upper payment limit. It would keep actually in the bill what we'd like to see, which is analyze, try to figure out what this costs. And actually what it really would do is it would be able to say what is the basis for where we could go with this? What's the actual data? What it does is say, well, then we're not going to set an upper payment limit. What we're going to do is study it. Then we can come back at a later date and say, well, this is what makes sense. Here are the drugs under that group, and here's what we think we should do with them. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we ask for a no vote. Setting an upper payment limit on these drug prices is a key provision of this bill, and it is what is going to deliver the cost savings to our constituents.
Any further discussion on L171? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L171. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, folks, when we talk about these very, very, very specialty drugs, when we talk about the fact that we have access to some of the most therapeutic, the best cutting-edge drugs to treat conditions, again, we come back to we want to make sure that we do not cause interruptions in care. So to that end, I offer Amendment L142. I move L142 to Senate Bill 175 and ask for it to be displayed.
I believe this one is yours.
It is. Look at that. Okay, share.
Okay, that has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's when we display a big amendment like this, it might take a second for people to read it. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but it comes back to what input we get. It includes in Section I, meaningful input from patients and caregivers affected by the condition or disease. We know we've included that language elsewhere, but this is specific to orphan drugs. We actually also ask for input from external experts and the impact of particular coverage, cost sharing, tiering, utilization management, prior authorization, medical therapy management, or other utilization management policies or adherence by patients to the prescription drug on access to the prescription drug. Folks, this is the whole thing. This is what you want to take a look at. This is what we want to know. The demographics and the clinical description of patient populations treated. And then to the extent the drug is an orphan drug, approved for the treatment of a rare disease, the severity of and the unmet medical need associated with the rare disease, the benefits and risk of the drug as a treatment for the rare disease, factors that may be limiting access by patients requiring treatment from consultation with a rare disease specialist. I won't go on. Folks, this is what we need to do when we have such highly specialized treatments. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I'm tempted to ask for a ruling on settled question, but I'm not going to do it, even though we did already tackle this in L158. Members, this amendment was the beginning of the conversation that cultivated in Amendment L158 that we passed earlier that was the negotiated one. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you. And you're right. Some of this does have that language, and it does it under a different section, so I don't think it's quite settled. But what it really does is it also goes into tiering and kind of all the other things that we deal with pharmaceutical application, right? With the prescription of them and when you prescribe certain drugs at certain times. And so to that end, I think that it is new information. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L142? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L142. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader McKean, do you have more?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's so good to see you.
You too.
So, folks, when I was talking about hospitals, and I just had an amendment drafted in the wrong place, and by golly, we ought to do it right. So I move Amendment L172 to Senate Bill 175 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, that has been properly moved and displayed. Would you like to explain
Thank you
it?
so much. Madam Chair, so what this does is it says, look, what we're going to do is say that the UPL, the upper payment limit, does not apply to a prescription drug that's administered in a hospital inpatient or outpatient setting. Folks, this is where so much of the cutting edge treatment occurs, where these kinds of therapies are used to the great benefit of the patients who need them. It also says that it be not applied to anything purchased from an entity outside Colorado, and then the board shall promulgate rules that establish, and it goes on to those rules. This is actually probably one of the best I votes you can give today, because what it does is it helps Children's Hospital, St. Joe's, UC Health System, all of those hospitals continue to provide the cutting edge treatment that they give us. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L172? Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Now any further discussion on L172? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L172. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative, any further discussion on, okay, Minority Leader McKean.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, now, this is number, I thought 8, but maybe 9, but here's the deal. So this particular amendment, if you heard me in committee, is one of those things that actually, it totally has to do with the bill, but it has to do with something else on the side. How many people in here know what the procurement code of the state of Colorado is? Anybody? The procurement code of the state of Colorado is actually, hold on, where is Representative Benavides? Because Representative Benavides probably knows the procurement code better than anyone in this entire building. And here's why it was established. It was established to make sure that people in the state of Colorado could trust the government to follow a set procedure and code in figuring out how to purchase, how to consider, how to contract, so that we did not have conflicts of interest, self-dealing, all of the things that remove trust in government. And so what I've noticed this year is there's kind of a chain of events, both in, we get a bill about a public option, and somewhere in that bill it said we don't have to follow procurement code. We got another bill, nope, don't have to follow procurement code. And then this bill. And so I asked in committee an important question, why is this? They said, well, because the date that we have to start collecting information is too early to be able to have procurement code applied to it. And my response was this: I'm not quite sure I understand that, because the dates in this bill are not set to target anything specifically that's going to happen other than the inception and the implementation of this bill. They're arbitrary dates. So why on earth should we exempt something so important from the state's procurement code? I move Amendment L144 to Senate Bill 175 and ask for it to be displayed.
Okay, L144 has been properly moved and displayed. Please explain.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Folks, this is our job. Our job is to make sure that what we do is done in the full light of day. That what we do here is done in a way that engenders the trust of the voters and the people of the state of Colorado. We have heard a lot of talk on this particular session, I'll say, on whether or not we have petition clauses or safety clauses. But folks, what we're here to do is to make sure that we do things in an ordered way so that we can always go back and say we did our job and we did it right. This amendment makes sure that we do exactly that. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always appreciate the challenging exercises in evaluating surprise amendments, but I think we need to ask for a no vote on this one.
Any further discussion on L144? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L144. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and you will notice I don't have any papers in front of me. Those are really important amendments. Those were what, 8 or 9 amendments out of about 70 amendments that we thought would clarify why this bill needs to be so much better or be a conversation that occurs over a longer period of time. Folks, we operate in a world of incredible plenty in the United States. In fact, we had a doctor who came to testify this year who made probably the best point that I've ever heard about medicine and medical care in the United States. The point that he made is his parents had been in Greece, and he was born in Greece, and they came here with him as a kid. And his parents both worked hard jobs, hard, laborious jobs. But they saved enough for him to go to school, and he got loans, and he went to medical school, and he became a doctor. And what he came to tell us was that was an opportunity that he took where he knew he took a risk. He took a risk to go and get more loans and to take on debt and become a doctor because he knew that, one, he could help people, two, that he could provide for his family in ways that his parents had not been able to do. I don't think any of us would disagree that that's the American dream. The challenge, however, is that when we start to establish payment limits and we start to establish all of the governmental interventions in that world, what we actually do is we rob people of the opportunity they've worked so hard for. And what this doctor said was absolutely earth-shattering. He said, guess what? In the United States of America, we expect the best medical treatment in the world. And we get it. The United States of America is the center for medical research. It is the center for pharmaceutical research. It is the center for surgical and artificial joints and everything else that we look at that becomes a boon to the rest of the earth. And so much of it is done right here in the most amazing experiment on the face of this earth, the United States of America. What he said was, we expect the best medical care in the world, and we get it. But guess what? It costs money. And what we have done is, over the years, we've found, yes, a fallible system, but probably the best system in the world to pay what it costs to provide the best medical treatment in the world. I am extremely proud of the kind of care that I can get in this country. Extremely proud of hopefully the care I never need, but that is available. Extremely proud of the fact that the entire world looked here to solve a pandemic.
Just a minute, Minority Leader. Members, please keep it down. Go right ahead.
No, it's okay, Madam Chair. I'm done. It's a bad bill. Vote no.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 175? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L156 and ask that it be displayed.
L156 has been properly moved and displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment came from the Bioscience Association. There had been negotiations in the past around what the appropriate threshold should be to trigger an affordability review for drugs, and so we decided to align this with the work that had been done in the past at their request, and we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L156? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L156. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L154 and ask that it be displayed.
L154 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is an amendment that came to us from the pharmacists. They wanted to make sure that we were clear that some of the provisions in the bill applied to all pharmacies, not just retail pharmacies, and that when we talk about the fees that they charge, they're not limited to dispensing fees. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L154? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L154. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L153 and ask that it be displayed.
L153 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this one also came from the pharmacists. This is just a change to the legislative declaration, making clear that part of the mission of this board when protecting people from high prices of drugs includes protecting the purchasers in Colorado, such as pharmacies. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L153? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L153. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 175? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 175 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move that the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration. The following attached bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 57, Senate Bill 76 is amended. Senate Bill 103 is amended. Senate Bill 175 is amended. Senate Bill 232 is amended. Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 261 is amended. Senate Bill 292 is amended. Passed on second reading in order and revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Exum. Thank you, Representative Exum. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We will start with the McKean amendments, and then we'll go to the PICO amendments. The McKean amendments are to Senate Bill 175. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first McKean amendment, L0134, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean amendment L134 to Senate Bill 175 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 175 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. I move the first McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the first McKean amendment. Is there any further discussion? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the adoption of the first McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, L134. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. For those participating remotely, Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No. No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no.
You are.
Representative Herod is excused. Please close the machine. 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused. The first McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second McKean amendment, L142, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean amendment L142 to Senate Bill 175 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 175 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gregorio, I move the second amendment, McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Any further discussion? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the second McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Ricks and Rich. Please close the machine. 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused. The second McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L171.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean amendment 171 to Senate Bill 175 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 175 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gregorio, I move the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the third McKean amendment, L171, to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Bradfield. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused, the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the... it's the same as the third. Please read the fourth McKean Amendment, which is L172, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean Amendment L172 to Senate Bill 175 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 175 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Gregorio, I move the fourth McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Question before us is the adoption of the fourth McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Froelich Van Winkle. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the fourth McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. We are now to the PICO amendments to Senate Bill 261. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first PICO amendment, L029, of the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following PICO Amendment L029 to Senate Bill 261 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 261 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first PICO amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Pico. It has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the first PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the first PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second PICO amendment, L030, to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following PICO Amendment L030 to Senate Bill 261 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 261 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll move the second PICO amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Pico. That has been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Gray, Representative Cutter. Please close the machine. 25 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 3 excused. The second PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following PICO Amendment L033 to Senate Bill 261 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 261 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third PICO amendment and ask for an aye vote.
The question before us is the third PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Benavides Duran Malka.
You.
Please close the machine. 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused. The third PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the fourth PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following PICO Amendment L35 to Senate Bill 261 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 261 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the fourth PICO amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Has been properly moved and displayed, and seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the fourth PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Rich. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused, the fourth PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 36 aye votes, 26 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of third reading calendar.
Yes. So just so folks know, there are a couple House bills that are on the third reading calendar. So before Approps goes to meet one more time, we're going to clear those House bills so the Senate can act on them as quickly as possible. With that, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed to House Bill 1309 for third reading.
1309. Okay. The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 13. Oh, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1309.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Roberts and Carver concerning measures related to permitting continuing a criminal trial because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1309 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1309 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Duran and Representative Molka. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1309 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1325 on third reading.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1325 at the bottom of page 2 of your calendar. Mr. Gregorio please read the
House Bill 1325 by Representatives McCluskey and Harrod, also Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning establishing a school finance legislative interim committee to consider changes to the method for funding public schools to improve student achievement and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1325 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1325 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Molka and Duran. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1325 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Hi, it's okay. We got this. No touchy.
It's not going to stick.
Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed.
I guess we're in order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1328.
House Bill 1328 by Representatives Harrod and Van Winkle, also Senators Fields and Priola, concerning the effective date of Senate Bill 20-123.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1328 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1328 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Is this a joke? It's gotta be a joke. Therefore, it's a $15 fine. But you can split it between the two of you. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1328 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives McLaughlin and Will, also Senator Story, concerning 2020-21 state fiscal year transfers from the general fund to support outdoor recreation in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Let's do Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1326 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326. Seeing further discussion, Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and at the drafter's request, I'm asking for a third reading amendment.
Okay, so let's maybe show the amendment and talk about why we should provide permission. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just a technical amendment that changes, substitutes strikes divisions, and substitutes Department of Local Affairs. It's just that there's referring to DOLA correctly. That's all it does in the bill.
Thank you, Representative Will. Is there any further discussion on permission? Seeing none, the question before us is to provide permission to offer a third reading amendment on House Bill 1326. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Moblet, please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused, permission has been granted to offer a third reading amendment on House Bill 1326. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I move L004 to House Bill 1326 and ask for a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Representative Will. That has been properly moved and displayed. Question before us is the adoption of House. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L004 on to amend. The question before us is the adoption of L004 to House Bill 1326. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Dude, please close the machine. 62 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 3 excused. L004 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1326 on third reading and final passage as amended.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326 as amended. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 3 excused, House Bill 1326 is adopted as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1330.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1330. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1330.
House Bill 1330 by Representatives McCluskey and Riggs, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, considering measures to support student success in obtaining post-secondary credentials and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1330 on third reading and final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1330 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please. I'm really sorry about that. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request permission for a third reading amendment
Okay, thank you, Representative.
and ask that it be properly displayed.
Great. Please explain why.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have amazing drafters and staff working at JBC to get everything just right, but fortunately, they caught an error, and we are offering a third reading amendment to clarify the error. The amendment adds the additional word school to clarify what we mean by charter, strikes public, which was printed twice in the bill. Changes delineates how the $50 million for the COSI grant is to be spent, $49 million for COSI, $1 million for DHE, and the two programs we created, core and reverse transfer, and clarifies the year in which this is effective. We had the wrong year in the bill. I ask for your support.
Thank you, Representative McCluskey. Any further discussion on the motion of permission to offer a third reading amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, permission to offer a third reading amendment is adopted. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L006 to House Bill 1330 on third reading and ask for its adoption.
That has been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L006 to House Bill 1330. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. I think that was on accident. Please close the machine. With 51 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1330 is adopted, L06 is adopted to House Bill 1330. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1330 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1330 as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1330 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Oh, we got you, Representative McLaughlin. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1329.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1329, which is at the bottom of page 4 of your calendar. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1329.
House Bill 1329 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Woodrow, also Senators Holbert and Gonzalez, concerning the use of money the state receives from the federal government under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to make investments in housing to assist persons disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency facing housing insecurity.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 1329 on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1329 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1329 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Members, conference committee is going to go meet real quick, and we're waiting on one canary for approps. So we are going to go to Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez to do a quick resolution that's on page 5 of your calendar. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request a very brief recess.
Oh, very good. The House will be in a brief recess. House will come back to order. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 23.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 23. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 23.
SJR 21-023 by Senator Donovan, also Representative McCluskey, concerning Colorado Public Lands Day and in connection therewith recognizing May 15th, 2021 as the 5th Annual Public Lands Day in Colorado.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 23. and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Gregorio.
Whereas, in May 2016, Colorado became the first state in the nation to establish a state holiday for our public lands when the Colorado General Assembly passed a bill establishing the third Saturday in May as Public Lands Day. And whereas, the bill passed with bipartisan support and was signed into law by Governor Hickenlooper, and the inaugural event was celebrated on May 20th, 2017. And whereas, Public Lands Day is a day to celebrate our public lands as vital resources, providing clean water, protecting a wildlife, habitats, and offering many recreation opportunities. And whereas, Public Lands Day is also a day to celebrate how our public lands are central to our economy and our quality of life. And whereas, communities and businesses in Colorado that thrive around public lands fuel a bustling outdoor recreation economy that supports nearly 230,000 local jobs and contributes more than $28 billion in consumer spending per year. And whereas, 2021 marks the 5th anniversary of the celebration of Public Lands Day. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, recognize May 15th, 2021 as the 5th annual Colorado Public Lands Day, and we encourage all Coloradans to mark the occasion by joining one of the many events around the state to learn about Colorado public lands and by getting outside and enjoying our state parks.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May 2016, Colorado became the very first state in the nation to establish a state holiday for our public lands. We have more than 229,000 jobs that exist because of the beauty, pristine landscape that we have in this state. More than $28 billion goes to our economy because of our amazing public lands and outdoor recreation. And more than 13,600,000 people explore our state parks and our great areas of wilderness. It is an honor for me to bring this resolution before you today, and even though we missed our actual Public Lands Day, I would put forth that in Colorado, every day is a celebration of our public lands, how essential it is not only to our economy and to the communities that thrive in our wilderness and beautiful areas, but to the spirit of who we are as Coloradans. I thank you for your support of Senate Joint Resolution 23 and encourage you to get out and visit some of our gorgeous Colorado landscapes as soon as we get out of here. Right? Right. Thank you.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please be seated. Typically, in years past, we read the resolution, we stand, and then afterwards for the speeches we sit. So please sit. I just want to remind the body on this Public Lands Day, this delayed Public Lands Day, that all the public lands are better managed by the state of Colorado than they are the federal government. If you look at the state of Colorado, about 37% of our state is actually controlled not by the state of Colorado, but by the federal government. If you look at our states just to the east of us, Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma, less than 1% of those states are owned by the federal government, while Colorado 37% is. I urge us to petition our federal government to get those lands transferred from federal government lands to the state of Colorado lands, because anything from our forest health to everything else that is managed by the state of Colorado is done better by the state of Colorado than it is the federal government.
Thank you, Representative Van Winkle. Is there any further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 23? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 23 is adopted. Do we want to make a motion for co-sponsors? Or we can just open up the machine. We'll just open up the machine. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Caraballo's here. So is Herod. Co-sponsors. All right. Please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 21.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Joint Resolution 21. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Joint Resolution 21.
SJR 21-021 by Senator Danielson, also Representative Will, concerning the General Assembly's support of the state of Colorado's efforts to preserve the state's flora and fauna through the protection of wildlife habitat connectivity.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to run an amendment on this, if I could, please.
Now, had I known that, Representative Will, we would have saved this for the last order of business, and we would have amended it so the Senate would have to concur with the amendments that you are putting on this concurrent resolution. But regardless, let's first move. Can you move the resolution, and then let's offer an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move L001.
Sorry, let's move the joint resolution first, and then...
I move Joint Resolution 021.
Very good. That's been properly moved. Okay, Representative Will.
I would like to move Amendment L001.
Okay.
Has to be displayed.
Very good. L001 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Will, do you want to talk to us about what this does?
So it's about, this strikes the support of establishment of an interim committee. We don't need an interim committee for this to conduct a study. So what this amendment does, strikes page 6, lines 21 through 37, and the next page strikes 1 through 13, and it's all about the study. And I don't think we need to do a study on this. So want to strike that from it, and it's a great resolution once we get rid of that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on L001? Any further discussion? None? Okay. The question before us is the adoption of L001 to Senate Joint Resolution 21. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. I think there might be a conference committee coming up.
I read the title, yeah. I can. I don't have to. It's up to you. Either way.
Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
At the sponsor's request, yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Holtorf, you have to vote. Representative Benavides, Gray, Michelson, Janae, and Woog are all excused. But Michelson, she's now here. Please close the machine. 56 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 5 excused. L001 is adopted to Senate Joint Resolution 21. Is there any further discussion on Senate Joint Resolution 21? Seeing none. You don't have to. No, that's fine. Is there any objection to a voice vote? Seeing none. All those in favor of the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 21 as amended, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 21 is adopted. We are to, oh yeah, co-sponsors.
Okay.
Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Sorry, they keep getting you, even though I'm not saying anything. So.
I know. I know.
All right, please close the machine. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for House immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1011.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Joint Resolution 1011. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Joint Resolution 1011.
HJR 21-1011 by Representative Holtorf, also Senator Simpson, concerning the designation of a portion of the United States Highway 160 as the Deputy Travis Russell and Deputy Sergeant Matthew Troy Moreno Memorial Highway.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Joint Resolution 21-1011 and ask it to be read.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Mr. Gregorio.
Whereas Deputy Travis Russell of Los Animas County Sheriff's Department was killed in a rollover crash while on duty in Trinidad on Tuesday, March 1st, 2016. And whereas Deputy Russell was driving eastbound on Stonewall Avenue just west of Prospect Street when his vehicle veered into the westbound lanes and hit an unoccupied vehicle. And whereas Deputy Russell's 2009 Ford Expedition rolled onto its passenger side. And whereas emergency crews transported Deputy Russell to Mount San Rafael Hospital in Trinidad, where he died. And whereas Deputy Russell served with the Los Animas County Sheriff's Office for a total of 10 years. And whereas only a few years later, another Los Animas County Sheriff's Office deputy lost his life in a vehicle crash. And whereas on Wednesday, December 12th, 2018, Deputy Sergeant Matthew Troy Moreno was killed in a vehicle crash on Highway 12 near Valdez while responding to a domestic incident at 8 p.m. And whereas Sergeant Moreno's patrol pickup and a second patrol vehicle both collided with a vehicle that was traveling in the opposite direction. And whereas Sergeant Moreno and the two occupants of the other vehicle, including an infant, all succumbed to their injuries, while the deputy in Sergeant Moreno's vehicle and the deputy in the second patrol car were both injured. And whereas the investigation of the crash revealed that the vehicle that struck them was driving 96 miles per hour in a 45 mile per hour zone, and its driver had excessive levels of intoxication at the time of the crash. And whereas Sergeant Moreno had served with the Los Animas County Sheriff's Office for 5 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 73rd General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that the portion of the United States Highway 160 from mile marker 347 to mile marker 348 be designated as the Deputy Travis Russell and Deputy Sergeant Matthew Troy Moreno Memorial Highway, and that the Colorado Department of Transportation may expect and expend gifts, grants, and donations for the purpose of the initial placement of signs to mark that portion of United States Highway 160 as the Deputy Travis Russell and Deputy Sergeant Matthew Troy Moreno Memorial Highway. And that 3, the Colorado Department of Transportation may explore a cooperative agreement with the Board of County Commissioners for Los Animas County for the maintenance of the signs marking the Deputy Travis Russell and Deputy Sergeant Matthew Troy Moreno Memorial Highway. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to Deputy Russell's spouse, Megan Russell, and his children, Brenna, Evan, and Chloe, Sergeant Moreno's father, Ed Moreno, and mother, Christine Delglino, Sergeant Moreno's fiancée, Nicole Cordova, Eva Moreno, mother of Sergeant Moreno's children, and Sergeant Moreno's children, Jared, Summer, and Morgan.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Please sit down. I'll make this very brief. Out of respect for our law enforcement personnel and trying to meet the wishes of and the commitments of my predecessor who was unable to do these things, I am here bringing this forth out of respect to the family, out of respect to law enforcement, and out of respect for the late Kimmy Clark Lewis, who was unable to do these things that she was actually committed to doing. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Is there any further discussion on House Joint Resolution 1011? Seeing none, is there objection to a voice vote? Seeing none, all those in favor of the passage of House Joint Resolution 1011 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1011 is adopted. Co-sponsors. please close the machine. The House will stand in a very brief recess. House will come back to order. All right, members, we have 10 minutes till the Canary's ready, so we're going to do 2 third reading bills, and then we'll break for probes. Cool? Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage.
We are now on page 2. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senator Buckner, also Representative Herod, concerning maternal health and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage.
Of course, before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 194 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Ortiz is excused. Representative Larson's excused. Oh wait, here he comes. For this side, it's a fee. Thank you, Representative Larson. It's a $3. It's a $3 fine fee tax. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 194 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 280.
Senate Bill 280 by Senators Fields and Cook, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning crimes that are bias motivated.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 280 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Okay, let's maybe have it displayed and explain why.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So, brief history, members, in Judiciary Committee a couple days ago, it seems like a month ago, we added an amendment to basically set up the beginnings of what was intended to be kind of a training program for awareness of violent acts. And then we did that on second reading yesterday. There has been a fiscal analysis showing that there's some cost. And in short, we've decided it's best to just kind of walk this back to how it came over to us from the Senate, which is to provide for better enforcement of our existing law for bias-motivated harassment and bias-motivated crime. And we've talked with DPS, and this is something they may be interested in going forward. But they, I think, still support the idea that we should just enforce the laws we have on the books and defer the other conversation to some other day. So what L4 does, which is on the screen, is just that. It strikes that section of the bill, gets us kind of back to the simple place that we started, and we ask for permission for L4.
Very good. That's probably the best explanation of why we should give you permission. So I appreciate that. Is there any further discussion?
It's a really good explanation.
Come on, Soper. I thought for sure you'd add to that. Nothing? All right.
Mr. Speaker.
This is quite the duo right here. All right, Representative Soper.
I just wanted to say ditto.
Very good. I agree with that. Very good. All right. Question before us is to grant permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. 58 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 3 excused. Permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for permission. With that, I move L4. I won't talk about why again, but we ask for your support for L4 to SB 280.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, thanks to you both. The question before us is the adoption of L4 to Senate Bill 280. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, L004 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 280 as amended on third reading and final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 280 as amended on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 280 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Okay, we'll go to announcements and introductions. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Appropriations Committee will be meeting, but before we do, I just want to let you know who won the joke, and you guys can give your jokes during the call of the House later on. Also, we will not have jokes in Appropriations Committee right now because we don't have time. But the winner of the joke is Representative Roberts. You get a concrete coaster, and you'll know why when he does his joke. And then who was the other one? Van Winkle for the win with your joke. You get to join the Civil Air Patrol as Senator Donovan. So, and real quick, we'll give so you guys can pull your bills. We will be hearing 1320, right? 87, 88, 137, 281, and HCR 1002. And if you would like to come down and tell your jokes, you can. Appropriations Committee will be meeting in 5 minutes.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much. And, everybody going to approps that has to, but gives the rest of us time to clean up our desk and clean out our desk drawers, which apparently is what Representative Herod is doing. As we start seeing gifts, is this just the contents of your desk drawer? And this is just your process of cleaning things out? I'm just curious. I'm asking for a friend. For me.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I am not cleaning out my desk drawers. I'm cleaning out other people's desk drawers. So congratulations on your gifts.
Okay, I have a quick announcement. The Senate did not concur with House amendments and has requested a conference committee be appointed for Senate Bill 248. The House conferees will be Representative McCormick, Chair, Representative Holtorf, Representative Roberts. Before we break into recess, let's do conference committee reports.
First report of the Conference Committee
Conference
on...
committee reports will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the
Message from the Senate will be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith
Message from the
transmit...
reviser will be printed in the journal. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you heard, Appropriations will be meeting for a very few minutes, so listen up, members. Please do not go far. Do not go far because we will be coming right back after Appropriations. With that, I move that the House stand in recess.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in a brief recess. Okay. The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following HCR 21-10002 be amended as follows and be submitted and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1320 be amended as follows and be submitted and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 87 be amended as follows and be submitted and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 88 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 281 be amended as follows and be submitted and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation.
Thank you very much. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez. Or we don't have to rush. You want to take a second, whatever.
Okay.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar today, June 4th at 3:16 p.m. Senate Bill 257, House Bill 1320, Senate Bill 262, Senate Bill 172, Senate Bill 281, Senate Bill 87, Senate Bill 271, Senate Bill 88, Senate Bill 246, Senate Bill 272, House Bill 1327, HCR 1002, and Senate Bill 190.
Seeing no objection, the bills laid out by the Assistant Majority Leader will be made special orders at 3:16 p.m. Representative Tipper. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the Representative Tipper will take the chair.
Committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading them at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and of course, the court rule has already been relaxed.
You're going to go first?
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 257.
Senate Bill 257 by Senators Enzinger and Scott, also Representatives Benavides and Van Winkle, concerning an exemption for motor vehicle registration requirements for certain special mobile machinery.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 257 and
To the bill, Representative.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I thought that there was a small appropriation for, although the bill is rather budget neutral.
Committee will stand in brief recess.
Yeah, we were in opposed.
I thought there was like $200,000. Okay, cool.
We weren't opposed, but we don't get it.
Committee will come back to order. Representative Benavides.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that is an important bill, and it helps people that have what's referred to as special mobile machinery. There's a lot of, you will see a lot of construction-type vehicles, and most construction sites rent those vehicles. They don't own them, but they're able to go across the road. You may end up following some kind of big tractor or something like that. And what ends up happening is the companies that rent those out to construction sites and other things, that they end up having to license those as a vehicle because they can be on the road. But it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's a real nightmare. And so for at least companies that have over 1,000 pieces of equipment like that, this changes that. They still pay the registration, do all of that, but they don't have to get a license plate for them. They do have to put information about their company, very visible on the mobile equipment, and they also have to put a phone number and all of that. So in case there was an accident or anything. So the companies have to register to be able to do this. So it really is a way to help businesses and efficiency in government. So it's a good bill, and I would urge a yes vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, these, as Representative Benavides said, these are not cars or vehicles. These are the big mobile machines that are often used in oil and gas operations or fighting wildfires. Those big projects that you see sometimes, big vehicles on I-25 or something like that. And if we go back to this last summer's wildfires, we had a tremendous amount of equipment coming into Colorado, and many times they get stuck at a port of entry. This bill will help those, and will help the companies because it will eliminate the registration process for those individual pieces of equipment versus the entire company. So as for a yes vote, a little bit of just simplicity for the businesses of Colorado and businesses bringing equipment in to keep Colorado moving.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 257? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 257. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Tipper and Benavides, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations of the 2019 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Do you have to move all three?
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1320, the Judiciary Report, and the Appropriations Committee Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations, we actually undid all of the work that we did in the Judiciary Committee. To make a long story short, the Sex Offender Management Board is ready to sunset this year. And we worked to try and make the sunset changes as well as some other changes that we have heard about for years that need to be made on the Sex Offender Management Board. We essentially ran out of time. So what we decided to do was instead extend the sunset for another 2 years, the sunset date, which will give us time to basically start over this summer with all the stakeholders and try and accomplish the goals that we had set out, which was to make meaningful change with respect to the board and some of the responsibilities of the board. So the appropriations report essentially accomplished that goal of stripping off the entire Judiciary Committee report and then amending the original bill to just extend the current board through 2023. With that, I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This has been so huge, and it has been so much work. And I've had this conversation, Rep. Tipper, Rep. Benavidez, I've not had it yet with you. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the amount of time you spent, the voices that you've listened to. And I made this commitment earlier, and I make it again, that I will be there, and I will make sure that everybody sits in a room and talks about how this sunset can look as we go forward to address some of the questions that you got around to asking. So I can't thank you enough for heading down that path. I'm glad where we are to have a conversation, and I will be whatever part I can be for that. Thank you.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, and we look forward to having your support on the bill next session.
Speaker Pro Tem?
We're still on the appropriations report, right?
Yes. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The report is adopted. To the Judiciary report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually believe, I don't know if we need to vote on the Judiciary and vote it down, or we skip the Judiciary report because we removed it in appropes. So I believe we now go to the bill.
Thank you. And so to the bill, is there any further discussion on House Bill 1320? Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, as the Minority Leader indicated, the SOMB, and some of you may not be familiar with that acronym, it's the Sexual Offender Management Board, has been an ongoing issue within the Judiciary Committee. Every year we have a SMART hearing from Judicial, from Department of Corrections, and from the SOMB as well. And we have been concerned for at least the 5 years I've been here, if not before. And many of us have tackled little ways to chip away and try to fix some of the problems that have been identified, and that has not been enough. And this was up for sunset last year. Because of COVID, we didn't get very far, and it was extended. But in this last period of time, we heard testimony that there was a review done in 2014, 2016, 2018, and an audit in 2020. All of them came back with a lot of very serious concerns about how the Sexual Offender Management Board functions. And one of the biggest issues with it is that there's no real way to measure the effectiveness of treatment for people who have been convicted of a sexual offense like these that are covered. And as a result, we don't know for sure if the process is working, but we do know there's some parts of it that are not working. People that have, Madam Chair, if you could, thank you. What we do know is that one of the things that we found out through this process, and part of this the Judiciary knew every year, is that when people are in prison, and you can imagine when someone is sentenced as a sexual offender, they receive not only time to serve in incarceration, but they also receive a requirement to have treatment. And if they're incarcerated, they don't have enough treatment providers, and they have something called a global referral list, which is a list of people that need treatment. But they are only able to get to, you won't believe this, right now they have over 1,000 on the list, they're only able to get to about 14 a year. So you can imagine people are not going to be treated. 2 years ago, one of the individuals waiting for treatment, he was within a couple of years or so of what's called his parole eligibility date, which means the time they're eligible to be considered for parole. He will never get there at 14 a year, and because he was a lower moderate risk, he's even further down on the list to get treatment. So he sued, and the courts in offsetting summary judgment motion said these prisoners have a right, a liberty interest, a constitutional right in this treatment, as that was their punishment, their sentence, but they're not getting it. And we found that there's, out of the 1,000 or so on the list, over 600 are still waiting treatment that are past their parole eligibility date. We also found out that this last year, 47 inmates who had what's called determinate sentences were released from prison without any treatment whatsoever. This is happening now, and it's going to continue to happen until we make real reforms to this system. And that's what we were attempting to do, to make some immediate changes, but provide space over a year or two, and we'll continue to work with it. And I'm so glad to hear from Representative McKean, but honestly, there were many stakeholders, some who came to the table and really worked, and some who said to us, no, we don't want to work on this, we don't want to make this any better, because then people might vote for it. That is not the way we expect stakeholders that have a real interest in this to work with us on legislation. So we say this, that yes, this came late in the session, but we had a bill that did begin that addressing those issues in a very specific, defined manner, but we couldn't move on it. So as we move forward in the next couple of years to really address this and have meaningful input from stakeholders, because this is a real problem that we're facing, and it's not going to go away. So I hope that you will support the bill as it is, to give us more time, and encourage any stakeholders you know to continue to work with us on this.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my co-prime. I do want to thank some of the members in this chamber that really worked hard to get the bill to where it got out of committee and judiciary. We made a lot of progress, and I wanted to highlight just a couple of the other issues that we were trying to deal with. The Sex Offender Management Board currently requires providers to use polygraphs. Polygraphs are inadmissible in every other area of the law. And in fact, we heard testimony from a judge that drove up from Pueblo to testify on this bill to say, essentially, the Supreme Court has said this is junk science. And so we were taking a measured approach just to say, they don't have to be mandatory. It's up to the discretion of the provider. One of the other areas that we have been concerned about, and we continue to hear from the audits and the reports, is that it's a 25-member board made up of a lot of political appointees. It's unwieldy, overly bureaucratic. In the Dora Sunset report, the report said that essentially the board devolves into personal, polemics, which is a learn how to word, personal polemics. And so it's really hard to actually make meaningful, data-driven policy. So these are some of the big issues that we're trying to tackle with, very candidly, a population that is politically toxic. But it doesn't mean that these individuals, one, don't have constitutional rights, that two, victims also deserve to know that offenders that are released into community are completing the treatment that we require them to complete. And if they're given indeterminate sentences, meaning that they cannot be paroled until they receive sex offender treatment, that they are given their constitutional right to that treatment. Because if you're a determinate sentence and you have a mandatory release date, you get released with or without parole, or with or without treatment on a certain date. If you're indeterminate, you sit until you're given that treatment. And we have on that global referral list, you have people that are eligible in every way for that treatment that are not in denial and are within 4 years of their parole eligibility date. More than half, as Representative Benavides said, are half that. That means we have half of the people on that list whose constitutional rights are being violated. So we want to try and do something about that. And I appreciate very much the work that Judiciary put into this, and like I said, members on both sides of the aisle. With that, I ask for support on the bill to extend the sunset date for another 2 years, and look forward to working on this bill to find real solutions.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Representative Tipper and Representative Benavides for your hard work, hundreds of hours on this very difficult topic. I rise in support of the bill, and we will keep working on it going into the future. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1320. Excuse me. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 262.
Senate Bill 262 by Senators Zenzinger and Gardner, also Representatives Byrd and McKean, concerning transparency for special districts.
Thank you. Representative Byrd.
Hello, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 262 and the Transportation and Local Government Committee report.
Thank you. To the committee report. Mr. Minority Leader.
Well, thank you very much. We talked in committee about this. We actually offered a couple of amendments. We deleted Section 5 of the bill, added publication in newspapers, required form of notice. Honestly, we just made it better. This is a good bill. It's transparency for metro districts, and vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a great bill. I echo the sentiments expressed by my co-prime, Mr. Minority Leader, and urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 262? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 262. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
I killed it.
The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 172. Assistant Majority Leader. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 281.
Seeing no objection, we will move to Senate Bill 281. Mr. Gregorio, can you read the title to Senate Bill 281?
Senate Bill 281 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, concerning severance tax revenue in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
The honor is all mine.
I move Senate Bill 281 and the committee report from Appropriations.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations, we did make a date change. There were no additional dollars attached to the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is concerning severance tax revenues. For those of you that have been around for a while, you'll know that severance taxes are not completely even. I mean, they come in at different levels and they wane and ebb and wane. But severance taxes throughout the state are allocated to different projects that need to be taken care of. And they are, they used to be separated into tiers, and we would try to cover tier 1, and then if we had any left over, we'd hit tier 2. And then a lot of times the projects in tier 2 weren't being funded. And just to give you an idea, some of the items that are funded by severance taxes include the aquatic nuisance species. And those of you that are familiar with the mussel problem or potential mussels, those types of things, is one of the reasons we have that water supply, the interbasin compact, species conservation, forestry grants. So those are some of the projects that are funded by severance taxes. Because this year the tax level is quite low, too low, we found some alternative sources of funding for the severance tax projects. So that is, they vary with different projects and different sources, but the JBC figured it out, the Appropriations Committee agreed, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would add that we have charged the Director of OSPB and our department heads from DOR, DNR, and DOLA to take a deeper look at how we are using severance taxes in this state for many of these grant programs, and making a recommendation to the General Assembly come January 2022 so that we can probably do more work on this front to try and correct some of the challenges that we've been facing when severance tax revenues decline. With that, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 281.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 281? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 281. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 172.
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Danielson and Garcia, also Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Ortiz, concerning creation of a fund to assist in increasing the amounts paid to persons employed by local education providers.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 172 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Education Committee, we did add on an amendment that would create a task force that would include all the different partners as it relates to education, including Rural Alliance, charter schools, CEA, AFT, CASE, CASB, all the K through 12 stakeholders that would develop a plan on how to address future spending of monies that are available in the creation of this educator pay raise fund. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the education report? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of the education report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report passes. Representative Ortiz.
Do I have to say?
To the bill.
Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, we have an amazing bill here. We have been in this state trying to tackle with how we're funding education and also how we're paying our educators. I think we all have the stories of our life on how our lives have been impacted by coaches or by teachers in a positive way. I know I have my own, just as well as all of you have. And I'll say this about my family too. You don't go from tenant farmers and sharecroppers and migrants to then being pilots and lawyers and teachers without some amazing educators out there. So what this bill seeks to do is to create a dedicated fund where we will get advice from school board members or appointed members. The legislature will have the final say, but all in the hopes of being able to impact and positively impact teacher pay. The ranking of Colorado's wage competitiveness for a teacher is at the bottom, meaning a teacher from Colorado could increase their standard of living by moving to any other state. We're ranked 48th overall, ranking of average starting salary for a Colorado teacher compared to the rest of the nation, and 40% of Colorado's educators who are considering leaving the profession in the near future just because of cost of living and low pay here. We need to do something, members, and this bill will allow us or create the mechanism for a pot to be able to do something in the future. I urge an aye vote.
Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we know that every year, as a legislative body, we are faced with very tough decisions that must be made. We have limited number of resources available to us and an ever-present budget stabilization factor weighing down on education funding. We know that many issues around education are left unaddressed. And we agree, I think we can all agree, that educator pay is one of those issues. Members, this bill does not seek to solve, we know that there is a larger problem with funding our education, and we know that this will not be the one thing that solves that entire issue. But what we do see this as is a tool, is something that we can utilize to make sure that our educators are being paid appropriately and what they deserve as they are educating our children. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 172? Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, you know what? I've been working on the issue of teacher pay and fully funding our education system for a really, really long time here in Colorado, because we have what many people refer to as a Gordian knot when it comes to our funding issues. And I was a school board member for 7 years. I'm one of the first people who will tell you, yeah, our teachers being at or near the bottom of teacher pay in the entire country is unacceptable, and we need to continue to improve it. We've taken a lot of steps in that direction. Yet, when this bill came before me in committee yesterday, I did vote against it. I have a lot of concerns about how to address how this would actually work and address teacher pay, because basically what it would do is it would create a line item in the budget and wouldn't fund it, and it would sort of sit out there and wait for the funding to come. And as you know, salaries for teachers requires ongoing funding. You can't just fund it one year and not fund it the next year. So those are some of my concerns with this bill. And as one of the other people who voted no on the bill yesterday said, we don't want to give teachers false hope. So today we've been talking about how we could address that. And so what I would like to do is offer L008, which I do believe will address some of those concerns.
Amendment 8 has been offered, and give us just a second to get it displayed. Representative Kipp.
Thank you. So I move L008. What L008 will do is, instead of just creating the fund right now, it would have the fund get created at the time a statewide election was held that would create an initiative that would help to fund it, right? So instead of giving people false hope that there's like a fund out there but nothing's going into it, because really, do we fund the teacher fund or do we fund the negative factor? So this, I think, is a reasonable compromise which will allow us to say, you know what, if the voters say that we have this funding and that it should go to teachers, then that is where this funding could go. So basically, we just don't want this empty fund sitting around not doing anything, but once a revenue source has been voted on by the voters, then it would take effect.
Any further discussion? Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Kipp, for working with us on this amendment. We will be supporting this amendment today. I do want to clarify one thing, though. This is not a line item in the budget. This is a separate fund that is being created just for educator pay, because we know what has happened in some of the other funds that has essentially delineated from what the intention of that fund is for. This, we are saying, this is for educator pay. That's what this fund is for, period. And so we do support this, and so I just wanted to clear up some of those things and ask for an aye vote. Did you have any?
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to thank Representative Kipp for bringing this amendment. I also rise in support of it. Just creates additional guardrails and kind of puts a time limit on when we can try and find a dedicated stream of funding, whether it's a ballot initiative or other means. And, you know, my co-prime sponsor did a great job in making it very clear that this does not create a line item. I also want to clear up that we're not trying to create false hope for teachers here. All we're trying to do is to provide another tool, because teachers have been asking for help. It's time for us to take a risk, to be creative, and to put some skin in the game and show that we're going to do some work for them directly. We understand that we are working within a tax system that is unlike any other state in this nation. And so this is a means to try and solve the problem, not create false hope. And I would rather make an analogy that this is like the Space Force bill that we already passed. We are being proactive and creating a bucket for funding to go once we identify where that funding can come from, which will have a meaningful impact on educator pay. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on amendment? Representative Van Winkle.
Hey, Madam Chair, I actually do want to make an impact on educator pay, and that's why I'm going to encourage a no vote on this amendment, because if we're going to create the educator pay raise fund, then we should fund that fund with real money and not just hopes and wishes or a letter to Santa Claus, or in this case, a letter to taxpayers saying, please, between now and November 2027 for the 2028 legislative session, please, taxpayers, put money into this fund. If it's a priority for us, then let's put money into the fund. I urge a no vote on this, because I don't think taxpayers are going to look right back at us, their elected leaders, and say, why didn't you fund or put money into the fund that you created? I ask for a no vote.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I urge an aye vote on L008. I absolutely support the needs we have in this state around better pay and benefits for our teachers. It is critical that we step up and address this. It is part of the reason why we have worked so hard to bring ourselves back to the levels we were with the budget stabilization factor in 2019-20. It is why we just put $118 million into the formula, particularly in areas where there are students with greater needs, because we know students with greater needs, they require more professional help. They need additional teachers, they need smaller class sizes. Those are all the things that those dollars help fund. I am strongly in support of better pay for teachers, but with this amendment, we are also making clear that future dollars coming from our tax base can be dedicated to this purpose. It gives us time to develop the how behind the Educator Pay Fund, which is critically important, because I know a lot of teachers who are going to be counting on these dollars coming their way, and there is a tremendous amount of need in this state. We need to develop a system that will be fair to all of our districts and all of our educators. I urge an aye vote on L008.
Any further discussion on Amendment L08? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. No, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 172? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Senate Bill 172. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 172 passes. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the House stand in a brief recess.
House will stand in recess.
The committee will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 87.
Senate Bill 87 by Senators Danielson and Moreno, also Representatives McCormick and Caraveo, concerning agricultural workers' rights and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 87 and the Appropriations and State Affairs Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in appropriations, we made a proper appropriation given the amendments that we made in State Affairs yesterday. However, we failed to move an amendment that had the language for which the appropriation changed. So with that, I will move L103 and ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Amendment L103 has been properly moved and is now before us, and this is to the Appropriations Committee reports. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have undergone extensive negotiations with opponents on this bill to the point where we brought the Farm Bureau and several other opponents to a monitor position. But we inadvertently left out negotiated changes to the administrative process for filing claims. What this does is augment the power of the Division of Labor to decide to investigate claims and gives them the power to determine the same remedies as a court. So what this will do is it will encourage more claims to take the administrative route rather than the court route, while still leaving the choice to the worker. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L103? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in Appropriations Committee, I'm familiar with what happened with the amendment, and I have an amendment that we were handed that was not offered. Can you take a quick look and make sure that that is what you're talking? Just 1 second, Madam
Sure,
Chair.
take your time.
Yes, exactly. And so, because it doesn't look exactly. Yeah, the issue is that they found a mistake in the meantime, and so we have to amend the amendment.
Thank you. So that's what I is not, if you don't mind saying.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Ransom. The issue was that in the interim, as we had discovered that we did not run the proper amendment in appropriations, the Farmers Bureau actually discovered a mistake in the amendment that we were going to run in appropriations, and so that's why the numbering is different and the wording is a little bit different.
Any further discussion on Amendment L13? I'm sorry? Oh, excuse me, on Amendment 103. Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Amendment 103. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment L103 is adopted. Representative Caraveo.
I ask for an aye on the Appropriations Committee report.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted.
State Affairs report. Yep,
To the State Affairs report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in State Affairs, we adopted several amendments, 3 of which were to delete unnecessary definitions in the bill, as well as to delay the implementation of the Agricultural Advisory Committee till after the rulemaking process has been completed. Addressing herder wages to an agreed upon amount between all stakeholders, as well as clarifying the cleanup in the bill, the administrative remedies that won't conflict with the Public Health Emergency Whistleblower Act and their administrative procedures. We also adopted an amendment that responded to the opponent's concerns on the enforcement scheme, and the amendment creates a more robust administrative procedure and removes the provision that would have allowed another individual to bring a claim on the behalf of the worker. And the last one was in regards to those that can fall under a hand weeding exemption. This was in response to the concerns of fruit and vegetable growers. It creates an additional hand weeding and thinning exemptions for producers who are in process of obtaining certified organic status, as well as those that use plastic mulch, and it created a variance procedure for those that can apply with the Department of Ag for further exceptions. And I ask for an aye vote on the State Affairs Committee report.
Any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Representative Pelton, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while we're on the State Affairs Committee, I have an amendment I would like to run. I'd like to move L95 and have it displayed, please.
Okay, Amendment L95 has been moved. It's being displayed. Why don't you tell us about it, Representative Pelton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is it will strike the whistleblower portion of the bill, but the main part of this, what it does is removes the Agriculture Work Advisory Group and it replaces it with language on a stakeholder group that would include agriculture employees, the people that, or employers, the people that actually employ these people, agriculture workers. So I think this kind of a committee is more appropriate for this bill, so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Caravello.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pelton. So what this would do is increase really the representation of employers, which I do appreciate. However, there are many other committees in the Agriculture Department that have extensive input from employers, but not from workers. And so part of what we are trying to do in this bill is increase the voice of workers. Another thing that I will point out is that a great portion of this bill has been sent to rulemaking at the behest of opponents and through negotiation, and through that process and the Agriculture Committee workforce that we are setting up that will also be under the department. There will be meetings starting in October to establish rules for a great portion of the bill. So with that, I do not think that this is necessary, and I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L95? Representative Holtorf.
Don't touch. Ooh. Oh boy. Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, I'm gonna read this amendment, and then I'm gonna make some short comments to why this is so important. So this particular amendment, actually, there's several parts to it. I'm going to have to open up my bill here. If you'll bear with me, Madam Chair. The first thing I'd like to say, it's unfortunate that I'm speaking to an amendment to the State Civic, Military, and Veteran Affairs Committee, because really it is my professional opinion that we should be speaking to amendments to the Agriculture, Livestock, and Water Committee, because this is concerning agricultural workers' rights in the title of the bill, and it's an ag bill. Truly, it's an ag bill, and I'm not going to get into why it didn't go to the Ag Committee in the Senate or the Ag Committee in the House. I don't think we need to talk about that in this building. I think everybody knows why. But I'm going to go over this because I think there's a lot of very important things that we have to really look at here. So page 12, I hope I got the re-engrossed version. I'm going to have to ask somebody to get me the re-engrossed version. Anybody have one? Heard it goes so fast that we just bada bing, bada bang. Anyway, I'll put that out there to my colleagues to help me. I'll work off the introduced version, and then if someone could help me get the re-engrossed version, I'd appreciate it. To have a little better, thank you, sir. There we go. Now we're talking. And as you know, I'm a third-generation Colorado rancher, dryland farmer, and cattle feeder. I started in agriculture when I was 5. They say knee-high to a grasshopper, looking up to my daddy with a smile on my face. I'm not going to tell you my nickname because it'd get me in trouble back then, but I was proud to be at his side. I carried that pride my whole life. God rest his soul. Now, page 12. Strike lines 9 through 11. Whistleblower means, it looks like it's the definition, agricultural worker with knowledge or an alleged violation of this part 2 of the agricultural workers or the agricultural workers representative. So, where I come from, things are a lot different. And I'll get to that later in the evening. But to us, whistleblowers is a very foreign term. Agricultural worker representatives in eastern Colorado is even more foreign. Because we don't have it because we don't need it out there, contrary to popular belief. But that does take that out of there. That fits more of government kind of situation or some kind of high-level situation, perhaps in a corporation or some other type of urban environment, I think. I'll go to the next line, page 3, lines 31, page 3 of the report, lines 31 through 36. Let me go back here and see if I'm going to do this right. It says strike page 4 and substitute. Page 17 of the bill, strike lines 7 through 27. I'll go to that. Maybe I can speak to that a little better. These are enforcement penalties. And what's interesting about this section is, and I know why we asked for this to be stricken, because it sends you right to a court. This is a lawyer's dream, probably written by a lawyer, I would say. Nothing against lawyers. But why do we go right to a court? Enforcement penalties, relief, and rules. Aggrieved worker, whistleblower, key service provider, and I know some of this language was changed a little bit due to violations of Part 2, may commence an action in district court against an agricultural employer. A court may order injunction, relief, award the plaintiff's attorney's fees. Well, there you go. Lawyers are putting money in their pocket on that line. An aggrieved worker or whistleblower is entitled to all rights, remedies, penalties under a previous section. So, you know, out in the country, we don't run to the courthouse right away to solve problems. We don't pick up the phone and call a lawyer and go file lawsuits against each other, try to get into court and go after it, spend thousands and thousands of dollars. A lot of remedies come from old country rules and the way we settle things in the country, and we come to understandings and agreements. And really, no lawyers need be involved. In fact, lawyers don't even need to apply because we can solve so many things out there in the country without them. But it's interesting how we so quickly in this section just run to the lawyers in the court, because we're going to do all this mess. So I can see why that's in there in this amendment. I'm going to move down to page 20 here. I really want us to understand, if we say no to this amendment, what we're saying no to, and then maybe why we should say yes. And I'm going to actually ask Representative Pelton to help me in this argument a little bit more, if he'd be kind enough to come back here and give some more reinforcing points after I try to do my best here. So lines 1 through 4, Advisory Committee. So this is the meat and potatoes on your plate now, colleagues, and I do ask for your attention. You see an advisory committee here is created. But what is that? What is that advisory committee and who participates? Well, what Representative Pelton says is something that I really would take to heart. The executive director of the department, well, I would think that would be the ag department, but I don't know if that's right. If it's the ag department, shall convene a meeting of stakeholders to discuss wages and working conditions of agricultural workers at least once before December 31st, so by this year, and then annually thereafter. Meeting includes agricultural workers, members or representatives of ag organizations that advocate for workers' rights, agricultural employers, and individuals who are members or representatives of the organizations that advocate for the employers. And these are the ag stakeholder groups that the bill sponsors have probably spent more time with in the last couple, 2 or 3 months than they ever expected to. Because that's how big a deal this is to ag. People don't understand what this means in this chamber or this building. We just don't understand the far-reaching implications. I think after tonight, maybe in the morning, we'll have a better understanding. But if you talk about a stakeholder meeting and people that this really affects to try to work out and establish those things, I can't think of a better group of folks here. You ready to come back? Okay. So to the further extent possible, the executive director of the department shall ensure that the stakeholders have the opportunity to meet with those representatives and with the Department of Labor and Employment. So even Labor and Employment can understand. Department of Public Health and Environment for those health issues. Department of Ag, which should be the lead, and the governor's office. So all sides can be heard. Because that's one of my concerns, I'll leave this up here, is have we heard all sides? And do we understand the implications of what we ask? I'll turn this back over to Representative Pelton.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for kind of digging into this, Representative Holtorf. With this stakeholder setup, the way this amendment states, it just is a more balanced type of approach than the committee that is in this bill right now, the Advisory Work Committee. Just because, like you stated, it's got the different departments that need to be there. It's got employers, which theirs does too, but theirs has some representatives of the Migrant Farm Worker Division of Colorado Legal Services. And so I just think if we can keep the lawyers out of the room, get the departments in the room, get the employers in the room, employees, I think this is just going to be a lot better way to move forward with this bill with this type of a stakeholder group in it. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Sandrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like this amendment. This amendment offers a more balanced approach of stakeholders. In any business, when you have stakeholders, you need educated people who actually have a say within what's going on. This is this amendment does that. It improves the bill in a manner where it refines the stakeholder group, doesn't have people in there that may have different agendas or political agendas or anything in that realm. We need educated people who want the best for the employees, the families who own these agriculture businesses, and you want people who look at things in a fair manner. This refines that group. I think it's a great amendment. One thing it does, let's remember that we're talking about families. We're talking about people who have strong knowledge in this and have certain beliefs about the way these businesses should be ran. We want to make sure that the stakeholder meetings are fair. What we don't want is people in there who are advocates of a certain area. We want people who are unbiased. We want people in these groups that have even been in this profession for generations. Family members associated with these businesses. And yeah, we want the employees. We want representatives of the employees as well. We want them to be heard. But we want fairness in this and balance in this. What this amendment does is something that I'm going to be actually speaking to the remainder of the evening. This helps preserve our agriculture industry in this state. This puts the bill in a better light. This may slightly decrease the chance of an agriculture business, which in really means is a family who's in agriculture, saying, this is too difficult for me, I'm packing up shop, I'm moving to a different state. So this helps that situation. We want ag to stay. We want a stakeholder group that is fair, knowledgeable, not advocates. I ask for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L95? Seeing Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your attention. The reason I like this amendment, esteemed colleagues, is it allows for people to come together to solve problems and have all sides of the issue present without without one side having more representation than the other, without having one side or a certain part trying to trump the other or try to maneuver around the other side, so you can come up with, I call, real solutions. If you have problems in the country, in the agricultural employment space, you can come together and solve those problems so everybody's opinion, everybody's voice, everybody's concerns are addressed up front and open. To come to resolution, to come to agreements, to come to compromises that solve those perceived or real problems that are out there. The genesis of this bill, I don't think had that balance. I don't think it had, way back in the interim, whenever all this started, these dialogues and discussions started, I don't think it had that representation at the table. So that's why I stand before you talking about how important it is to advocate for that balance, have all parties sitting around the table talking about the issues and getting real solutions. That's what this amendment does. So I ask the bill sponsors to look at this closely. It's not the meat and potatoes of it definitely is not unfriendly. In fact, it's very friendly. And if there's one thing that I would ask, at least, and we can do this whenever or however, at least consider that last part. Lines 9 through 27, section 8-13.5-204, stakeholder meetings. That means a lot. That means a lot to the people I represent, both representing employees and employers, ag workers and ag business. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative McCormick. Representative Will.
I would have deferred. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Will.
I want to come up and stand in strong support of this amendment. I think the part that's striking with the whistleblower portion and removing the advisory committee is a good thing. We having these stakeholder meetings is the way this should be addressed, because the true stakeholders in this, not an advisory committee or advocates for this or that. Let's let the people that are out there, the boots on the ground people, the people that are dealing with this every day, out there, producers, farmers, those trying to make it work every day as a stakeholder are going to be way, way better than an advisory committee. So I stand in strong support of this amendment, and it's got about 3 great portions in it that I totally agree with, and I would ask that the bill sponsors consider this and take this amendment to heart and ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I respectfully also ask for a no vote on this amendment. We need an advisory committee that does focus on worker issues. Other boards and commissions already exist that focus on more the producer side, and such as the Colorado Food Systems Advisory Council and the Colorado Agricultural Commission. And these other boards do not have representation or focus. And so this advisory committee is really very important to speak to the balance that we've just heard about. It is time to have an advisory board that focuses on worker issues. These are people that certainly deal with these issues every day as well. And they have been at this work for decades, and their voices have not been heard. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment 95. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L95. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The noes have it. Amendment L95 is lost. Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so members, what we're really trying to do with this bill is to give these workers the same protections that many of us enjoy in other sectors of industry and of work. Really very basic protections that they have been left out of for 86 years, including the right to a minimum wage, the right to be compensated for overtime, and even the access to things like water, shade, and access to healthcare providers. we've heard throughout the process of speaking to workers as we've worked on this bill, some of the conditions that they work under, and really what we're trying to do with this bill is to address some of those very basic protections. We have done a lot of work in stakeholding to really try to take into account the pressures that the agricultural industry faces every day. It is an incredibly important sector in Colorado, one that I respect, that my family's been part of, both as my brother as a rancher and my uncles and aunts as farm workers, and that, literally puts food on our table every day. So I understand that these are a very passionate, there's very passionate arguments on both sides. Know that we have approached those both sides with respect and have done a lot of work to negotiate to the point where most of our what were opponents have come to neutral positions if they have been able to vote to update their stances since the work that was done in committee last night. So looking forward to more discussion on this, but I do ask for an aye vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I also want to reiterate that there's been a tremendous amount of discussion that has gone into this bill. It's certainly been looked at and crafted and molded over the last weeks and months. It's been a huge process, and I want to say that the one thing that all the voices have in common on working on this bill is that every single person that came to the table are all very deeply passionate about agriculture in our state, including me. It is one of the largest economic drivers of our state, bringing in over $40 million annually. It is an industry that's so important and will continue to be an important part of Colorado. Those that work on farms and ranches and dairies are some of the hardest working people that we know. And this bill is about those individuals. And many of them have been working without these basic labor protections that my co-prime mentioned. And I will say right here on the record that the majority of our agricultural employers in our state, much of this does not apply to them. We are addressing those that have fallen through the cracks. Whether it's 6 people, 600, or 6,000, it's important that we make sure that these basic protections, minimum wage, overtime allowances, making sure their housing is standard, that they have access to critical service providers, people that may offer legal assistance, health care, financial assistance, faith-based services, are able to access these workers. Guaranteed breaks and rest periods, things that my employees at my small business took for granted, and so did I, but I also had to plan for these things. I had to plan and manage my employees to make sure that I was keeping track of overtime and meal breaks, all of that. And so to have other employers in our state really, so that we're all playing by the same rules, it's very important that we work to support these workers. And I also ask for your aye vote.
Representative Catlin.
I'm used to touching that button, so I read the message, no touchy, so here I am. Members, I'm down here talking about something that I'm passionate about, and I know that the sponsors of the bill are passionate about. One of the things I'd like to mention, and quickly because I'm not sure I heard it right, agriculture is worth about $40 to $45 billion to the state economy, rapidly becoming the #1 industry in the state of Colorado. What we're talking about is change brought to us, brought to the state of Colorado, I'm afraid, from out of state. I think one of the things we have to keep in mind is that we're better when we talk to one another. It's better for us to talk with rather than talk at. I think there's been some talking at from both sides. One of the things I want to frame for the people that are here in the building, if they cared, which I can see not a lot did, is that we're talking about an industry that cares deeply about all the parts of production. I said last night at committee hearing, and I think this bears true, some of you attorneys will be able to help me with this, is that 90% of the law in this state, in this country, are made for 10% of the people, or less. And I think that's what we're doing here today. The abuse and the mistreatment of agricultural help is a vestige of the past. And I think a lot of the basis of what we're talking about today is to try and fix things that happened in our past, probably further back than I'm the age of. Because in this day and age, an agricultural operation doesn't take to be very big in order to have $1 million worth of crop laying in the field, or hanging on the tree, or standing in the pasture. So what ends up happening is that we have to hire help. And it's referred to as help. We decide how much it's going to take to harvest that crop, how much it's going to take to figure out how we're going to have those lambs or those calves, or to pick that fruit. And these people are treated like help. By far and away, they're treated like help. I can tell you stories about being raised up out on the farm, and it'll take more time and those kind of things, and maybe we'll get to that when it gets to be bedtime. But the point I'm trying to make is that people are treated with respect. I don't want you to get the mistaken impression that agriculture, in general, any part of agriculture, has gone about purposely injuring or belittling or making people feel less than. There's a statement on my dad's farm when I was a kid. Somebody asked us when we went to the parts store, "Does that guy work for you?" My dad looked at him and said, "No, he works with us." We got in the pickup to go home, and I asked him, what's that mean? And he told me that working for us is a whole lot different than working with us. Maybe it was the age I was at, but it opened my mind and it opened my eyes. I got an opportunity to watch my folks work side by side, doing the exact same labor that we had hired their help to do. No distinction. Bucking bales, bucking potato sacks and onion sacks from the ground to the bed of a truck so you could stack it on the truck and take it to the cellars and the sheds. The guy that owned the place and the guys that were hired to come and help us, side by side. It still happens today. Granted, what I'm telling you happened a long time ago, but it still happens today. This piece of legislation is trying to fix something with a sledgehammer when we could have probably gotten by with something a lot more technical. Maybe a framing, not a framing hammer, maybe a finish hammer and a coping saw might have done a better job of crafting this. But I'm not going to say that the sponsors are not passionate about it or that they don't care. What I worry about are the unintended consequences. Agriculture in the state of Colorado has brought a large number of people into being citizens of this country. Individuals that came from a different country, looking for work, found a place they could be, and ended up staying there for years and years. You'll hear numerous stories from people talking about people that have come to a farm or come to a ranch and found a home, literally a home. But that's not mentioned in this bill. What's mentioned is the outliers. I honestly want you to believe that the people that this bill is being passed for is the outlier of employers. You know, people that are out on the farm or out on the ranch or, you know, in the horticultural business, those kind of things, a lot of the people that work with them end up being nearly family. And I have one example I'll give you about the 2 kids that lived in my house. There's a man that works for us named Felix Rios. He's been on that farm for 26 years. My kids call him Tio because he's the one, when the car breaks down, they call Felix. Tio. He comes, he fixes their pickup, he gets them, he tows them home. These are the kind of things that happen. And it's not because he has to, it's because he wants to, it's because he's part of the fabric of that farm. You know, and I do know that there are people that push everything to the limit. And I asked some questions last night about people that had been pushed to the limit, that went and found help, and asked that individual, did you take these people to the sheriff? Did you take them to Health and Human Services in those counties and start getting some relief for them? And the insinuation was that they were so intimidated in every instance that they wouldn't do that. I have a hard time believing that. I have a hard time believing that if you went to the sheriff, they wouldn't help you. Now, the insinuation was the people were afraid to go to the sheriff because they were afraid they're going to lose their job. Now, I'm not going to insinuate or impugn anybody's testimony. But I do know that in my district, if you show up at the sheriff's office and you've been stolen from, there's going to be some action. And the other thing that happens in agriculture, and this happens, this has happened. An individual hired people that were from across the border. He hired them, he worked them. When it came payday, he turned them in to Border Patrol and stole their wages. Well, that rumor, that word went around through that community that raised me like wildfire. When it came harvest time that year, none of the neighbors went to help. And when he came and asked why, they told him, "You can't steal from our help, because those crews are shared by all of us. When our crop is needing weeded, we use them. When somebody else's is, we're done, they move there." That's how they spend their summer. One cog in the wheel broke. They won't go back to that farm to this day. So, this bill worries me. It does worry me. I asked the sponsors last night about whether or not someone could drive by while a crew was out working in the field, and they might personally be offended by the work they're having to do. Will they be able to file a complaint on the farm? They assured me they won't. The sponsors were very careful about assuring me that that won't happen. But in this antagonistic world that we live in today, I'm afraid it could. I asked some questions in regards to, there are some exemptions in this bill about hand labor, bent back labor. One is there's an exemption for transitioning from commercial farming to organic farming. That takes 3 years from the day you decide and register that you're going to become an organic farm. That means you don't use chemicals, that means you don't use fertilizer, you don't use anything that's put on from the outside, chemically. And it's a tough deal. It's a very, very tough deal to go from traditional commercial farming to organic farming. So there's going to be an awful lot of hand labor and a lot of hoe work. You're going to hear about the 18-inch hoe. So I wanted to know how we were going to protect that agriculturalist when he hires the crew. Are we going to put a placard up, or are we going to put signage up so that the individuals that come to work on that farm are not afraid they're being abused by that grower? We're still up in the air on that. One of the things that this bill does is it sets out some very specific things. But then at the same time, in the next paragraph, we talk about rulemaking. Rulemaking by the Department of Labor, rulemaking by the Department of Agriculture. I'm hoping that we're going to have enough time and enough conversation and enough participants in these rulemakings that we can start to get to a better point, a sharper point on what's going to be approved and what's not going to be approved, and the rules are laid out very, very clear. Not just for the labor, but for the individual that's hiring the labor. You know, I heard last night that people work ungodly hours in the heat with no shade, no water, those kind of things. That's probably true in some cases, very few. Because you see, if you didn't take care of that labor crew the way it needs to be taken care of, there is nothing tying them to that farm. The easiest way for anyone to get even is to simply walk away. So I think we've forgotten about that. Agriculture is not enslaving or taking advantage of people in ways that any other person could not change those characteristics. If you don't like working on my place, you don't have to stay there. And that's something that's not mentioned in this bill. You could quit. You can say, pay me up, I'm out of here. I'm taking my crew with me. Because a lot of times this labor is hired as a crew. An individual will come and negotiate the terms, conditions, and how they're going to be paid and all of that for all of that crew. I'm hoping that those people are aware of these rules too. Because I would hate to hire somebody and have my confidence be put into that individual, and then all of a sudden he's not doing right. And I don't know where the connection is. The grower ends up with the blame. These are called labor brokers. This is a tough bill. It's a tough bill because we don't want to stand up here and say it's not fair to agriculture because we're talking about labor. It's been, you know, in my mind, those two have been tied together for years and years, for generations. Do I believe there are problems? Yes, I do. Do I believe that it's as big as what some people will want you to believe? No, I don't. The argument is made we've never tried to fix these problems, and I'm not sure of that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredible change to the state of Colorado. Hopefully it's a good change for labor, and hopefully it's one that agriculture will be able to acclimate to. But today, it looks an awful lot like a steep cliff. And one of the things I want to warn you of is one of the things that's worrying me today is the small outfits that are just getting a good start, that are just figuring out, yes, I can be a farmer, yes, I can afford to be a farmer, yes, I can succeed, will be able to carry on. And we in this room will not know that because this bill doesn't take effect until January 22. In January of 22, these operators are going to be going to their bank for their operating loan. We're talking about increasing wages. We're talking about increasing, everything is increasing. Diesel fuel, fertilizer, seed, all of the things that we do. You've heard me say at this well that the beans that I grew last year were put in the shed at 1985 prices. With 2021 costs. How do we do that? It's hard, believe me. The main way to do that is with more poundage sold. So when these young growers or these marginal operations go into the bank and the bank looks at the numbers and says, man, I can't go with you. There's going to be some farm sales happen out at the edge of your town. One of the problems with agriculture is that we go broke very quietly. We don't get a chance to soap up the windows. We don't get a chance to put an ad in the newspaper saying we're selling out, we're giving up, we're going to leave, which other businesses do. We quietly go away. But you never know it, because another farmer comes and rents that ground or raises a crop on that ground, and when you go for your Sunday drive, it's still raising corn, it's still raising beets, it's still raising whatever you're used to seeing. But it's done by a completely different outfit. So we won't know if this has happened. Anyway, folks, I want you to think long and hard about this. There'll be some amendments brought. Think long and hard about them. But know this, agriculture in the state of Colorado does care. It does want the people that work with us to be okay and to be paid and to be taken care of. And 99% of us do that. Think about that when it comes time to vote. Thank you very much.
Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Chair Valdez, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
And I want to thank the bill sponsors, Dr. Representative McCormick and Dr. Representative Caraveo, because of the compromise, the amendments that I'm working on both sides, because it's not easy. It's not easy to not only bring these amendments, but hopefully we can continue to work on this bill, because ag is a huge part, not only in my life, but in House District 62. And in House District 62's economy is ag. And yes, it's our livelihoods, but also livelihoods of the need of farm workers. Yes, we need farm workers. We need to make sure that they're safe and they're healthy, and that they can come back or they can continue to work and stay on one's farm. Because ag continues to put not only food on my table, but at many others' tables. Put food on the grocery stores, not only to feed your family, but many others. And yes, farm workers are needed now more than ever. And yes, in a time when we're in a drought situation since 2002, and we have risks of weather and climate change on a regular basis. Back in 2019, I visited with Representative Catlin at his farm, just 2 days after a hailstorm wiped out his beans. And I know that wasn't the only farm that got hit that day. Later that summer in the San Luis Valley, many others. And the hardships for not only farmers, but business owners here today is a serious factor. And I have family, I have friends in the farming and agriculture industry, but also I've talked to farmers. I've talked to farm workers. Yes, and the needs are real. From housing to health services, but also I've visited with farmers who have helped individuals and brought services to those in need, have driven individuals to healthcare services. Members, and to the bill sponsors, I still have some concerns with this bill and how it's going to impact not only the future of agriculture, how it's going to impact the next generation, whether it be farm workers or farmers. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the distinct privilege, to listen to interesting testimony and conversation yesterday in the House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. That was on the 3rd of June. I guess we went to about 8:30, not only this bill, but a few others. I was pleased to hear the stories of agricultural issues on the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee. I did ask the question of the chairman, why are we listening to it on that committee? And he gave a very good answer. I mean, and I knew it was kind of a rhetorical question. That's just the way it falls out sometimes at the end of the session. But I was disappointed to hear this bill did not make it through an agricultural committee in the Senate or the House. And it just seems to me we were blessed to have the expertise of Representative Catlin join us on the Military, State, Civil, Veterans Affairs Committee. And he brought his expertise, so maybe we patched it. We patched a problem that I wish were different. But what I did hear on that I thought was interesting, and I maybe it does take it back to the military side of thing, is we heard testimony that right now 60% of our food is coming from overseas. And as a intel guy in the military, I can tell you that food is a national security concern. So maybe it did need to be in the State, Civil, Veterans, Military Affairs Committee. I got the order wrong, but I think you know what I'm talking about. We're getting 60% of our food from overseas. That's problematic. I mean, we used to be the breadbasket of the world, for the world, gave it away for free in emergencies in foreign countries. So that's an alarming shift for me to have heard about our ability to feed ourselves. And I don't know which tyrant it was in, maybe it wasn't even a tyrant, maybe it was just somebody kind of analyzing the situation. You're about 3 meals from having big problems in your country. If you miss 3 and then you miss it for 3 more, society goes in a bad direction. So this is alarming to me. And I think we need to be very mindful of that. Rep. Catlin talked about his beans that were coming in at 1985 prices, but he's paying 2020, 2021 electricity bills, fuel bills, and that's problematic. And it leads me to a short letter here. I bet you thought I was going to read the bill, but I'm going to read a letter instead, and it's probably pretty captivating. It's from the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers Association. It's dated 1 June 2021. And the title of the immediate release, it's a press release, New Colorado Farm Labor Law to Further Stress Tight Agricultural Labor Market. So interesting stats here. According to U.S. agricultural census data, over the last decade, net farm income has declined by 13%, while farm production expenses have increased 26%. A new labor law, Agricultural Workers' Rights, that's what we're discussing right here, and that's Senate Bill 21087, has passed the Colorado Senate and will be heard in the House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee June 3rd. And it was, as I just mentioned some moments ago, further tightening the economic strings on Colorado farmers and ranchers. Quote, Colorado's unique produce growing environment with its short season and harsh weather is challenging for even the best growers to be profitable and stay in business, said Bruce Talbot, co-owner, operator of Talbot's Mountain Gold, president of the Colorado Fruit and Vegetable Growers, that is CFVGA. And he says further, quote, SB 21087 in its original form would have made it impossible for most produce growers to stay afloat. We are thankful for the amendments passed in the Senate and hope the House will make further amendments to make this bill workable for growers. So, I'm sure Representative Catlin will come back and give us a tally of how many people are in that Growers Association and some of the other associations that testified last night, but it was a lot of people. We're up to about 100,000 people that were being represented there. And I'm going to save some of this letter and pick a few more parts out of it. But bottom line is just what was on the top line, and that is over the last decade, net farm income has declined 13%, while farm production expenses have increased 26%. Tell me how long that is sustainable. Tell me if 60% of our food is imported, coming from overseas, how much more can we manipulate the numbers before we get ourselves in a serious situation? And that's not even counting the other elements that you cannot control, weather, growing seasons, etc. We got a big problem here. We need to really talk this through tonight and start working to make sure that farmers don't lose their farms first and we don't lose our food. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Didn't mean to startle you. I want to talk to a little bit to what my colleague just said, because I don't want people to be alarmed. You see, we are a country abundant, and we do raise a lot of commodities. What does happen with part of that statistic, that 60% statistic, is a lot of our ag products are of high quality. And they get exported to export markets because some of these other countries are willing to pay a premium for that quality. I'm not inferring that we are getting substandard commodities domestically, but part of that, what happens, and this is a whole nother issue that I could talk to for hours about imports and exports, and how some of these multinational companies will take a high-value commodity and export it for a premium, and then they will backfill another similar type commodity and use it for processing in a different product. So there is that to consider. In fact, most of us in agriculture know that where we get our premium and what's called our price discovery is from the export market. That export market is so important to us in so many commodity areas. Now, here's part of the problem that we face with this bill. The genesis of this and where it started and where it's gone, the journey that this has taken, has been quite tumultuous. It started out in one place, then it came to the Gold Dome, and then it crashed into committee, and then a lot of stakeholder work and opposition ensued. Amendments were added. And it was unfortunate that one of the prime co-sponsors in the Senate, who is the chairwoman of the Ag Committee, wasn't able to take that bill to the Ag Committee. And I will tell you that it's unfortunate here in the House that the chairwoman of the Ag Committee in the House was unable to get that bill to come through the Ag Committee in the House. I don't understand that. A bill that has the title of agriculture, in fact, it's the first word that I see on the marquee, should go to no other committee, in my humble opinion. But it did not in either chamber. That's problematic, but I guess a political reality. And what people don't understand, the people that are involved in this, they don't understand the diversity of agriculture in all of the commodity sectors and the different levels within those sectors and the interrelational aspects of the different players and the different types of labor that at every level is involved. Now, I know most of you are wanting to know what I'm talking about, so I'm going to give you a little story. I like to tell stories. Where I'm from, we tell a lot of stories. I'm going to tell you the story about the little calf, just so you get an idea. Just so you get an idea of the interrelational components and who has to do what, because I know the cattle business best. But as I tell my story, I do indulge your attention. I tell it for a very important reason, so people in this building can understand how deep this goes and how complex things are, and how, and I always say this, how one glove does not fit all hands in agriculture, because there's so many different hands in agriculture. So once upon a time, out at Buffalo Springs Ranch, there was a little calf that was born on a March spring day. The rancher was out in the pasture early in the morning checking cows and saw that calf born. That calf, when it was born, and I think one of the bill sponsors will appreciate this, was given a what you call postnatal vaccination protocol in the medical world. Some of these doctors over here understand it. You know, a cowpoke like me, I just do what the vet says because the vet knows best. So we get that little calf and we give it shots. And then we put a tag on its ear because we need to know which mama it belongs to. Because mama cow's got a tag in her ear, kind of like the earrings that some people wear. And that's the identification. This cow's going to be 535 for the sake of my story, probably the meanest cow we've ever had on our ranch. But the little baby grows up. It is checked every day, twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day during the first 2 months of the calving season. Because a lot of things can happen. As you know, little babies get sick really easily, and they need care. The same thing happens with baby calves. So you will spend hours and hours, and if you're like me and you love animals and you care about them deeply and you want them to have the best care in the world and you don't want them to get sick and you don't want them to die, they're almost like your children. And I'll tell you how far this goes for us cattlemen. I've been accused by my wife of caring for the cattle more than I do for my family. And I will tell you, some days she's not wrong. Some days she's not wrong. But I'll explain why as I tell the story. Now, the first couple months, my little baby calf, 535, gets a runny nose, gets the snivels, starts to get diarrhea. So I've got to go out and I've got to rope that little calf with my lariat. And I give it some medicine just like we do our kids. When they're sick, we take them in and we give them a little medicine, get them to see a doctor. In fact, one of the sponsors works in that field, pediatric care, pediatrician, taking care of those kids that have the snivels and are sick and many other things. Well, we do that. And if you run 10 cows, 100 cows, 1,000 cows, or more, you still have the same job and the same attention. And what happens in agriculture is you don't watch the clock. I tell people that have come to work for me, I say, if you watch the clock, you can't do this job. You got to care more about the animals than the time. Because that's what makes a good cattleman. Because they need your time. In fact, their lives depend on it. Because if you don't take little 535 and treat that little baby when it's got the sniffles, a little diarrhea, and you know it's getting sick, 5 days later, it is dead. Pneumonia has set in. The respiratory damage is irreversible. And the little calf dies. And that is what happens in just the first chapter of the story. It's got 5 chapters. We're still in chapter 1. But I want you to understand. We check them in the morning. We'll check them after lunch. And we'll go out. When most people clock out and go home at the factory when the whistle blows, we'll go out and check them in the evening till the sun goes down. Because you don't want those babies to die. And you'll do it every day. Until it's time to do what? Go to grass. So little 535 still alive. Now mind you, that's a $300 calf. About what they're worth. And let's say you got 100 of them. Okay? You care about them, you got to take care of them. You lose one, it's a pretty significant loss. particularly if you're a small rancher. Maybe you're just getting started and you have 10 head instead of 100. Imagine losing 10% of your crop because you wanted to clock out and go to the house on the union time. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pick on unions. They have their place. The real issue is there place at every level of agricultural production? And I will tell you the answer is no. Because it doesn't work. The glove doesn't fit the hand. So that little calf finally gets to turn out to grass. It's the middle of May, end of May, grass is green. And mom and baby get to go from the calving pasture out to summer pasture. They get through that time. Usually they're vaccinated again. They're processed. They're made ready to go to pastures that are miles and miles away from the ranch. Some cases in another state. And they spend the summer out there. Generally things go well. You check them a couple, 2 or 3 times a week. Make sure they've got water, salt and mineral. Mama's okay, calf's okay. Oh, and you got a bull out there now because you are in the production business, so you have to reproduce. And it's a good summer for everybody. Mom and dad and the kids having a good summer. Then fall comes, and you got what's called the fall gather. You see, in the summertime, things slow down. In the cattle business, you're if you're not fixing fence or fixing windmills, you're looking to do other things. But then fall comes and you have what's called the fall gather. It takes a lot of work over a short period of time. And I will tell you, one year I had a young man from Oregon come down and say, I don't want to be a cowboy, I want to work on your ranch. I said, all right, you're going to be on the saddle for 10 days from sunup to sundown. We're going to gather about 8 or 10 pastures over miles and miles of range. And then when we get all the cows and calves gathered, then we got to sort the babies from the mamas. We got to turn the mamas back out. And then we've got to process all those calves and get them ready for the next phase, chapter 2, which is the stalker grower phase. Now, I'm going to save chapter 2 for a little bit later. I'm getting some hand signals from the bullpen, as they say in baseball. But I'll tell you, I'm going to tell the story through the end because you need to know that sometimes you're working hard, and I mean a lot of hours, then some days there's not a whole lot to do. Except watch the sun shine, the grass grow, and the cattle put on the pounds. So when you talk about this particular workers' rights, and you talk about how it applies and what that does, and the limitations you put on time and labor, it becomes problematic in different sectors. And I don't think people have thought this through all the way at every level. So, at this time, I'm going to step aside here and I'll save chapter 2 for a little bit later because I want you to know about 535, this little baby calf. Because now 535 is a teenager and starting to sow its own oats and buck and run and play, weighing about 500 pounds.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the district I represent, much of Weld County, we have a quarter of the state's egg production, over 1 million acres of prime irrigated farmland, nationally in the top 7 for egg-producing counties. It's a big deal. My grandfather was a farmer. I spent many weekends helping him harvest corn, feed the hogs, all kinds of things, and just incredible memories. And he was one of the most solid people I've ever known. And that's not just him that I think of that. I think of that from all farmers. I've known a lot of farmers. I know a lot of farmers. and I respect so much the things they do day in and day out. Working weekends, working holidays. Absolutely the most consistent, good-willed people I know. And I can't think of a profession I respect more. No complaints, same thing every day. As sure as the sun rises, get up, go to work, same thing, every single day. And I certainly can respect where the bill sponsors are coming from, but what I see from farmers and what I've seen my whole life, I sincerely believe they are treating these employees, these workers, with respect. Because as Representative Catlin said, they see them as one of them. And that's the same way my grandfather treated his employees, people he met every day. He was not above anyone, and I see that from all farmers. I just want to, if I can, Mr. Chair, read a short poem/speech, because I truly feel this, to me, tells a lot about who farmers are and the farmers I've met. So this is, let me just pull it up here if you'd wait a second here. This is from Paul Harvey, and it means a lot to me, and I'm sure most of you have heard it if you watch Super Bowls, so I'm just going to read this quickly. And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, and then go to town and stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer. I need somebody with arms strong enough to rustle a calf and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to call hogs, tame cantankerous machinery, come home hungry, have to wait lunch until his wife's done feeding visiting ladies and tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon and mean it. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt and watch it die. Then dry his eyes and say, maybe next year. I need somebody who can shape an axe handle from a persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car tire, who can make harness out of hay wire, feed sacks and shoe scraps, and who, planting time and harvest season, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon. Then, paint in from tractor back, put in another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody strong enough to clear trees and heave bales, yet gentle enough to tame lambs and wean pigs and tend the pink-combed pullets, who will stop his mower for an hour to splint the broken leg of a meadowlark. It had to be somebody who'd plow deep and straight and not cut corners. Somebody to seed, weed, feed, breed, and rake and disc and plow, and plant and tie the fleece and strain the milk and replenish the self-feeder, and finish a hard week's work with a 5-mile drive to church. Somebody who'd bail a family together with the soft, strong bonds of sharing, who would laugh and then sigh and then reply with smiling eyes when his son says he wants to spend his life doing what Dad does. So God made a farmer. This is how I see our farmers in this great state and in this country, and they are so vital. And I have so much concern that this bill will affect farmers in a negative way, and I'd appreciate a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the introduction of this, we heard that we wanted to apply industry standards, industry labor standards to the agricultural industry. And I think that's one of the failings of this bill, is that it doesn't really reflect what industry you're talking about, because industry standards change widely depending upon what industry you're talking about. And 40-hour weeks and standard overtime and all that stuff varies widely by industry. And I could use my own example as that, and I will in a minute. But this bill changes the definition of employee to include agricultural laborers, which really goes against what was in the Labor Peace Act. The act is widely considered a unique legal middle ground between a right to work and union states that have contributed to Colorado's economic well-being. Agricultural employees are intentionally excluded from the act because it is widely understood
that working on a farm or ranch is markedly different from work in other industries. And I think that's where this bill falls apart. It doesn't take that into account. And let me talk a little about the industries that I used to work in. Now, granted that military service is quite a bit different than the standard labor practice, but we did 100 hours a week on a slow week. And we did that for weeks on end. We used to joke that a half day was 12 to 12. And then we went to work on some of the other stuff. And in industry, when I left the service and went into industry, there wasn't an overtime in there either. We worked what the task required, and you did that until the task was done. And that falls into the issue here on agriculture, because it isn't the same as other industries. It is something unique. We've already heard from the other speakers about what it takes to do that. And I don't have quite that background. I've had part interest in a ranch and helped out running them down in another state, but I don't have anywhere near the agricultural background that some of my colleagues have, so I don't pretend to do that. But I've been close enough to see what it does take. And the economics of the agriculture industry has been the principal reason that both federal and most state governments treat it differently in matters in labor law. And here, this bill breaks that. Countless studies have shown that only a small number of farms are actually economically profitable when you get down into the small business bit, because most of these operations are small business compared to larger corporations. And they are. They're family owned and operated, and they're generational. And this bill will put that at risk. And what's going to happen when the small businesses are forced out, when the owners are forced out, when your neighbors are forced out? It's going to be commercial, big business is going to move in and pick them up, if they pick them up at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all dependent upon agriculture. We all like to eat. And this is going to put that at risk, and it's going to put our agricultural on the back burner, and we're going to be dependent upon foreign, as we've heard, in other states. Let's call other states foreign, because they are. They're different cultures. I spent several years in Nebraska, stationed there, and they had a whole different setup, but they outlawed commercial operations and maintained the family farm as primary. This bill is going to reverse that. It's going to hand all those private farms over to big business, big agribusiness. I don't think that's what we want. I'm going to read here a letter from one of the ranch. I'm going to exclude the names. But they write, this is a ranch and operators, and they're writing in opposition. They're a family ranch raising cattle, sheep, horses, dogs, and children in the Little Snake River Valley, northwest of Steamboat Springs. They're the oldest continuous business in Routt County, and they'll celebrate 140 years this summer, a family, multi-generational ranch. In addition to raising beef, lamb, and wool, are dedicated to conservation practice. All of their mountain ranch lands are under easement, and they've been awarded conservation awards. They've been nominated for the same award that they earned in other states in Colorado. They employ 15 to 20 people in the summer months and around 8 through the winter. They employ both domestic and H-2A labor. They're absolutely dependent upon H-2A sheep herders from Peru, and this bill targets sheep herding. They also depend upon us since it means the difference between their families living in poverty or not. And this bill will destroy family farms, destroy those jobs, or hand them over to big business. They have several employees who have worked for more than 20 years for that particular ranch. They also raise cattle and high-altitude alfalfa. And one reason they've been recognized for their conservation efforts So they employ extra cowboys and cowgirls to tend to the cattle and make sure they're rotating on a fresh ground, avoiding riparian areas, providing humane care to the livestock. Environmentalists. Again, these are not activities that fit within the parameters of the proposed law. Loss of this management and these jobs will lead to further loss of the benefits provided by well-managed grazing, including carbon sequestration and fire suppression. They're asked to use livestock to reclaim and restore fire-damaged landscapes in California. And looking closely at what this would involve, they decided they could not navigate or afford that state's costly requirements, especially for the employees. As a result, the rangelands will go unreclaimed, erosion will continue, and future fire danger will increase. We're sure that was not the intention of labor regulators in California, but this is a real-world result, and that's what this bill will bring to Colorado. We don't need to be an economic and political colony of California, and we are becoming that. They oppose the creation of a labor advisory committee. I heartily agree that all employees be treated fairly and with respect, as we said about the business of raising food and fiber for the country. And this is a fundamental point, that every business is concerned about the well-being of their labor force, because if not, the labor force leaves and moves on to other areas. These are not indentured servants. They're not bound to the employer. They move to where they're best cared for, where the best wages are, and where their needs are met. Many laws already regulate how we treat our fellow human beings. If abuses are occurring, perpetrators should be prosecuted under the existing system. And we do have a strong system. Should not treat a star chamber, or not create a star chamber, which will ultimately result in worse, not better outcome for both employers and employees. This bill constitutes a war on agriculture. We've already in this chamber carried out a war on oil and gas, a war on energy, and a war on small business, a war on the medical system. We don't need to add agriculture. Please vote no on this.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You probably don't know where Mary Bradfield was born and raised, and that was in a small town in Iowa, about 2 blocks away from my home. I could walk right into a cornfield or a bean field, or sometimes it was sorghum. But even though I never worked on a farm, never lived on a farm, I knew what the farm life was. And farm life is not like a lot of industrial jobs. There's no whistle that blows and says it's time to go to work. The whistle that you do not hear, but you certainly see, is the sunrise and the birds, and maybe the chicken and the roosters chirping, chicken and roosters telling you that it's time to get up. But many of the things when you work on a farm do not come with a time limit. When it's time to plant, there are big, big headlights on those tractors, and that's because that farmer and his employees...
Sorry, Representative, members, particularly in that side, if we could laugh outside of the chamber, that'd be great. Go ahead, Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. Big headlights on those tractors allow the farmer and his employees to work well into the night, and many of them do all the time. And the job isn't over. Once you plant the seeds, it isn't done. You're not able to go take a vacation because there are plenty of things that you need to do in the field. And when it comes time to harvest, that's the same thing all over again. You've got to harvest when it's ready. It's 24 hours, can be too late. It might be a rainstorm, it might be a windstorm, and you've lost everything. So where I'm getting to is that the agriculture business is not something that you can equate to a factory job, a retail job, in that there is no start and stop. It's something that continues and needs to have overtime, and you don't get paid for it. That's just expected. My professional career is in education, and I've always looked at education as if it were comparable to being in agriculture. You don't have an 8-hour day if you're going to be a really spectacular and dedicated teacher. What you have is a 10 to 11-hour day, because there's much to do that you can't do when the kids are in your classroom, and you need time to prepare for the next day. I can always have equated education to be a lot like agriculture. Granted, in agriculture, once the crops are in and the bank has been paid to repay the loan, that is when the farmer, if he has anything left, takes his vacation or buys more equipment. And that's the same thing with teachers. After the kids leave at the end of May, you've got, in theory, 3 months, never happens, and that's when you take your vacation. So my bottom line here is that unionizing agriculture workers, where I can understand on one sense why that is wanted to be done, it just might not have the most practical aspects to it, and might end up being more detrimental than it is helpful. And so I would encourage a no vote. But I do appreciate the work you folks have done. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative.
So, members, I also rise in strong opposition to this bill. As many of you know, I represent a very big agricultural region here in Colorado on the western slope. Most of my district includes farms and ranches. As a matter of fact, earlier this summer, or last summer I should say, we were actually figuring up that I actually have more heads of cattle in my district than I have people. I also stand here in a very unique position. I know that at times I've shared with this body a little bit about my background. But from 1999 to 2005, those 6 summers, I did something that's actually contemplated directly in this bill. I picked Olathe sweet corn. As a matter of fact, some of the fields that I even picked on were Representative Catlin's parents' fields. I worked for John Harold, Tuxedo Sweet Corn Company. It was definitely hard work. You know, you wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, you go out, you hope that you haven't had the famous moisture that you get right before sunrise that allows you to get your trucks or tractor stuck in the field. And you also hope that the guy cutting the tassel showed up on time, because if not, it was definitely annoying to pick with the tassels in your face. But one thing I learned with my brother and I, we also got to know a lot of the H-2A workers from Mexico. Most of them were from Mexico. Was that, yes, it was hard work, and the incentive there was to pick a certain amount of corn, because obviously there's a limited time in the year in which you can harvest corn, because once the cool days of late summer start to approach in August and September, and you have the really cool nights and hot days, that's perfect for the corn coming on, and you need to get it out of the field really fast. But what's unique also about that time as well is that's the same time as the peach harvest and the start of the grape harvest for the wine country in Palisade. That's also your third or possibly fourth cutting of hay season, most likely third. All of these things are coming on at the exact same time, which makes it, A, very difficult to find labor, but B, it's very difficult to find good labor, which is why many of my constituents who are the ones who have the pretty big farms and ranches, although not big by Front Range standards, but big by Delta and Mesa County standards, do engage in the H-2A program to bring workers from outside the United States here to help with that. And one thing about the H-2A program is that it's highly regulated. There's a ton of federal regulations that come there. What's really sad is you have to apply for about twice as many visas as you will ever be allotted by the federal government, which is really sad. So by the time you actually get your H-2A workers that come up here, you're, of course, paying for the visas, you're paying for them to come up here, their transportation, you're providing food and housing, paying at least an hourly wage, but when it comes to picking, for example, sweet corn, there's also the incentive for how much you can pick, because the faster you can get it out of the field, the more valuable it is. And going back to my own experience, whenever we would finish early, we would usually go to the local Mexican cafe and have a really big dinner, because that was always kind of a reward. And to be able to finish a day with over $300 of cash in your back pocket. By the end of summer, I had more cash in my back pocket than I've probably ever had in my entire life. And that's also why these guys come up here. They work really hard. Their housing is provided for them along with their food and health care. But they also don't have the worries that they might have like you and I. And the farmer doesn't have those same worries as well. For example, there's not necessarily the worry about taking kids to school, or perhaps a spat with the spouse, or other challenges. They're here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to make money and to go back to their home country if they're an H-2A worker. For local farm labor, like my brother and I, our goal was to make a ton of money to be able to go buy things like a car or a truck, to be able to pay for college, which I'm quite pleased to say I did graduate debt-free from undergrad, all on corn money, hard-earned corn money. But to say that a farmer ever mistreated us, or that we were out in conditions that were not right, being outside in Colorado, it's going to be hot in the summer. Fields are hot. There's a lot of moisture that makes it humid as well. But there's also the camaraderie that comes from being there with other workers in the field. A sense that you're also accomplishing something. Because when you finish one field, there's actually a sense of celebration as well. And it's not this element that you will hear or would have heard, that it's somehow related to being this adverse environment. I know some people might say that every job has its challenges and its difficulties. I mean, to say that it's exactly perfect. If anyone ventured out to a field and said, I'm here to be a worker, and somehow thought that they would be in an air-conditioned office building, I think that they were probably deceived and probably also purchased a seafront property in Utah. To give you a little bit of an example on H-2A workers from one organic peach orchard in my district, just a few statistics. So this particular orchard brings in workers from January to September. They have 6 H-2A workers from Mexico, plus a couple of additional workers. They have over $1 million in peaches on the orchard. Now, the agency fee per H-2A worker is $4,000, and they have 2 contracts for January and May arrivals. Then there's also the recruitment fee, because you also have an incentive out there, so $100 per worker, plus the consulate fee, which is $250 per worker, the cost of housing, utilities, housing inspection by the Department of Labor, the cost of travel from Mexico to the farm, and the return travel at the end of the contract, including hotel and per diem and consulate appointment fees, typically range between $700 and $1,000 per worker. Then there's the cost of having a van, insurance, and fuel to facilitate the transport, for example, around the orchard, and to go to and from Delta, because they live outside of Delta, to be able to facilitate things like banking, dry cleaning, grocery store, just going out to eat, just the typical things everyone would do. These aren't even cutting into how much they're getting paid to harvest peaches, which they talk about on average when they're during the busiest time of harvest. They work 6 days a week and average around 55 hours per week. Now, part of this is also mandated by the H-2A contract, and to tell you the truth, I'm not exactly sure how Senate Bill 87 and H-2A federal law is going to commingle. I think there might still be some challenges hanging out there. But what we have is the workers harvesting peaches are paid an average of $15 to $17 an hour. And the paychecks are issued every 2 weeks. What is contemplated under the bill also includes the ability to collectively bargain and to unionize. There's a very finite point of time to get your peaches out of your orchard or to get your corn out of your field. And if your laborers that you've brought up, for example, from Mexico on the H-2A program, decide to engage in collective bargaining and then go on strike at the key point during the harvest, when the semi-trucks are rolling in and you're trying to move the peaches from the bins on the pallet into the reefer trucks so that the trucks can hit I-70 and take the peaches over here to Denver or to places like San Francisco or LA or New York or Chicago. So this farmer can actually make the money, hopefully to break even. And then at that point in time, the workers decide to go on strike. What do you do at that point in time? Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's very difficult to find farm labor in good times. And it's a challenge to find good labor, not just farm labor, but good farm labor. And then if they were to go on strike, because it's very difficult to find local labor as well to help you out, you're faced with 2 decisions. One would be you engage in the bargaining and end up paying an extremely high price to basically get your fruit out of the orchard. Or you decide at that point in time you're going to declare the peach orchard lost and cash in on your insurance. It might be that your insurance contract doesn't even prevent that either, if it's a labor dispute. You may just say it's actually not worth it to you, that at that point in time, you just can't make the negotiations fly. Well, then it's really easy, because now the workers, yes, they can come back. They can raise a claim with the Department of Labor. They can sue you. But then when I look to H-2A rules, and I look to the fact that striking at the key point in harvest season is certainly not, I wouldn't say unpermissible, but it's certainly not encouraged under the H-2A contract by any means. You're now creating a scenario where the farmer or the fruit grower is left with making the very difficult decision of they're between a rock and a hard place. What do you do at that point in time? And what do you do if the year before you had a historic freeze and you lost 90% of your crop? And insurance only paid 50% of what it costs to actually operate. What do you do at that point in time? And what do you do when you've already brought up your labor? What's anticipated here? I'm not actually seeing that scenario played out. I can tell you last year, all of my peach and cherry growing constituents made a good faith effort to make sure that every single one of their workers had a job. But they didn't have to. Not when Mother Nature came into play. They could have sent them right back home. The other thing that I see here, I've heard from my wool grower constituents. And one constituent told me, Matt, I bring up 3 workers from Peru. And she said, in accordance with this particular bill, you're going to be paid 24/7. And she's going to have to make the decision of which one of those 3 workers she won't bring up next year. And she told me this is very difficult for her because she's gotten to know all 3 workers well, and all 3 have told them their hopes and dreams of coming to the United States. One has a son who hopes to go to college, and that by coming up to the United States, he's earning the cash to be able to send his son to college so that he can graduate debt-free. So do you let that one go? The next one just got married, and she said that he and his wife told her that they are trying to build a house in Peru, and that his dream is to have his own sheep herd in Peru one day. And that it's the cash that he makes up here that's worth so much more down there that he is improving his life. So do you let that one go? Or how about number 3? Number 3, she told me, is not married, so perhaps an easier one to let go. But his mother has breast cancer, and that because of the long wait periods in Peru to be able to receive any kind of treatment, that the money he's earning up here, he's able to bypass the state insurance and to be able to have a top-notch doctor with the best medicine and to get his mother that particular treatment because of the buying power of the US dollar in Peru from the time he works up here. So do you let that one go? Which one of those 3 workers do you let go? Because what's anticipated under this bill is that our farmers and our ranchers, our wool growers, our dairymen and women are going to be having to make these difficult decisions of who does not get to come back. And members, it's more than just the difficult decision. Farmers and ranchers get to know their workers. They're like family. A lot of them eat with them at the dining table on a Sunday, perhaps after church. But the other thing is, it's also diplomacy. One thing I've heard from all the different migrant workers I've known throughout the years, all of them have a vision of a better life. And all of them know that coming to the United States of America, working hard, getting that pocket full of $100 bills, and going back to wherever their home country is, whether it's Mexico or Argentina or Taiwan or Peru or China, that all of them are working to improve their lives, and this is a way to do so. I was talking to one of my friends, migrant workers, last summer, and he was talking about how his wife had just given birth to a son, and he then told me that his dad had actually worked also on this same ranch years earlier. And I said, "Oh, will your son come and work on the same ranch?" He laughed and said, "No." He said, my life has been improved so much. My son's going to go to college, and he's going to go to college in the United States. Because while I've been here, I've also been able to learn English. We're working to improve things. But this bill cuts that short for many individuals. It certainly has a chilling effect because there's so much value that's gained by the international exchange that occurs. Now, you may hear some say that only 23% of Colorado farmers hire labor, which equates to about 9,000 individuals. So they may tell you that this bill doesn't affect that many people. Those that don't hire labor are your weekend farmers, your hobby farmers, or their family farms that are small operations. When you get to a certain size, even my cousin's ranch, they're the ones that kept the family ranch, and thank goodness, because it allows me to kind of have this toe in the water of ranching. They have one migrant worker from Mexico. His name is Arturo. Great guy. But they're still incredibly small, and that they're not prepared for the 12 to 20% increase in labor prices that this bill is going to require for implementation. So they're probably going to tell Arturo, I know you've been coming up here for the last 20-some years, but we just can't afford you. It also means that they're unable to expand their farming operations, which certainly gives way to a future. I mean, farms already have challenges. The next generation is just not going into farming like the current generation. Farmers are getting older and older. Very few are my age or younger. Very few are even younger than 60 years old. It's challenging already for the small farmer. And to say that their labor prices are going to have to increase by 12 to 20% means that you're telling the small Colorado family farmer, not only are you struggling with getting the next generation to go into farming, not only are you struggling with drought and climate change and other difficulties, not only are you struggling with an international market that's coming in here, which, by the way, I heard a statistic recently that 60% of all the fruits and vegetables in our grocery stores come from outside this country, not just outside this state, but outside this country, 60% of our fruits and vegetables. Not only does the farmer have all that problems, but then on top of it, you're telling them they have to raise their labor costs by 12 to 20%. And that means that their future is left to selling out to corporate America, corporate farming, or worse yet, a subdivision. Once we start carving up these acreages into 5-acre plots, even 10-acre plots, smaller 1-acre plots, half an acre plot, you can no longer farm, and we've permanently changed the land forever, and we will never, ever have agriculture on that land again. And what this bill does is it basically adds gasoline to a fire to spell the end of the family farmer here in Colorado. I don't want to be like California, where it's all corporate farms, corporate greenhouses. They treat workers like factory workers. In Colorado, we treat them like family. Individuals are passionate and love what they do. In California, you're just treated like another factory worker. I don't think we want to follow the California model. I don't think we want to endorse Senate Bill 87. And members, I urge a strong no vote on Senate Bill 87. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly rise in opposition to this bill. I grew up on a ranch in Texas. My mother pretty much ran that ranch because my father owned a business in downtown Dallas, and it was a produce business. And what he did was work with farmers, not only in Texas, but also in the San Luis Valley in Colorado. And this was before your major grocery chains went direct, but he supplied produce and fruits to the major grocery chains in East Texas. It disturbs me when Representative Soper talks about that maybe now 60% of our fruits and vegetables come from anywhere but the United States, because then it did, everything came from here. He developed a lot of friendships with farmers, and he instilled in us that there was no other profession more important than the farmer of the United States of America. I was reading this letter and wanted to share it with you because this is Protroco Farms in Brighton, Colorado. And they say agricultural workers' right bill would likely end their farm vegetable growing business. The purpose of this letter is to state that we believe that Senate Bill 21087 will likely end our business if it is passed without significant amendment provisions. Protroco Farms is in the Brighton and Greeley areas of Colorado, and we have been farming as a family since 1916. The vegetables are marketed to Colorado supermarkets and food services that distribute to schools, hospitals, and restaurants. Colorado agriculture is also strained by ongoing drought conditions, the continuing rise of production costs, and the 2020 COVID circumstances and strains. This has skyrocketed the cost of our own production and its protocol for worker safety. Costs have risen for labor, fuel, fertilizer, seed, freight, insurance, taxes, state comp, and all product packaging. Protroco Farms general hourly wages are $14.82 an hour, and with furnished housing and taxes total an estimated $19 an hour. Cost of production has increased 30% over 3 years. Senate Bill 21087 would add heavier costs to our business, and we will be forced to terminate our vegetable production. The sales of our vegetables, including cabbage, sweet corn, onions, green beans, cilantro, leafy greens, peppers, and leaf lettuces, as well as a variety of certified organic produce and herbs, have risen only 3% in the past 3 years. The return sales are determined by competition from growers in other states and other countries. Many countries only pay $2 an hour as opposed to our $14.82 an hour. Market competition controls the amount of money we receive for our product. To summarize, Senate Bill 21087 would significantly raise Protroco Farms' costs of doing business, along with other Colorado ag businesses such as cattle, poultry, eggs, sheep, wheat, dairy, organic fruits and vegetables, corn, and sugar beets. Senate Bill 21087 will ultimately make Colorado dependent on obtaining food that is produced outside of the state. Food costs will rise considerably, and fresh food for the consumers will diminish. I don't know if that is the end game here, to eliminate agriculture in this state and maybe eventually in this country, but that would be a sad state of affairs on the day that that happens. I urge a no vote on this bill. There's no reason to destroy the agriculture industry, and this bill does exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Will, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
And I come up here in strong opposition to this bill. And I'll tell you why here in a minute, but I do know the sponsors have good intentions and are well-meaning with this bill. And but it's not going to work. It doesn't work for my district. It doesn't work for our ag producers. It doesn't work for ag in Colorado. And I sure would have liked to seen it in our ag committee rather than the way that it went. But I can tell you this, ag built this state. Ag built this nation. And it really hasn't changed. It's still that critical, especially in districts such as mine. I just see this as it's just another attack on rural Colorado in this bill. And, just since I've been here, I've seen the tax on oil and gas, seen the Bill 181, all of those type of bills. Just since I've been here, this is my third year here. So in my district, in that western slope over there, we've hit oil and gas hard. We've lost those jobs. We've hit the coal mines hard. We've lost those jobs. We're losing those jobs. We've hit our coal-fired power plants hard. We're going to lose those jobs. And so I just see it as a real, in my district, it's the only thing we have left is ag and recreation. And I think this bill attacks ag and ag producers. Maybe we've all heard about Prop 114. I say we have ag and recreation left. Prop 114 was passed in this state. I've brought bills here to make sure that hunters and fishermen do not pay for wolf introduction in this state. But the West Slope and the district I represent, we're going to be ground zero for where the wolf introduction goes. So what does that do to our recreational side of that industry that we still have left in my district? So we have ag and rec. I purport that and predict that the wolves are going to have a strong influence on the recreational side of that, especially on the hunting recreational side of my district. So now we come up with this bill and go after things on the ag side of the business. My constituents didn't want wolves. They voted against it. They don't need or want Senate Bill 087. So, Paul Harvey's been talked about up here. I think Representative Woog talked about Paul Harvey, and we've heard Representative Holtorf mention, and here's the rest of the story. And Rep. Catlin talked about it too, about the ag and commodity prices. I remember listening to Paul Harvey one time, and he had a guest on. He was talking about his daughter being born 27 years ago. And he said, in celebration of my daughter being born, I went out for a steak dinner. It cost me about $8.50 for that steak dinner. He said, just here a few weeks ago, we were celebrating my daughter's 27th birthday. So we all went out for a steak dinner. That steak dinner cost us $25. He said, I'd sold my cows the day my daughter was born, got about $1.57 a pound for those. And he said 27 years later, almost to the day, I'd sold cattle that day for $1.57, 59 cents a pound. So that puts it in perspective. Those prices haven't went up. And that's what ag producers are up against in this state. I have to tell you, I've spent a lifetime working with these ag employers, with these ag employees. I spent my childhood farming and ranching. When I was a kid, I'd be plowing in the field, one weighing, maybe rod weeding, Miller barn, days, 16, 18-hour days. I wasn't out there with a vehicle or anything. I was a kid. I'd wait for my dad to come pick me up. It would be dark normally. I wasn't out there in a cabbed air-conditioned tractor. It was out there in an old GB Mini or an old R John Deere. We was lucky we had an umbrella on it. Most of them we didn't. And I'd see the headlights coming in the corners of the field to come pick me up. And for those of you that know what corners in the field are, when you're one-waying or working these ag fields, and you know, we were worked as kids like that, same as a lot of these ag and farm laborers work the same way. I want to share a story with you. So, one of my good friends, was a migrant worker, came to Colorado to work on a ranch, came up here to be an irrigator for one of my dear friends. Has a lot of acreage of flood irrigation. This worker knows flood irrigation really well. In fact, when he sets a canvas dam, you could almost play a tune on it. I've never seen anyone better at it. But the part of the story I want to tell you is that this migrant worker that came from Mexico to Colorado to work on this ranch saved both of my kids' lives. And I mean saved their lives. My daughter was young. My son was even younger, driving a 1947 high hood Jeep, and didn't have an ignition, a key ignition on it. And I would let them drive it around the ranch there, and they would have fun driving that old Jeep. And my daughter was obviously not old enough to drive, but we'd let her drive around in the ranch with that old Jeep. She got down by near one of the haystacks, and the foot feet stuck in that Jeep, and it's spinning in a circle. She got it cranked in a circle, and I was trying to yell at her to try to straighten it out and how to kill the engine with the wire on the dash of the Jeep. My friend Francisco, the migrant worker, as she's going in a circle, shooting rooster tails and bouncing higher, I was so frightened. I thought I was going to lose both of my kids that day. He run into the inside of that circle of that Jeep going, and it was going fast. I don't think I'd had the athletic ability to do it. He run and jumped across into the Jeep, across the lap of my daughter, because he knew how to turn the Jeep off. All you had to do was touch the bare wire hanging there on the end to the dash of the Jeep to kill it. He jumped across the lap of my daughter, and that thing is just about to flip over, and he got that Jeep killed. I tell that story because obviously he was a migrant worker, came up here, H-2A program, to work as an irrigator. Rep Soper talked a lot about this and how they come here to the United States and to America for a better life. He created that. I need to tell you that my granddaughters, both of my granddaughters, his daughter, educated here in the United States, went to college here in the United States. Two of my granddaughters, his daughter taught him second grade. And his son entered the military, serving our country, protecting our country, and is still in the military. He's making a career out of the military. So I wanted to share that story as one of the migrant workers and those that have came here to do this farm labor work. I told you I spent a lifetime working with these employers and these employees. And I want to talk a little bit, not a lot about all my experiences there, but I went to a lot of sheep camps in my duties as a game warden, because when lions and bear get into sheep, these range workers, sheep herders, I'll talk later tonight about cow pool riders, but I'm talking now about the range people on sheep being the herders. I go to those camps all the time because I'd have to check depredation from lion or bear on killed sheep. I can tell you that every employer, when I talk to them, that employed these range workers, I'd say, what's going on? They'll go, Talk to the herder. He knows what's going on. Just talk to the herder. Let them handle that part of it. Had one of the herders from Mexico, a lot of them in Peru, Chile. This one was from Mexico, named Jesse. I would go up there. What a great individual. And we talked about how some of these workers are they're part of the family. He truly was. They give him more latitude in what he did on that ranch than the owner took, actually. And anyway, a lot of these guys are up on the mountain and they're a long ways away. And in the bill, you know, you're talking about the ag employer that has to provide housing and transportation for agricultural workers shall at least 1 day per week provide transportation to those workers to a location where the workers can access basic necessities, conduct financial transactions, and meet with key service providers that's talked about in the bill. Except that transportation must be provided not less than 1 day every 3 weeks for range workers. We're talking about the sheep herders, pool riders as well, for those that know what a pool rider is. But who are actively engaged in the production of livestock on the open range. So that's what we're talking about. Once every 3 weeks. Well, in these situations, those herders are far up in the hills most of the time, and they don't get to town. And a lot of times the producer doesn't get up. I mean, they resupply them with food and gas or oats and that type of thing for the horses they're riding to herd the sheep. But a lot of times it's nearly a day trip into some of these sheep camps. So getting someone out every 3 weeks, one time every 3 weeks, is problematic. It's also problematic that if you go up and let your shepherd, your herder, stop his job on the mountain with those sheep, someone has to take their place. Because if they go to town, well, you're not going to get it done in 1 day. You're not going to get it done in a 1 day turnaround. It takes too long to get off the mountain, get back to civilization, and then you're talking about even if you get things done the next day, getting back up to that sheep camp. So because of that, I think once every 3 weeks is far too restriction because of access and the ability for those producers to get to those herders and to get them to town. Now they wire money for them back to their families. A lot of these herders, you know, and nowadays, as I remember when I was originally a game warden doing that stuff, none of them had cell phones. And we used to always ask, we need pictures of the depredation of the lion kills or the bear kills. Now all those herders have a cell phone, and they know every spot on the mountain that they can get service. So a lot of times they'll take a pretty good ride to get over to service. But they sit there in the shade of a quaky tree and talk to their family back home or talk to the producer, whatever. So they're not really separated. I mean, they're separated from civilization, but not really because of currently of cell phones. So with that in mind, I would like to move Amendment L107 and ask that it be displayed. I think this is a real friendly amendment. Bill sponsors.
Hello, good, thank you. Okay, that amendment is properly displayed. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so basically what this is doing is just giving it 6 weeks that they can get to town, get their stuff done once every 6 weeks. Because of the remoteness of these sheep camps, we're not talking about a lot of people. I think we've talked about a couple, 200 or 300 herders in this type of situation across Colorado. So it's not a lot, but it does allow the employer and the producer to plan more of these trips. Once every 3 weeks, I'll be quite honest, I've experienced this, as I say, for my lifetime and definitely my career, but that's too quick a turnaround into these camps. Now, they might go move them every 2 weeks, but they might move the camp, move the sheep, bed them in a new spot, or whatever. Sometimes they'll move because the depredation is so bad in a particular spot. But they don't come off the mountain, and they can't leave a sheep camp, and they can't leave the sheep. So what they have to do is either bring another herder in to take over, which these guys are pretty protective of their sheep, and they don't really want somebody else herding them, and they got them working the way they want, etc. They do want to stay on the mountain. They'll tell the employer, hey, why am I checking my family? Why are this? And that happens all the time. These guys are well taken care of. They're well fed up on the mountain. I know that because I've ate dinner and lunch with them multiple times at those sheep camps and those sheep wagons. So I would like to, I think I did move the amendment, didn't I?
Yeah.
So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there discussion of this amendment? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. As Representative Will spoke, these herders very connected to their sheep, very connected to their sheep, to their herd, and this is a way of life for them. It'd be quite a disruption to them, to their herd, to have someone new come in. So I think this is very appropriate to go from 3 weeks to 6, and so I'd ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may notice, folks, that this amendment was brought by somebody who actually works out in the country, out in the fields, out in the rural areas, and many of us here are city kids that shop at the grocery store and our meat comes wrapped in plastic and styrofoam, and then we cook it here at home and eat it versus actually growing it ourselves or raising it ourselves. So what I see in this amendment is the realities of what works. All that being said, everything I've seen in my life, I am a city kid. That being said, my family were farmers, and I know that during the summers I used to visit cousins and aunts and uncles out on farms and get to do fun things like drink unpasteurized milk that was right out of the cow and just fun things like that. And I observed it and recognized, though, that the people that worked in my cousins' farms were part of the family. They were welcomed. They ate with us when I spent time on the farm during the summers. I can remember the hired hand coming in and sitting down with us, and he was just part of the family. He ate with us. He was right there. He was just part of what they did. And you know what? My cousin worked right alongside with him. The hired hand didn't work for him. He worked with him and part of the family. And you know what? If he had ever needed any trip to town or medical care or a ride anywhere, they would have taken him daily, weekly. He wouldn't have had to wait 3 weeks or 6 weeks or any amount of time because, again, he was part of the family. We are taking our city kid expectations and putting them in a bill that doesn't fit that lifestyle. We have a suit that's a certain size and it's a beautiful tuxedo and this beautiful suit, and we're putting it on a person that it just doesn't fit. For us to say 3 weeks is an arbitrary length of time that we here, we city people that are under this beautiful gold dome in Denver, say is right. But I can tell you, it's unnecessary. First of all, it's absolutely unnecessary to have any length of time, because if the people need a ride, they'll get a ride. If they need transportation, if they need help to get to and from town, if they need days off, they'll get days off no matter how busy it is. But we're taking, again, our expectations, what we think is reality, what we think people need, and saying, well, you need this, so we're going to force all these ranchers to fit what our definition is of what's right and what's expected and what's appropriate. And when we have somebody from our caucus who actually represents that type of area and lives out there and worked for DNR for many, many years and understands what it looks like out in that part of our state, I think we should listen to them. I don't think we should listen to the city folks that say, well, 3 weeks is appropriate, because it might be, but it might not be. And we're back to the idea of letting people make their own decisions and live where they want to live and do the work they choose to do. Grown-ups, people that live in our state, many of them come here because they want to work the land. They want to live off the land. And for many of them, 6 weeks is fine. 6 weeks is absolutely long enough. And again, if anybody needs a shorter amount of time, from everything I've seen in my entire pretty long life, it would happen. People would get what they need based on the people that they're working for. And I don't even want to say for, because again, in my experience, they were working with them. And with that, I honestly think this should be a friendly amendment. This is something that is just, it is doubling the time. I think any length of time is arbitrary, but choosing 3 weeks because we think it's a good idea is, again, instilling our values on people that don't necessarily use the same values or even need them, because, you know, the sheep, the land, the crops, everything else, they don't necessarily follow what our schedule it is, what our schedules are. They don't necessarily, actually, as a matter of fact, they don't. When it's harvest time, they're not so worried about union rules and what we have set in our bills here, saying is the appropriate length of time of 3 weeks. What's happening out in the country is so dependent on things that we can't control. And for us to say, we know better than you, and we say 3 weeks is right, is really not necessary. I think 3 weeks is too short. That being said, if people need 3 weeks, they'd have it. And with that, I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this amendment is a good amendment. The real question I have is, have we asked the people that do the job? Hemos hablado con los borregueros que hacen ese trabajo en la sierra, que han hablado con ellos para pedir qué quieren ustedes. Es la gran cuestión en este momento. Now I'll translate, because I know all of you don't speak the language of the people that are doing the job. Not all of you. Who in writing this legislation, who in the development of all these rules and this statutes that we're putting together has talked to the herders, the sheep herders, that are actually doing the jobs? As anybody. What do the Rocky Mountain Wool Growers Association think of this? What do the H-2A workers think that are doing the job? Because I will tell you, colleagues, you might get a real big surprise. Because here was what I would expect they would say. We know most of these people are from South America. They take great pride in their work, and they're very good at what they do. I suspect what they would say is, let me be in the mountain and leave me alone. I'll come off the mountain when I want to come off the mountain or when I think I need to. I don't need you to tell me when I need to come off the mountain. Now, I know a lot of us have heard stories about mountain men in the old Western tales. And if you've been in the mountains in the high country, it's beautiful up there. Some people say it's God's country. You don't have a bunch of traffic, you don't have a bunch of people, you've got clean air, and you've got the job that you love. You wouldn't be there if you didn't love to do it. And for those of us that are in agriculture and take pride in what we do, and I was telling some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle this, you put the livestock before you, and you have such a care for those animals that you don't want to leave them. You want to take care of them like they're your own. Almost like if they were your children. And I will tell you, some of these folks would tell you, I'm not coming off the mountain in 3 weeks. I don't care what you tell me, because I want to take care of my flock. However many bands you get to cover, you don't want to leave them alone. And oftentimes you don't want to turn that responsibility over to somebody else that you don't trust because you have pride in your work. But I don't know if we really talked to the wool growers. I don't even know if we've talked to the workers. I don't know if the bill proponents have even gone to that level of detail. I'd be curious if they talk to the folks that really do the job and say, what do you want? What do you think is appropriate? Of course, you're not going to be able to ask in English. I know that. Not if you want to get the truth from the people that do the job. And here's my real problem tonight with this bill and so many aspects of this bill, because we have not talked to everybody in the agricultural space, to those workers, to the people that are doing a job across the state, corner to corner, end to end, in every different sector. We may have listened to some activists along the Front Range. We may have listened to some people from other states, maybe California. We may have listened to some people in a certain sector of agriculture. But did we talk to everybody? Because it's such a diverse industry. So I rise in support of this amendment. I will tell you truly, the folks that are on the range, it's seasonal work. I would tell you truly, some of these folks wouldn't ever want to come off the mountain. They'd stay up there all summer, unless they had some emergency or some great need, because their camps do get resupplied. So I'm in strong support of this amendment. I support my colleague here, who is closer to the wool growers than almost anybody in this state, in this chamber. Thank you for the amendment, and let's vote yes.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to reassure you members that we actually spoke with quite a few herders, and this section in this bill is actually in response to those voices that people do need to get to town for services when they are way out on their own. And there have been numerous cases actually on file here in Colorado of some pretty serious life-threatening times, deprivation of food and water and access to things they need with no means of communication. The herders that really were the strong voice behind this particular part of the bill really wanted us to write in once a week, once every week. And in discussion and in concession and faithful negotiations, we settled on once every 3 weeks as a doable interval that all who were at the table agreed to. So thank you for your concern and thinking about spreading it out, but we actually have already done that, and I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to respond to that. My response is, I've done this for over 40 years, and not once did I see one of those individuals or those range employees, sheep herders, cow camp, pool rider, whatever. In my entire career, I never saw one of them out of food or water, and if they needed medical attention, they would, if they couldn't get out on a cell phone or they always give a message to someone like me, we would take them off, or we'd get the message to their employer. So I never saw an issue with this at ever. And like I said before, I ate at a lot of those sheep camps, lunches and dinners many times. So I just want to respond to that in my career, I never witnessed that. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This really has been a pleasant education in the sense that I grew up in a lot of places, but I grew up in eastern Washington State and in central northern Idaho. We had sheep herders up there. So I was asking the amendment sponsor, Representative Will, if the sheep herders here were Basque, and he says yes. And he says we have a lot of Greeks here too, and in fact, the Basque and the Greeks now own a lot of the places that do the sheep herding. It's I've known a lot of Basque going through high school up in eastern Washington, Idaho, and I had the good grace to be stationed in Greece, and it's a way of life for them, and they're proud of it and they're good at it, and you know, it's a pretty remarkable lifestyle, and we're blessed with a lot of land here. We're blessed with government opportunities to graze government land and to get up into distant country. And to put a mandate on that they must be authorized, provided transportation once every 21 days is a bit problematic when you think of the distances. When you actually consider how far back people can get, it can be a day or two each way to get in and to get out. On a 21-day cycle, that's pretty substantial. So this amendment makes it a 6-week cycle. And I dare say that if we talk to more people that were doing this work up in the hills, I don't doubt that you talk to some, but it doesn't quite ring true to me that as far as they got to go, that all of these guys agreed to the concept that transportation must be provided not less than 1 day every 3 weeks for range workers who are actively engaged in the production of livestock on the open range. 6 weeks, by my calculations and by talking with Rep. Will, who knows a lot of these people, makes a lot more sense. And they brought up the idea of emergencies, and you know, that's significant. That is not something to overlook, but satellite phones can help to get somebody some help now. I mean, and they work without the gaps in coverage that cell phones get. And so I think 6 weeks is a good compromise, and I urge support of this amendment. I think it makes it workable for folks that are way up in the hills. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion of Amendment L107? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L107. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And since we're back to doing amendments, I'll offer one of my own. Another issue that happened in appropriations where when we added the appropriations, we did everything except that which we were amending in. So this gives the Department of Labor an increase of an appropriation. I ask for an aye vote. Oh, and actually, I'll have it displayed first.
Yeah. And can you move?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move L108.
And that is displayed. Did you want to? No. Is there a comment on L108? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L108. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L108 is passed. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Boy, Representative Hanks, you left a wet residue up here. Anyway. Sponsors, I have a question. You know, I've been hearing from many farmers that they believe this new law will increase their labor costs. Yet the bill on page 4, line 1 FF says there's a rebuttable presumption that an agriculture employer that takes an adverse action within 90 days. But increased labor costs are bound to create situations where an employer would be wise to tend to or perhaps cut labor costs. So my question is, what evidence would you accept to rebut the charge that a firing was the result of economics versus retaliation?
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Pelton. This rebuttable presumption was explained to me, and I'm not an attorney, that it actually helps protect both sides of the equation, both the employer and the employee, so that if, I'm going to use the story they told me, if an employee brought forth a charge as far as having an adverse reaction against that person, that says, I was fired because of something that he wasn't supposed to be fired for, the employer would be able to go to the attorney or the court and say, yes, but this employee actually missed 3 weeks of work, you know, so that they would be able to say, to bring forth more evidence that the reason he was fired was not because of this thing that he's accusing me of, but because of this. And then the judge would be able to take all that into account. And that's why it's important to keep that in there, so that it makes sure that that balance is there and all the input is in the equation. I hope that helps.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. In kind of my way of thinking, though, it might be easier just to pull that whole section out. So with that, I move L096 and ask it to be displayed.
Thank you. L096 is displayed. Would you like to explain it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. What this does is just simply remove from the section of the bill that part that has to do with the rebuttable presumption. That just clears up all confusion, because, you know, it's going to be hard to really justify or figure out for sure if it's retaliation or not. So I think just taking that out of the bill would be the best way to remedy to that. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do a little better this time. So this language is important to be in here so that any retaliation claims, adverse actions claims are just that. They're rebuttable. It's not an automatic finding of retaliation. And so all presumption does is says that if there is an adverse action following a worker exercising their rights, the adverse action is presumed to be retaliatory, but the presumption can be overcome if the employer points to other bases for that retaliation. So it keeps that whole conversation complete. And so I respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the sponsors. Based on this last couple of conversations, question for the sponsors. Aren't agricultural employees at-will employees?
Representative Caraveo.
That is a good question, Representative Pico, and so we'll find an answer for you.
Representative Pico.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's very pertinent to this particular issue because at-will employees can be let go or they can leave on their own. The employer has full authority, and all of this is contrary to current Colorado employment law for at-will employees. So I think it's very pertinent to this whole issue. So I suggest you recess until you get the answer.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm being told by our illustrious Madam Speaker Pro Tem that they are not at will because they do not operate under contracts. They're not contracted employees.
Representative Pico. Speaker Pro Tem Benavidez.
Right. An at-will employee is at will, at their will, and at the will of the employer, so they can be terminated at any time. So if they don't have a contract, some agricultural employees, like HB employees, may have a contract with the employer, and then it depends on the language of the contract. They're not at will, because if you terminate them under a contract, then there can be other issues. But at will means basically you work at your will and at the employer's will. So if you just hire somebody, like honestly, we're at will. We don't have a contract. We could say, I'm done with this and I quit today. Yeah, you could. You want to think about, you didn't know that? Representative, come here. You could do that. You could quit today. Nobody could say anything. And our boss is the state, your constituents, and they could pull that and say, yeah, we're going to vote you out. And so that's at will. That's what that term means.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that will. That's been what I've worked under and what I've hired people under and what I've let people go under for a long, long time. And this whole issue goes way past an at will. I definitely understand a contract because I've had involvement with those as well. What we're talking about here, in some cases, the agricultural employees does have a contract, but in most cases they don't. And this is taking it well beyond. So I support this amendment. I think we need to vote it in, and really we ought to take this whole issue back out and take a look at contract law, because contract and employment law, because I think this violates it. Thank you.
Representative Will. Okay, Representative Ransom. I don't know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would strike those first 9 lines on page 4. And what those what that section talks about is there is a rebuttable presumption that an agricultural employer that takes an adverse action against an agricultural employee, and then it defines the time frame and all that, has retaliated against the agricultural employee. So folks, what we're saying is that the employer is guilty until proven innocent, because we are presuming that he or she was wrong in whatever they did. Now, there is a definition, I'd been looking for this, there is a definition of adverse action, meaning a demotion, reassignment to a lower ranked position or to a position with a lower level of compensation, decrease in pay, etc., those types of things. So sometimes when a certain level of harvest is done, people move to a different field, or they move to a different mountain with the sheep, or they move to a different section of the ranch to work. This section is just asking for trouble. It's asking for legal interference in the employer-employee relationship, and it's encouraging employees to file actions against the person that's actually signing their paycheck. Because you know what? We have a rebuttable presumption that the employee's right. We're not saying even Steven. We're not saying you need to prove this. We're saying we presume that your boss, that the owner of the farm, whatever the employer-employee relationship is, whoever the person that hired them and assigns those paychecks is, was the big bad guy. And you know, this is going to have a chilling effect on jobs. All I can say is that it's going to be a really sad day in Colorado if this bill passes at all, but especially if it passes without this amendment taking out this one paragraph. Because what we're saying is that we presume that you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent. You know, there have been some very strong sections of law in our throughout our entire legal system that say you're innocent until proven guilty. But here in this one section, we're saying you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. Once again, I urge an aye vote on this amendment because I really don't want to see jobs lost or people hurt in this state. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. This conversation has brought up some questions in my mind. For example, and Representative Ransom was talking about it. So my question is this. If out there on any farm, a crew is on the place of, let's say, 10 people doing the job, and as we get to a point, the operator of the place says, I only need 8 guys left. Is that an adverse action, or is that just a part of doing business? Is there going to be a problem with somebody making a decision like that out there on their place?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Members, what Representative Catlin is referring to is basically a reduction in force, that every employer has the ability to do that. You need so many people to do the work for whatever project, whatever your work is. But as that changes, and you have to make a determination to lay some of them off, it's a reduction in force. And it's a legitimate position to take if, say, you're harvesting, and at the beginning you need all of these, but as you're doing more, you need less, then you can lay some of them off. That's not a problem. But when it becomes a burden shifting is if you say, I'm laying you off because I have less work, then you turn around and hire more people, or you're only laying off certain workers because of that. So that is the rebuttable presumption that that wasn't your legitimate business reason for what you did. And so then you would have to prove, this is if it came up, if it was challenged, that I had a legitimate business reason to have this reduction in force for whatever the situation was. That's what it amounts to. But there's nothing that prohibits an employer from hiring the employees they need to do the job that they need done. I hope that explains it.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, to that point, if the guy has got 10, he's got a crew of 10 and he only needs 8, and he says, okay, you 8, for whatever reason, he picks them, that's an at-will action. And what this bill sets up is the legal process to challenge that and haul him into court and to prove that that was what he had to do. That is adding a whole other layer of complexity to a standard, everyday thing that every business owner, regardless of his industry, has to do. This violates that will.
Thank you. Is there
we
any
need
further
this
Sorry. Is there any further discussion of L096? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L096. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the enthusiasm and humor. So I was telling my story about CAF 535. But before I get to that, I want to talk a little bit about something. I want my colleagues here. Let's pretend we all have a crystal ball sitting at our desks right now. And that crystal ball looks into the future. Just kind of work with me a little bit because I want to show you something here that you need to think about, Colorado. And we do this kind of stuff here. We pass this type of legislation and other legislation, things that in my backyard you would call unfriendly to agriculture. You know, things that are toxic to agriculture. Things that don't help agricultural businesses, particularly, you know, and I'm going to speak to the multi-generational family type farms and ranches, the potato growers, the vegetable growers, the cattlemen, the corn farmers, the wheat, milo, beans, sugar beets. You know, years ago when I was a young man, I used to help a lot of the beet farmers in Logan County, and I used to call one of my daughters, my little sugar beet, because we'd participate in the harvest, the sugar beet harvest. And she'd ride with me in the truck and go to the fields, and that was just our father-daughter time, because I would spend literally
Representative
from
Holtorf,
sun up
just a
to
second.
sundown.
Just give me a second. Members, can we keep it quiet in the chamber or take your conversations to the side? Thank you. Go ahead,
Madam Chair, I think
Representative.
that's a great idea. I appreciate you keeping the highest levels of decorum in this chamber. But the reason that my daughter spent that much time with me was because sugar beet harvest, for those of us that know a little bit about the sugar beet harvest, they've got the early campaign in September, and they have to do the early campaign to start the plants, because the plants are cold. And for those of you that know anything about manufacturing, when you have a cold plant, it takes a lot to get it going. You got to work all the bugs out of the systems, got to get everything operational, repair all the things that failed during the time the plant was shut down. So they do the early campaign, and they also do it because you have to get ahead of what we call the hard freeze. The hard freeze, you see, if you get hit with the hard freeze, you don't even get the beets out of the ground. And if you can't get them out of the ground before the hard freeze, you lose your crop. No, the ground's not refrigerated till spring, and then you get to harvest them in the spring. It just doesn't work that way. And so you spend a couple weeks during the early campaign, but then you have the main campaign, which is about a month long, and it's everything you can do to dig those beets. All hands on deck. All the crews are there. You've got the defoliator defoliating the beet crop. You've got the diggers digging the beet crop. You've got the truckers trying to haul the beets, and they're dirty, coming right out of the ground to the plant. And then you have to clean the beets, and then you have to pile the beets. You have to get rid of the tailings. Then you have to come back to the field again. And you want to have an operation that is continuous, uninterrupted by a 10-minute break here, a 30-minute break there, a limitation of hours here. And I don't think the people that wrote this legislation understood. In fact, I still don't think they understand what it is to get through a harvest and the level of hours and commitment that are required. Now I only speak of one commodity, sugar beets. For all of you that like sugar, you like those donuts you get at Voodoo Donut Shop. A lot of sugar. In fact, I saw one of my colleagues walking down the stairwell with a really delicious-looking donut. And he told me not to tell his wife that's what he was having for lunch, and I won't say anything about it. But getting back to the point, there are times during harvest periods where union rules don't work. They just don't, because we got to get the crop out of the field. It's not only important to the farmers. Think about all the people that are in that supply chain. You've got a lot of truckers that are contract truckers that are hauling those beets, and they get paid by the ton mile. They want a good yield. They want to haul as many beets as they can because that's how they make their living during that period of time. You know, in the country, we have this saying, many of you may have heard it. It kind of goes like this. They say you got to make hay when the sun's shining. Now, I will tell you, when you're making hay, and I have been in the haying business since I was 5 years old, riding on the back of my daddy's accumulator, dropping the six-pack, they call it. That's 6 bales in a triangle. Pulling that lever when that last bale hit the top. And if a bale didn't land in that accumulator right, you had to straighten it up and line it up to make sure that six-pack, no, it's not the kind of six-pack that Representative Woog carries around. It's a 6-pack of bales that's in a perfect triangle. And they're your small bales. There he is right there. He's bringing me a keg right now. Although I think this does not follow that. Could you put that on my desk, please? Thank you. Thank you very much, 6-pack. Anyway, to get back to the point, there are times in agriculture where I understand the intent, and I absolutely understand what we're trying to achieve here. But there are times where the hand just doesn't fit the glove. And we've got to think about that. I really think we have to think about that. Now, I'm going to talk about a specific story. I've been talking with the bill sponsors about something that's near and dear to me and my people out in eastern Colorado. You see, in eastern Colorado, we are a big wheat-producing state. In eastern Colorado, wheat is one of our primary commodities that we raise. Hundreds of thousands of acres, thousands and thousands of acres go into wheat. In my county, Washington County, I think it's number 1 or number 2. At least it's in the top 3 of commodities that are raised and produced. In my county alone, it's equal to over, I think it's hundreds of millions of dollars are generated. In one county in Colorado in wheat production alone. I remember one year where it was $258 million in one county of wheat production. That's a big deal. But something that is so important to that production, many farmers can't afford these expensive machines that actually harvest the wheat. They're combines. And these combines, you know, we run an old 8820 John Deere. And it's been around the place a long time. And people say, Holtorf, why don't you get a new combine? You know what I tell them, ladies and gentlemen? We can't afford a new combine. They're $250,000 to $500,000 for a new machine. And our farm is too small to justify the expense unless I were to endeavor to become a custom harvester and travel very much like my colleague here from Cheyenne County has done in his life. He's the only one in the chamber with a combine. I bet he spent a lot of hours in a combine, and he knows what it is to thrash wheat. Hours and hours and hours. So, we have to have consideration for harvesting and the peculiarities of harvesting and what it is to harvest. Now, I'm just going to talk about wheat because wheat harvest happens in Colorado every July. And it is a big deal in my district. Now, for those of us that have an old combine, and I've had this happen, and you have a bumper crop. When you're thrashing wheat in an old machine, you can only go between 1 and 5 miles an hour. You think that's fast. You only can go until the machine starts to growl. If you don't stop when it growls, you're going to plug. And you'll spend a long time unplugging that machine. I've done it, and you do it too many times, you never want to do it again. So you adjust your speed. But the problem is, the amount of acres you can cover is very slow. So you have to get help. And many farmers don't have combines. They hire custom harvesters to come help them on a contract basis or as harvest labor to help them get the crop out. Now, custom harvesting is so important, not just to wheat harvest or wheat producers. Think about the beans. Think about the corn. Think about the milo. Think about all those crops that we raise. Just look it up on Google, search it. There's so many different types of crops are out there that need custom harvesters. So I've gone to the bill sponsors. We've worked on an amendment, and I think it's a friendly amendment. Because what we don't want, if we keep going down this road, and I spoke earlier about how, are we being ag friendly? Or are we being toxic to ag? What happens to ag? What's the and this is the whole western region. Because wheat harvest starts in Texas in May. It ends in late August, September up in Montana, North Dakota. Some people go on up to Canada if you can get across the border and continue to cut. Because of the latitude, because of the growing seasons and so many things. But what we don't want, ladies and gentlemen, and I think is an unintended consequence if we don't address it, what we don't want is for custom harvesters to come to Colorado and say, we're going to go around. We're just going to bypass Colorado. Because we don't want to deal with the labor laws and the other things that are going to be a part of this bill. So I'd like to introduce, I'd like to move L009 to Senate Bill 21087 and have it displayed. And it's actually going to be two parts. So, and I think I've given this to the bill sponsors already. Anybody need one? Here, I'll give you a copy. I got extra.
Okay. Representative Holtorf, your amendment is properly displayed.
Now, Madam Chair, I'm not sure how we're going to navigate this because it is in two. Oh. Well, my goodness. Let me start over, Madam Chair, and I'll see if I can get this right.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I would like to move L099 to Senate Bill 087. And I think that corrects my error. And if I look over here, it is properly displayed. And what this amendment does, this is primarily definitional here. And then I've got another part that actually addresses another part of this. But what this does to the bill sponsors is talk about custom harvesting and allows these people to come in here, do this job, and then continue on. And it helps my wheat farmers get their crops out of the fields. It helps them get them to the elevators and the grain storage that's safe and secure, where that grain can then go into production, which is milling, and make all those beautiful bakery products. Even some of them are being eaten tonight in the form of that pasta. It's your delicious pasta that you're eating on your plates. So I think that's where we'll start. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Holtor, for bringing this amendment. You spoke about the pasta. I've cut durum. You can eat that straight out of the combine tank, and it tastes just like spaghetti. The grain itself is just like spaghetti. And I do that in North Dakota. I've run these crews. I've owned the crew. Went from Texas, North Dakota, year after year. I have employed a person from England. He loved to be here. He loved to work in the United States. This amendment is very important because some of the parts of this bill are very contradictory to harvest. When we're cutting wheat, the little white combines are up there waiting. Anytime a cloud comes over, you can lose your crop like that. We don't stop for lunch. We don't stop for dinner. We have a hard time even stopping to go to the bathroom. That's how much of a crunch you're under doing that. And so I think it's only appropriate that we would exempt the custom harvesters that come in. Anymore, almost all of these custom harvest crews, their main labor force is from South Africa because they just cannot find enough labor in this country to run their crews. Those same individuals come year after year after year to the same crews because they love the way they're treated. They love the way they're taken care of. They love the life. They know what they're getting into when they hire on. They know it's going to be long hours, but after a job, they've got a day or two to kind of rest up again, and then they hit it again. So I think this amendment is very pertinent to this bill, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Yeah, go ahead. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry to rush the well here. But this is an important distinction because if we think about it, the people that come into Colorado to do this work more than likely are hired in Texas or Oklahoma or another state that's been mentioned. They're hired under those states' rules. They're paid out of those states' banks, and their unemployment and those kind of benefits are based in that other state. So we want to make sure that we're not going to dissuade these custom harvesters because, I don't know if you've ever seen some of these things, but they're an incredible piece of equipment, an incredible investment, and without them, our Eastern Plains, a lot of our wheat, oats, and barley would not get harvested because most growers don't have the money to buy some of these large pieces of equipment. That's why they're called custom. This is something the state of Colorado needs to think about. This is an important distinction to be brought to this bill. Please vote yes.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for letting me jump in line. I forgot to mention when I was up here before, that piece of equipment that's on my file cabinet, that's what these guys run now. They cost from $500,000 to $700,000 for just the machine. You put a header on it, you're looking at another $150,000. If you have 10 of them, that's a lot of dollars invested. And then you have to have all the supporting equipment just to run that operation. So they have a hard life as it is, and we don't need them bypassing Colorado because of some of the stuff that's in this bill. So I would plead with the bill sponsors to accept this amendment, because otherwise the farmers out in eastern Colorado that depend on those guys might not get their crops in, and that would just kill. The farm sales would happen out on the eastern plains, just like Rep. Catlin talked about on the western slopes. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
So I just want to come up and be in strong support of this amendment. And I was only on a custom harvest crew one time, and it was from a gentleman out in Rod Pelton's district in House District 65. But what I want to tell you the story about, I was in high school, kid, wanted to cut wheat with my uncle, my dad, those kind of things. But I thought, getting out of town as a young kid and doing all that would be great, right? But the part of the story I want to tell you about, and I think Representative Pelton mentioned it, you're just running nonstop. And in those days, I know I'm aging myself a little bit, but we were running 95 John Deeres and 105 John Deeres, no cabs. And we did have an umbrella, but no cabs. But we run, and when you're trying to get that harvest in, and there's a storm coming or a hailstorm coming, and you got ripe wheat, and you got 40, 50 bushel wheat per acre, you want to get that cut, and you want to get it done. We'd run those machines nonstop. We'd stop to fuel them and grease them. That was it. I think Rep. Pelton talked about, you just keep running. Well, the guy I worked for fed us so good, treated all the help better than he treated himself, better than he treated his sons. We were the help. We also had convicts on our harvest crew. In those days, they'd let them get out of county jail, work off their fines, and let them go, even out of state. But that was their way of working off their fines, and the sheriff, when they got back, if he still had time to serve, they'd serve it. If not, they'd pay their fines and count it as time served. But anyway, what I'm trying to express here is this employer that employed us ate last. His wife always brought food to the fields for every meal. He would come jump on the steps of my combine, come take over. I'd jump off, and we were still moving, go eat lunch, whatever, supper, whatever she'd brought to the field. We were treated like kings, like kings. Every time I ate before his kids did, his sons, I ate before his wife ate, I ate before the boss ate. And I just want to say that, and I think on this amendment, this really does fit the bill for custom harvesters. So I strongly, strongly support this, and I hope the bill sponsors will support this amendment as well. Thank you.
Is there any further comment on L099? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am relieved to see that the podium has dried off since the last time I was here. I apologize for that. The bucket was really full, and but it's clean. I know the conversation, the dialogue here goes long, but at the same time, this is Americana that we're listening to here. I did not know that about Representative Pelton, that he did harvesting, and I've heard a few of Representative Will's stories, and this is Americana, and I think it's the majority of Americana, and that's what I want to get to on this, is we need to remember and frame this differently than I'm concerned that this overall legislation as currently built is framing it. Most of agriculture is a remarkable story of living off the land, camaraderie, and I think we need to be focusing on fixing the specific small percentage problems and not affecting the entire industry. This gives a little bit of respite to folks that are traveling harvesters. I've done a little bit of grain work from the collection standpoint at the silos, and I do know we work some long, hard days because food is perishable, and you just don't have the option to do things on a clock. You do it when you've got weather and when you've got the manpower available and everything's dry, everything's working right. So let's support this amendment here. Let's look at this whole bill with the recognition that most agriculture is a great story of American tales, not disaster. Let's address disaster and hardships and pain, but let's not kill the good parts while we're trying to get to those. This amendment will help alleviate some of that. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Is there any other comment on L0? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've asked my colleagues to, I know a lot of people want to talk about this, and I see my colleagues over there lined up 5 or 6 deep. But there's 2 parts to this amendment, and I hope that my colleagues over here in the bill sponsors are sympathetic. I'm going to tell you the real hard part for this, for us wheat farmers. And I really would ask your and beg your attention, because this is where it gets hard. This is where it hurts my heart. When you lose your crop, and we talked about the white combine, those are those vicious hailstorms that come through eastern Colorado. They start up here in the mountains of Front Range and they roll out on the eastern plains and they get ugly. When you get the white combine, you get zeroed out. That means your crop is a total loss generally if it's a heavy hail. The first thing you do is cry. But here's where it really hurts. Yes, you have hail insurance, which isn't free. But your insurance is based on your 5-year APY, average production yield. When you get zeroed out your 5 years, now I'm a country boy, so I got to use my fingers. Your 5-year average, you take 1 and go to 0. Now what happens to your average? Even us cowpokes know it's going down significantly because you get zeroed out. And then you're paid on a reduced rate. But the real kicker is every year thereafter, if it happens more than once in a 5-year period, your average continues to go down, and you cannot recover from that. So getting the crop out of the field is so important. I don't want to sit here and beg, but I'm telling you, we farmers need this. Because a couple years of getting zeroed out, and this farm boy's looking for a job in town. And that's just the reality of it. And I'm not making this up, colleagues. I'm just saying. So with that, we're going to go ahead and, I believe, move forward.
Is there any further discussion of L099? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for sharing these amendments with me earlier, Representative Holtorf. I will take this opportunity to speak to L099 and also the next one, just so that it is all in one discussion, even though we're not to that one yet. I want to just share with you members that these custom harvesters are actually large labor contractors that move workers around the country from state to state. It is a way to outsource labor management parts of businesses. which often certainly saves money in the process, but it can also be a potential opportunity to create a wall between your brand and the working conditions under which these products are made. Certainly not the majority of the time, but when it happens, this is kind of the crack where people can fall through. This contractor system makes it very, very difficult to enforce any wage and labor laws, because the idea is that the grower can say, it's not me, it's him, the contractor, and this can be very dangerous. This particular amendment, L099, does exclude farm labor contractors from Part 2 of the bill, which includes the right of access to these key service providers that we have spoke about earlier, those extreme overwork protections, such as heat stress protections, access to shade, drinking water, the breaks during high heat weather conditions. And I just want to stress that this actually would potentially create such a loophole in the system that these critical protections would not apply to this important group of people. The loophole could potentially be big enough that it would swallow our whole bill. So I do have to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to put a couple of the arguments to rest. Running this new equipment, there's very, very few breakdowns. All the equipment has air conditioners. They are out in the heat very minimal. They are in air-conditioned trucks, air-conditioned combines, air-conditioned grain cart tractors. So their exposure to outside is very limited. They always have a big cooler of water on every service truck, every combine cab. So I don't think that's an issue with the custom harvesters. So I would please ask for reconsideration and ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion of L099? Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the sponsors, what we're trying to do is to be very careful about how we do this. Is there something we can do to craft it to where it's narrower? This is not a workaround around to go around, because here's the idea is this. The company is from Texas. The employees are from Texas. Their wages are paid out of a Texas bank. Their unemployment and all of those things are paid through accounts out of state. I don't see how this would be a workaround for this company coming here. And what we don't want to do is we don't want those companies to look at Colorado and say, no, we can't afford to come there because that's not how we hired people. I know what we're trying to do on this bill, but I think this one is one of those cases we need to think about, because the eastern slope of Colorado, the eastern plains, this is a big deal. When they're done with the conference. Yes, ma'am. So that's what we're trying to do, is to craft something that will work in Colorado, that does not go on an end around of what the intent of this bill is. Because, you know, promodoras and those kind of things work in individual applications here in Colorado. If I've got a crew on my place supplying housing and all those kind of things, I follow along with what you're hoping to accomplish. But where 6 combines, 12 trucks, and the men necessary to operate that come into Colorado on a contract basis, it seems to me we're applying an apple and oranges to an issue that really is outside what was considered when you were drafting the bill. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Catlin. Certainly willing to keep talking about the custom harvesters, and if there's something that is narrower, I will say that the two amendments that we have seen so far, which it was very gracious of you to share ahead of time, Representative Holtorf, take out key provisions. The 97, which I know we're not talking about right now, takes out the right to organize minimum wage for meal and rest breaks, overtime, and overwork protections. And 99 is written, takes out access to key service providers, extreme work protections, and the prohibition to the short-handled hoe. So certainly willing to talk about narrowing those, but as these two stand, they're very broad. So we ask for a no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Well, I will tell you, esteemed colleagues, my heart weeps for eastern Colorado. My heart weeps for the wheat farmers, and I'm one of them. I don't think you folks understand what's going on. I don't think you understand. In fact, you don't even know in a harvest crew, the average temperature of the working conditions is probably 65 degrees. Because the air conditioner on the combine and the tractors work better than the air conditioning in your SUVs and your four-door sedans. If you're worried about that, that's something you shouldn't even be talking about or thinking about. If you're worried about meals, everybody eats real good on these crews. And they understand. At the end of the day, they do quit and they rest. They talk about their day. They drink a little beer after they put their horses to bed or their machines to bed. But I'll tell you, I was talking about that crystal ball. You're going to see it. Because this is the road that you're asking Colorado to travel down. It's not me. It's not my people. Because we know. But for the bill sponsors, you don't know what you're doing to agriculture. You don't know what you're doing to the wheat farmers and the other commodity grain farmers in this state. You've had something presented to you by the people that you're talking to and answering to that I'm 100% sure
Representative Holtorf.
don't understand it either. So I don't think I'll need to offer the next amendment because we'll go ahead and vote on this amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Is there any further discussion of L099? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L099. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For all of you wheat farmers out there in eastern Colorado, I'm sorry. I tried, and here we are, going down this road. You multi-generational farms, those small farmers, you're now going to be more at risk because of what we're doing. If you're a young farmer and rancher and you want to get into business, it's going to get harder. It's going to get harder to get in this business. If you like corporate ag, ladies and gentlemen, you're asking for it. Because when all the little people are out of the business, what's left? The big fish. Now, I've got one more amendment I'm going to try to offer this amendment. I'm sure my discouragement is quite noticeable. And I did offer this amendment as well. I'll talk to the other half of my industry. I'm going to turn to livestock production. If I can even find the amendment here. Maybe I'll borrow yours. That's the livestock amendment I offered to the bill sponsor. I'm having a little trouble with all this paperwork finding mine. Over here? Yeah, here it is. I found it.
Okay.
I found it. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for trying. I'm going to ask us to try a little harder on this one. Now, this one I offer, I will move L100 to Senate Bill 087 and ask that it be displayed. And this is being offered by both myself and Representative Pelton. Here's the amendment right there if you need to reference it. I'll give one over here.
That amendment is properly displayed. Representative Holtorf or Representative Pelton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, what it does, if you have a cow herd, a cow-calf operation, something like that, when it comes calving season, you're looking at 60 days. You may be out there every night at 2 o'clock in the morning checking heifers, but after calving season, then things slow down. So you have a real high labor-intensive period, but then you go into a lull. And so what this would do would exempt those type of operations, whether it be cattle, pigs, whatever, from the rules because of these peak, high-intensity labor periods, but then they have long lulls in the rest of the season. So I think this is a very good amendment because even during the time when you are out there till 2, 3 in the morning, you have times during the afternoon where you can take a rest during the evening. So you're not out there constantly, but you do have to be there 24 hours a day. So I think this amendment is very appropriate, very fitting. And, you know, sheep have the same thing during their lambing season. It's maybe even more crucial that they are there with their animals than during cow-calf. But again, that's a short period of time in the year. And even during that time, there's breaks in the day to where they can rest up, they can eat, hydrate themselves, whatever. So I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, for those of you that haven't been around the industry, don't understand what animal husbandry really means, and I'm talking to be a good husband. Animal husbandry. I got taught that growing up. So I'm going to tell a little story to talk to this amendment and why it's so important. Years ago, we were calving out heifers, and we usually calve out first calf heifers. I'll equate that to a teen pregnancy. It's the first calf that these young ladies have, and I'll use it, lady is a term that's, we call them ladies actually. Our heifers are ladies. We try to treat them like ladies. It's their first baby. And as you know, for those of you that had your first child, it's kind of a nerve-ending experience. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what's going to happen. For those of you that are mothers, you understand that first child and what that means. Well, these cattle have to give birth to their first calf. And as Representative pointed out, it takes a lot of time. You spend a lot of time with these cattle. And so in my story, we check them every 2 hours. If there's any question, there is a birthing process, and I can go into great detail about that. One of the bill sponsors is a veterinarian. She knows about that process, but I can tell you down to the minute what's going to happen, plus or minus 3 minutes when something should happen, and if it's not happening, what needs to be done to correct the problem to have a successful birth. You know, we call it midwives in the human world. And we're just like midwives out there with these cattle as caretakers. Now, my daughter Ashley went out on this 2 o'clock shift with me. That's 2 a.m. And because she wanted to learn. In fact, she's the one that's a registered nurse right now that works night shift. She's got one of the biggest hearts in the world. And she learned that right on the ranch, how to take care of things. But we had a heifer that was in trouble, and I knew we had a problem, so I said, let's put her in the cow catch. We're going to have to palpate her. Something's not right. From the time the water bag came out, too much time has passed, and I don't see the toes. I don't see a proper profile, birthing profile we call it. And if you don't have that birthing profile, you have what's called dystocia. For our vets in the room, they know what dystocia is. So we did that. We got in there, and I realized that this baby was incredibly large, and there was probably no way, based on the pelvic analysis that I did, she was going to have that calf. So I called our veterinarian, Dr. Clint Johnson, about 2:30, 2:45. I said, Doc, I need help. Now, our veterinarian doesn't follow the union hours either. He said, bring the calf on in, bring the heifer on in. I'll meet you at the clinic. So we did. About 3:15, we're at the clinic. We put the heifer inside the vet stanchion, and he starts to do his analysis. And I said, Doc, here's what I see. He did his analysis and said, you're right, Holtorf. I'm going to have to do an emergency cesarean. Now, he didn't have his vet tech here. It's about 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. So he said, you're going to be my vet tech? I said, I know, Doc. I started scrubbing and doing all the things the vet tech does. We performed a perfect cesarean. The calf was born. The heifer, the first calf heifer, survived. After a little bit of time, we loaded everything up in the stock trailer and we headed back to Buffalo Springs Ranch, about 25 miles away. We unloaded the heifer, put the heifer and the new baby in the cow pen, and then the sun was coming up. My daughter looks at me and says, Daddy, the bus comes in about an hour and a half. What am I going to do? I said, honey, you're going to do the same thing I'm going to do. We're going to go home, take a shower, put your work clothes on, you go to school. In the morning, I'm going to have to go to work because I got another 100 heifers to take care of and another 250, 350, 400, 450 cows. So I will tell you that this particular model in many cases doesn't fit, and this amendment speaks to that. When you're in intense periods of animal husbandry operations, you can't take that 10-minute break during the birthing process. You can't clock out. You can't take the 30-minute lunch. There's just things you can't do, and it's not just cattle. I know cattle. I also know sheep. As a sheep herder and one of the only members in this chamber that was a past member of the Rocky Mountain Wool Growers Association, I know sheep also, and that is also intensive. And there's other livestock that have this. So I will tell you we have a provision here, it's well thought out, that actually gives an opportunity to have some relief from this type of legislation in the livestock production sector. And that's what this amendment speaks to. And I'd encourage everybody to vote in favor of this important amendment.
Thank you. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just kind of wanted to piggyback a little bit on what Representative Holtorf was talking about. When it comes to breaks, meals, if that mama cow is in the middle of having a difficult birth, all hands on deck until it's done. We can't be stopping in the middle of it because that just brings harm to the mother and the baby. So this amendment is very fitting, especially for this class of agriculture. So I would urge a yes vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Folks, I can't remember the number of times that I was out in the lambing shed at 3 o'clock in the morning making sure that everything was going to be okay. I was the youngest, so I had the smallest hands. And that's the way it works, right? There's no clock that you punch. You're in the lambing shed at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you're milking cows at 5:30. It's just the way it is. I mean, every time we come back to amendments like this, I want to just kind of shake everybody a little bit and say, there's fantasy about what ag could be, and there's reality about what ag is. This is an amendment about the reality of what farming really looks like. This is an aye vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually didn't expect to come up and speak on this bill, but this is actually work I did growing up. So if you have, respectfully to the bill sponsors, you have got to have worker rules that fit the reality of the work to be done. Is that not true? You've got to have worker rules that fit the reality. What is the reality when you are ranching with cattle and you have cow-calf? If you have experienced cows, that is, cows that have had their first birth, they can calve out in the pasture, but you still, I grew up on a ranching family. Guess who the ranch hands were? The four of us kids. And we would go drive pastures, we'd take shifts, and you'd have to do it in the middle of the night. And the experienced cows would go off by themselves in some valley, and you would have to go check on them and see if they got into trouble. There's no 40-hour day. In fact, they tend to birth at night. If it's first-time heifers, then you know what you get to do? You get to go check them every 2 hours and look for signs that they're getting close to their time. And when they get close to their time, you have to saddle up and get them into the calving barn, unless you want to try and rope them and help them calve out in the field. My sisters are both still ranchers. We did this growing up. When it is calving season, there is no 40-hour week. There is no 12-hour day, folks. It is round the clock, because if the first-time heifer gets into trouble birthing and you're not there to help her pull that calf, that heifer will die. And the calf will almost certainly die. If the cow out in the pasture gets into trouble and you are not out there checking every 4 hours or 6 hours and finding the cow who's headed into the most remote part in case they get into trouble, you are going to lose a cow and the calf.
So respectfully to the bill sponsors and those who have put the bill together, the work rules have to fit the reality. Not just for cow-calf, but for haying season. And I'll speak to that on the bill, but the way these rules are written have no basis in reality of the kind of work that is done in agriculture. Ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
And I think most of it's been said on this with the animal husbandry part of it, but this amendment makes so much sense. And, you know, there's been talk about cattle and lambing and all that, but there's also in the equine business, you know, if you got a $2,500 to $10,000 stud fee on a mare and you got one that's going to foal, people spend hours and 24 hours watching them when they're about to foal. So, and, you know, they're very expensive foals. And I understand the commercial part of this too, as far as cattle and, but there's also that in the cattle and lamb business as well. But this particular amendment makes all kinds of sense, and I think I would strongly support it and ask for a yes vote.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to point out that this amendment actually would create, and I appreciate all the stories about the cows and the calving, by the way. It did take me back to a time where I had to do that. But I wanted to just point out that this amendment would actually carve out the herders and ranchers and exclude them from the Labor Peace Act, which we are trying to include them in, and exclude them from those wage protections and overtime. And we purposely added an amendment in the Senate over quite a bit of this discussion on page 9, lines 10 through 24, which actually addresses those times where it is not practical to go sit down and eat your lunch or your midnight snack. We purposely address that so that those particular instances where you just have to keep working through the problem are considered. And also, many of these stories that we've just heard are another big reason why, in discussion with many of the stakeholders, that the concession was made to send this whole portion of how to determine overtime, when and where and how and which industry, was sent to rulemaking. So that all of those particular very unique circumstances that are encountered in agriculture, we do want to take all of that into consideration. And so that part was sent to rulemaking, where all those particular very unique circumstances can be taken into account. And so again, I respectfully ask for a no vote on Amendment L100.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L100. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And back to the bill and continuing on the path that I think we've set. I'm talking about the definitions in the bill. It's in the bill H7, and we're talking about hours in service. And what I have is I want to run an amendment that in the definitions part of the bill, that exempts hauling of livestock or of rodeo animals. So with that in mind, I would move L102 to Senate Bill 087 and ask that it be displayed. I see this as a very friendly amendment, and I think this bill sponsors also see this as a friendly amendment.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I apologize for getting ahead of myself there. What this amendment does, it does exempts in, if you're hauling livestock or rodeo animals, there's already federal law for commercial trucking and hauling of livestock and all that. But the way it fits in this bill, if you're in a rancher or you're in, let's say, the rodeo business, and I've got to ship roping steers to Reno, Nevada, and I have an employee that's working for me, I don't want him to stop driving after 8 hours, right? Now, typically we might send 2 or whatever, but if it's just that person and it's over an 8-hour trip, I can't have him taking a break. We talk about temperatures and all that. That all applies to livestock as well. So when it's 80 degrees out or 90 degrees out or close to 100, had one situation here about 2 years ago with 96, 97 degree day, and you got to keep that livestock moving. You can't stop and let them overheat on the truck in a day like that. So what this amendment does is address that. So if one of my employers or one of the livestock producers' employees are headed off with livestock, that they don't have to stop after their 8 hours or take those breaks that are spelled out within the bill. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Carveo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Will, for the amendment. I'm looking into whether there is also a way of narrowing this. I think that right now our concern is that it would deal with more than, for example, just overtime for if we exempted these individuals from the definition of agricultural worker. So while their ability to have overtime will, under the bill as written, go to rulemaking, it would also exempt them from other provisions in the bill. So I will continue looking at this, but as written, I would ask for a no vote. I'm trying to see if we can narrow it to not implicate as much of the bill as it is at this time.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in full support of this amendment. This is another thing that I have done in my life. My brother-in-law develops and sells over 1,000 breeding bulls a year. I used to haul the bulls after the sales. Sometimes I was in that pickup 24 hours a day, because if you stop and don't unload those animals, it is dangerous for the animal. The best thing to do is you drive until the animal is delivered into their pen, and then you rest. So this amendment is very fitting. It's good for the animal, and we're all about taking care of our animals. And so I rise in full support of this amendment, and I would like to see it pass.
Representative Holtorf.
Mr. Chairman, earlier we were talking a little bit about hauling cattle. I will tell you just to make a point about how we don't understand different sectors of the cattle business or the livestock or the agricultural business. You see, when people haul cattle, they don't get paid by the hour. They don't even charge it that way. Now, cattle are traded what they call CWT, capital C, capital W, capital T. It's called hundredweight, or by the pound if you divide it by 100. Now, the freight is charged, and I want to make this point because a lot of people don't understand this. A lot of city slickers don't understand how things work in the country. And we just had it happen right here. When you haul cattle, there's two things that matter to you. And I've done it since I was 16. You care about the weight of your load, and you care about the miles, loaded miles, that you haul. Your loaded miles and your weight. And that gets put together and multiplied, and that determines your freight rate for that load. So when we sit here and talk about this amendment, we talk about hauling livestock, rodeo stock, breeding stock, or production livestock. The people behind the curtain don't even know what's going on. Now, I'm not wanting to pick on anybody, but I'm just wanting to highlight how bad a road we're traveling here, Colorado, with what we're doing tonight. If you're going to take an amendment you think you can swallow because you couldn't swallow mine, think about taking this one. It doesn't have a darn thing to do with what y'all are thinking about with respect to this other stuff. And if you're a real cattle hauler, you know the cattle come first. You load up, then you don't quit till the cattle are unloaded. Please vote yes.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. Members, as many of you know, I have definitely been one of those individuals who've been for animal welfare, and I see this amendment as being about animal welfare. Under federal law, a commercial truck driver is required to go from the point of origin to their destination with livestock without stopping for the welfare of the animal, because if it's a hot day or a cold day, especially if it's hot, that could be very detrimental, and some animals would perish because of that. We don't want any of our animals perishing, particularly livestock perishing, and that's why when it concerns commercial trucking at the federal level, that's what the rule is. Here, what we're talking about is when you actually have a farm worker who's driving that truck, and they're driving from point of origin to destination with livestock. Now, all of a sudden, this bill collects that employee into the analysis. And if they're stopping, they're putting the animals at risk. They're putting the animals' welfare at risk. They're putting the animals' lives at risk. And I really don't think that's what the intent is. That's why this amendment is a good amendment, is because we really do want to maintain animal welfare. We want to do the right thing. We don't want to arbitrarily see an animal overheat because they're compacted in there and sweaty and without the cool air of the movement of the truck. All of a sudden, it's a very real health risk. And that's why I'm in full support of this amendment and would ask members to vote yes. Thank you.
Representative. Seeing no further, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to go back to my folder real quick. I got an amendment to run.
Understood. Is there further discussion on Amendment L102? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L102. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We are back to the bill. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
Thank you. Bear with me just a moment. What? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Amendment 106 to Senate Bill 87, and it's displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. What this amendment's trying to do is to say that employers that are employing ag workers under H-2A visas or any similar visa or work authorization document or status that establishes minimum rates of pay as used in this section, an agricultural employee has the same meaning as an agricultural worker as set forth in section 8-13.5 through 201.3, except that the term does not include a range worker. Range worker means an agricultural employee primarily engaged in herding or production of livestock on the range and who is provided housing, food, transportation, and equipment to the extent required pursuant to federal law. This is an attempt by us to make sure that we are not interfering with contracts through the federal government, bringing in people to help with agricultural products and producing here in Colorado. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. In production agriculture, we're finding ourselves more and more involved with H-2A workers because the labor pool in this country just isn't doing the work. So we have to go more and more to H-2A program. It's a very good program already set up. So I would like to see that we don't do anything over and above that because, you know, it already lays out pay, housing, all these types of things that are very good for the employee and the employer. So I like this amendment, and I think that we need to respect H-2A and the federal employment part of that. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I also rise in support of this amendment. Earlier, when I was down here speaking, I was talking about H-2A workers and my familiarity with them, having worked alongside them, picking Olathe sweet corn, to interacting with them both on my cousin's ranch and on friends' farms and ranches and orchards. H-2A workers are workers that come from other countries to the United States. They're highly regulated under federal law. They come with a certain minimum contract in which they have to be paid. There's certain housing provisions, healthcare provisions that are put in there. And as you remember earlier, I was talking about how the H-2A workers are also pretty expensive for that producer to bring into Colorado. That first of all, you have to hire an agent, if you're not your own attorney, to be able to fill out the paperwork because it's pretty cumbersome, it's complicated. And on top of it, most of our producers actually apply for twice as many visas as they need because they don't get their allotted amount by any means. So usually the person you hire to help fill out the paperwork is going to cost $4,000. Then you still have the costs in bringing the labor from their home country to wherever the farm or ranch or orchard is located. And as I was talking about earlier, then you also have to provide housing. And the housing is very carefully prescripted in federal law, as is how much the worker is getting paid, along with full coverage for health insurance benefits. So someone operating under the federal H-2A program, we don't really want to disrupt what's going on there with this bill, because in doing so, we definitely could jeopardize individuals who want to come to our country, as I explained earlier. Those individuals come to Colorado, they come to other states, but we're here talking about Colorado, and they want to work for a season to get a pocket full of $100 bills. Actually, it's probably a huge stack. And when they go back to their home country, they're able to reinvest that in their families and in their future. And the H-2A program really is about improving the lives of people around the world, but it's also about American national diplomacy. The ability to show individuals who are farmers in their own country, who choose to come here for a season. And it's the same workers coming over and over again. So don't think that it's this random pool where someone gets picked out of a lottery in Mexico, and I'm using Mexico as an example, and comes up, say, to Palisade or Loma or Mac or Delta or Montrose. But instead, these are individuals that you've actually had to get to know, that season after season, it's the same ones who come. So you not only know that they are good labor, they know exactly what they're doing. You've built up a relationship, a friendship, a rapport, and you know what to expect. And for those of you who've interacted a lot with ranchers, you know that typically they don't have much to say, unlike some. And what we know is it's really easy to have the rancher and the H-2A worker basically nod and know exactly what they're saying, know exactly what needs to get done, whether it's irrigating, whether it's feeding cattle, whether it's checking on cattle in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. in January or February, because in western Colorado, that's our calving season. I have learned during my service here the calving season on the Eastern Plains is a little bit different. Representative Pelton enlightened me of that. I had no clue that here in Colorado, we have such a diverse agricultural state that even just the time in which cows are born varies from western Colorado to the Eastern Plains. And even the way cattle are handled varies greatly. I mean, on the western slope, obviously a lot of range grass-fed cattle, and we have to work hard to do our marbling right, but you guys do your marbling really well on the Eastern Plains. But the H-2A workers make that possible. And I have lots of farmers, ranchers, orchardists, viticulturalists who are close friends of mine. And they use H-2A workers. It's incredibly valuable. And what I have heard over and over and over again, please exempt H-2A from this bill. Please exempt H-2A workers from Senate Bill 87. As a matter of fact, Representative Rich and I, on March 20th, held a dinner for almost 100 agricultural producers within the areas of Delta and Mesa counties, because we wanted to prepare for this bill specifically. And one question that we had was, who all employs H-2A workers? And then our second question for them was, how do you pay your agricultural labor? And even though I've had significant exposure to the agricultural world, I'm kind of on the periphery with my cousins in ranching, and the fact that I have worked picking Olathe sweet corn, but not doing it day in and day out, I didn't fully appreciate all the different ways an individual can be paid. You can have day labor. You can have weekly salary workers. You can have monthly salary workers. You can have individual harvest contracts. You can have then the H-2A contracts, which are very specific of themselves. And depending on what it is, it's going to be $15 to $17 an hour on top of all of the other things that the farmer or rancher or orchard owner has to provide for that individual. And that's a lot to ask. And then to get caught up with Senate Bill 87 now means we're creating a very difficult situation where under federal law, it doesn't really anticipate the fact that you could have a strike in the middle of harvest season. But under Senate Bill 87, that absolutely could happen. Without question, you could have a farmer's entire crop, whether it was corn or peaches, wine grapes, held hostage. You also don't want to put the farmer or rancher in the very difficult situation of balancing federal and state law, especially when there's some competing elements here as well. We certainly don't have a clear understanding of which would prevail. And so now we're talking very expensive lawsuits, probably protracted litigation, assuming it got there, of course. But without exempting H-2A workers, there's going to be a lot of competition, a lot of conflict in terms of just understanding what the state of the law is. And we need to be very, very, very careful when it comes to H-2A workers, because the bulk of the harvest in western Colorado, I don't know about the Eastern Plains or other parts of the state, but I can speak to western Colorado. Our harvest is performed by H-2A workers mainly. And to impact that relationship would be very, very dangerous to the farmers and ranchers of western Colorado. I hope everyone thinks really long and hard, because H-2A workers are protected incredibly well under federal law. And to disrupt the balance that exists there would be utter devastation, especially to our small, rural family farms. And they're becoming rarer every day. It's already difficult to stay in business as a family farm. And to now jeopardize that relationship with the H-2A workers, which is already negotiated under federal law, would be a major mistake. And so, members, I would encourage you to adopt this amendment. Let's keep that balance. Let's keep what's been negotiated with the federal government in place. And I would strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just clear up a few things. First of all, there aren't any provisions in the bill that do conflict with the H-2A program. Every state has federal law and state law, and they actually work in harmony, and there's nothing, there is no conflict. Every other industry has been able to navigate both. This program, the H-2A worker program, is a benefit for the employers, specifically in our state and in the ag industry. It has been very difficult to find workers within our borders to fulfill some of these jobs. And so this is a benefit to employers to be able to participate in the H-2A program. The housing regulations in H-2A do not conflict with anything in this bill. And I also wanted to point out that the H-2A workers are still exempted from minimum wage and overtime exemptions, and so we want to bring them also in line. It's very important to keep them in this bill so that they are afforded the protections that they don't get under the H-2A program, and states are legally allowed to do this. The other thing I wanted to point out is that agricultural workers already have the right to strike. The issue with their ability to strike is that, in fact, I'll read it to you here, in the existing Labor Peace Act, the exercise of the right to strike by the employees of any employer engaged in the state of Colorado in the production, harvesting, or initial processing, the latter after leaving the farm, of any farm, dairy product produced in this state would tend to cause the destruction or serious deterioration of such a product. The employees shall give to the division at least 30 days' notice of their intent to strike. And in the case of any other industries, at least 20 days' notice of the intent to strike. And upon such notice, they will effectively start steps to mediate, et cetera. So agricultural workers already have the right to strike. What they don't have is the right to organize and all the other protections that are afforded them in this bill. So again, I respectfully ask for a no vote on Amendment 106, L106.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that explanation, Representative McCormick. Although I have a question to your explanation. You talked about other states and other industries. Other industries are totally different than agriculture. So I'm wondering if there's other states with this type of legislation that there is no conflict with H-2A and an amendment like this.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rep. Pelton. Yes, there is nothing in this bill, contrary to federal law, that interferes with the H-2A rules and regulations and programs. They are working in harmony.
Representative Pelton.
And so it doesn't matter whether it's agriculture or another industry? Okay, because I heard it different. Yeah, okay, all right. So just a little bit of experience I have around H2A. I have a neighbor right next door that employs a couple of H2A employees. One of them is here on a full-time basis. He liked the job, liked the employer so much, he sent word back to South Africa to his brother